Find the secrets from your crystal heart. Save my story, tear every page apart. Follow you to the dark. Follow you to the dark, dark, dark. Follow you to the dark. Follow you to the dark, 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 dark.
Alright, I went to the setting and I've turned the horror flash visual and audio intensity down. This game's got some like really loud, obnoxious jump scare bits in it, so I'm gonna turn those down for y'all. When you play this for yourself, which I recommend doing, you can decide whether or not you wanna play with those, so all good there. What if I want to make the experience as obnoxious as possible? You may work for Bloober Team then. When I played the first Alan Wake, I more or less said that I really love that game. I think it's great. I think it's doing a lot of interesting things. I don't like playing it very much. It's not very fun. Don't think the gameplay is very good. There's a lot of downtime. I don't feel that is the case in Alan Wake 2. This is a game that I can actually recommend going out and playing, because it's freaking great. Alan Wake 2 is much weirder than the first one. It's stranger. It's better to play. It's all around just a much better game. Probably the best Remedy game out there. When Alan Wake 1 came out back in 2010, it was pretty heavily inspired by stuff like Stephen King novels, Twin Peaks, obviously, and it felt a lot like it was about Sam Lake's own struggle writing and about the creation of art and inspiration. Alan Wake 2 comes out 13 years later. Sam Lake has evolved as a writer. We have a lot of new people on the team. This is a much larger game made by more people and coming from a new place, because this is after Twin Peaks: The Return, which is going to be clearly one of the inspirations for this game, alongside True Detective.
Previously on Alan Wake.
Let me see. Back in 2010, Alan Wake and his wife Alice traveled to a small town called Bright Falls. Alan's a struggling writer who wrote for a show called Night Springs and then made it big doing a series of crime novels called the Alex Casey series, but now he's got writer's block. He heads to this small town in the middle of nowhere in Washington State, I believe, to stay in a cabin on Cauldron Lake. When his wife dives into the lake and goes missing, he dives in after her, is trapped at the bottom of the lake by a being called the Dark Presence who forces him to write, and then that writing becomes real. By writing a novel called Departure, Alan is able to temporarily escape from the lake or write a character named Alan Wake who runs around throughout the course of the game, and at the end dives into the lake to defeat Barbara Jagger, whose body the Dark Presence is inhabiting, and to free Alice from the lake. This is a story which is called A Catabasis, about somebody who goes to the underworld to save their loved one, usually. In the intervening years, during Alan Wake's American Nightmare, he writes a series of episodes of Night Springs, titled Return, where he's trying to escape from the lake by making his writing become real. Here's a problem. Number one, Departure and Return are two steps in Campbell's hero's journey. They are the first and the last quarter of the journey. You're missing half, because it goes Departure, Initiation, and then Return. You didn't have your initiation, can't get your return. Here's the other problem. You're writing episodes of Night Springs, which is a ripoff of Twilight Zone, which means that anytime you write an ending that involves Alan escapes the lake, suddenly Alan wakes up and it was all a dream, because you have to have an ironic twist at the end of every episode of Night Springs. Therefore, you can never escape the lake writing those. You can't do it, Alan. Wouldn't, as a writer, Alan know about the hero's journey? Yes. In Alan Wake 2, Alan will reference becoming the master of two worlds, and he titles his novels Departure, Initiation, Return, so it's, yes, he yes, he does, clearly.
Back to the beginning. We all come to a story with hopes and expectations, looking for an answer. Sometimes it would be better to live with that hope without ever knowing the full story. In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters. And the trick is not to end up as either. But trapped by the genre, we are all ripped to pieces along the way. This is not the story I hoped it would be. This is not the ending I wanted. This story will eat us alive. This story is a monster, and monsters wear many faces.
Oh dear. Alright. So, the fuck is on my screen? So this is a strong start. It's a good opening monologue. It's a little bit similar to the first Alan Wake, where we have Alan talking about nightmares, horror story. We have here Mirror Peak, Cauldron Lake, a couple of locations from the first game. I hated the beginning of the Alan Wake, but this is solid. Yeah. We also get the resolution of a plot twist at the very end of the first Alan Wake. One of the characters you can see during the end of Alan Wake 1 is Agent Nightingale in one of the windows of the Oh Dear Diner, and it was left as an open question, what the fuck happened to Nightingale after being grabbed by the Dark Presence? And this game starts out strong by answering that question. It's not revealed that this is Nightingale yet, but it will be.
Please. Can you hear me?
Teddy, come on, Ed. We should go.
Rower. That's funny, that looked like Alan. Oh no.
I called. The word. Hemingway. Where's the rest of the stuff? I need to finish this. What the fuck?
Do you know how hard it is to cut through a rib cage? Like, really hard, though. Like, you'd think taking out a heart would be easier, but it's not. Bum, bum, bum. God, I love that. Oh.
Hey, kiddo. How are you?
I'm good, Mom. How are you?
This trip might take a little longer than I thought. I'm sorry I've been gone so much lately, Logan.
Oh my god, Mom, it's not your fault people get all murdery.
Just get a little murdery out here.
Works.
And say hi to Casey. Tell him to stop brooding so much.
Logan? I will. Bye, kiddo. Logan thinks you should try cheering up.
Snarky kid. Wonder where she gets that from.
Sipping the coffee in sync.
It can't be a coincidence that another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Feels like the killer's leaving us a message.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley. You should take lead. Think of me as the backup.
Okay. Any words of advice?
Nothing that would cheer anyone up.
Okay, I need to point it out, because, yep, that's James McCaffrey's voice, the voice of Max Payne, using the facial structure of Sam Lake, the face of Max Payne, and the director of this game, playing Alex Casey. I talked a lot in Alan Wake 1 about how Alan Wake is a little bit of a stand-in for Sam Lake to explore aspects of his own writing process. And Alan Wake is famous for writing crime novels about the detective Alex Casey, whereas Sam Lake got famous writing crime drama video games about Max Payne. The similarities are intentional.
Here we are. Cauldron Lake.
Time to get to work. A deputy was supposed to be here to show us to the crime scene. There's the car, so where's the deputy?
Eaten by a bear? I'll check out that map.
Boom. I do like how the FBI car looks like it's from, what, 2005? 2006? But the local sheriff's car is a 1980s Chevy? This is an old Caprice? Is that what that is? You know why this car doesn't have a gas cap on the side? It's behind the license plate. You flip the license plate down, there's a little gas cap there. Makes sense for a small town police department? Not in America, it doesn't. Even in the small towns, like, our police budgets are insane.
You're the one
one who wanted to switch.
I think I hear someone. Could be our deputy.
I can go take a look.
Hey there. Agent Casey, right? Sheriff Raker said you'd be coming by to take over the case.
You're half right.
Federal agents right here, Thornton.
Right here? What do you mean? Are they with you? Oh, shit! They didn't hear me, did they?
Were there any witnesses?
Couple out-of-towners. I wonder what they were doing sneaking around the woods at night.
I mentioned the city folk. It's pretty suspicious.
Not that we have anything against city folk, right, Thornton? But don't worry. Sheriff Baker took them back to town a while ago.
Tell them about the heart.
I was getting to that. Well, we reckon there are some, organs that are currently outside the victim's person when they should be, well, you know, inside.
Very professional. Thank you. Also, yes, location closed to the public by order of the Federal Bureau of Control. Cute little reference to control there.
Before we get to the crime scene, there's time to review the facts of the case so far. Make sure I'm seeing the clues clearly.
So, we've got names for both of our characters so far. Alex Casey, Saga Anderson. To somebody who's played Alan Wake 1, these should both be familiar. Alex Casey is absolutely the name of the detective from Alan Wake's crime novels, so we should be asking, what is he doing in the real world? That's a fictional character, right? The other thing we should be asking is, Saga's last name is Anderson? We know a couple of Andersons from Alan Wake 1, specifically Tor and Odin.
I need to think through the facts of the case. The Mind Place. My version of the Mind Palace technique, to sift through clues and work the case, building the Mind Place again for each case, using each field office as a model in my head.
Alright, so, we got a Mind Palace.
My version of the Mind Palace technique is called the Brainorama, and you can roller skate around in it.
That sounds awesome. I think that the use of antlers in this story is a little bit of a reference to True Detective. Probably also Hannibal, which I believe also has a Mind Palace in it. That said, the Mind Palace goes back to, I believe, Arthur Conan Doyle's version of Sherlock. I think that's one of the progenitors of that, but is also a real-life memory technique. My brain place is called the Thinkacy. So, what we have on the board here is previous murders. Victims reported missing in 2010. No other commonalities. Ted Lane, Wendy Davis, Percy Wolf. Now, I don't know if we've heard of any of these characters in the game yet, but we will in this game later. Murder method includes bruising on wrists and legs, a deep gash in the chest. All bodies experience bloating.
I see you're already hard at work, Anderson.
Hey, Casey, you putting me in charge. Why now?
Look, Anderson, you're a better detective than I am. You've cracked cases that had the rest of us baffled. I don't want to slow you down.
Are you thinking of retiring? You know what happens to cops who say this is their last case.
Mm-hmm. Real funny, Anderson.
Cold Casey.
Not a bad place to get murdered.
If getting back to nature is your thing.
Sooner or later, we all get back to nature, Alex.
Deputy Thornton, I take it.
That's me, at your service, ready to get this case solved. Now the body's behind the store. Come on, I'll show you. So, FBI, huh? That's so cool. Hunting down psycho serial killers and shootouts with the mob.
You forgot the UFO cover-ups.
Those are real? You guys hiring?
You ever fly through the air while shooting two guns at the same time? Have you ever shot up a gun up in the air and gone, ah?
No, I have not ever fired my gun up in the air and gone, ah.
Now this is the scene of the crime. We found him on the table. Now he didn't touch nothing. You know, procedures and stuff.
Thanks, Deputy.
No tarp. You owe me a coffee.
Let's start by examining our guest of honor. Body is positioned on the table. Ritualistic.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy.
The killer left the heart right next to the body. Bruising on the wrist from the cargo straps holding him down. Incised stab wound, chest cut open, heart removed. Large amount of blood on the table. The victim died here. Multiple people were here. Multiple killers? Someone was drinking beer. They spent time here, waiting. Someone left in a hurry, knocked the tripod over. Was it for a camera? Another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Coincidence?
Hell of a ritual, right? In Alan Wake 1, I did a lot of talking about how much writing and art were important to the ongoing, like, themes and narrative. In this game, I'm going to use the word ritual a lot. We're going to talk about rituals quite a bit. They're very important for this game.
Heart removed from chest, strapped by the wrists. Definitely matches the previous murders. This makes 4 murders that we know about. Any idea who the victim is?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. He came to town about 13 years ago.
Nightingale? Robert Nightingale?
Oh, yes. You probably knew him.
So you knew our victim?
Well, I didn't recognize him in his current state. But yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago, 2010.
The same as all the other victims.
Certainly fits the pattern. Makes me wonder what was going on that year.
Probably something this town wants to forget.
Boot prints, indicating multiple killers. Quite the party. Robert Nightingale, ex-FBI, came to Bright Falls 13 years ago. They planned for the murder to happen here, passing the time with equipment ready. They were waiting for him. But why Nightingale? He's been missing for 13 years. Why here? Why now? Profiling. Get into the subject's head. See what they saw. Feel what they felt. Use whatever I know about them to guide my intuition to a revelation. Piece it together.
So, I'm sure you have seen depictions of what FBI profiling looks like. It is a common trope in fiction, and let me tell you, it's primarily bullshit. I'm gonna make up a guy who did the murder. Yeah, I'm gonna make up a guy to get mad at for doing the murder. So very, very often in our media, we watch depictions of FBI profiling that are unrealistic. Totally bullshit. It's mostly bullshit IRL as well, yes. And the way it's depicted is almost always as this, like, preternatural ability to come up with a personality and inner thought process of the person who did the murder. And this is usually just either plot awareness or psychic powers. It's you get into their head and you can hear their thoughts kind of bullshit, right? In this game, I don't mind it. They portray the profiling in this game as getting inside of the head of these characters and being able to, like, hear some of their internal thoughts, like it's some kind of profiling. However, when they give us an explanation for this, it's so good because you're not expecting one, because this is kind of how profiling is portrayed in media most of the time. And this game goes, no. This isn't normal. This isn't actually profiling. There will be an explanation. For now, I think most of the audience just kind of buys into the idea of this being the game mechanic, because why wouldn't it be, you know? We've seen the way that FBI profiling is portrayed in media, and usually it's, you know, not dissimilar to this.
Agent Nightingale has been MIA for 13 years. How did he end up here?
Up from the lake that's not a lake. It's dark. He was there too. You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
Robert Nightingale came from the lake before his murder. Nightingale was chosen as the victim. Why?
Flick the switch. It goes click. Lights are off. But somebody's home. Somebody's home.
This wasn't some random act of violence. This was a ritual, and Nightingale a component.
A ritual?
They didn't see him as a person, more like a container for something.
Kind of like me. I'm not a person. I'm a container.
The lake is connected to Nightingale somehow. Casey, let's take a look down by the lake.
Sounds good. This way, right?
Well, okay. Well, I'll just wait here.
You do that.
This one of your hunches, Anderson? Did something happen at the lake?
I think Nightingale came up from that direction, probably looking for shelter, safety. They were waiting for him.
When you're ready, I'd love to hear what you put together so far.
Sure. Nightingale was out in the woods alone at night, possibly nude.
Possibly.
Ambushed. The killers knew he was here, dragged him to the campgrounds, strapped him to the table, cut his heart out, but then they were interrupted by those witnesses, the Bookers. The job is unfinished.
That seems pretty complicated to me. What was this guy doing skinny dipping at this time of year?
Haven't figured that part out yet.
Lots of questions.
Lots of answers for us to find.
I didn't know trees got that big. Gives me the creeps.
You need to get out more. It is kind of creepy, though.
So, that's a big tree. This tree in specific is called the ladle in the video game. Trees get so big. Issue is, we cut most of them down. Trees take hundreds of years to get, like, really, really big, and they do, but we cut them all down. There are sizes of trees that don't exist anymore. Yeah, there's a few old growth around, but I remember like Big Sur used to have a bunch, because they've got redwoods out there. Those are super tall on a good day. Unfortunately, they're very high quality lumber, and yeah.
It's alright, they're just waiting us out and they'll go back to growing as big as they like.
You know what? You might not be wrong. There we go. The witch's ladle.
A witch with no heart. A strange echo of our murder.
Not just our murder, but the previous game in the series. Baba Yaga here, with the hole in her chest, is very similar to the Barbara Jagger from the end of Alan Wake 1, where Alan shoves the clicker into her heart.
A page full of text on one side. Not a printout. Written with a typewriter. Old school. Lines scratched out and edits added with a pen.
Like a manuscript. Page of a story. Killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us. The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale. And then there was the page they found. The first step down into terrifying depths.
Reading the words. These words felt like a message. Someone knew they were here. Someone playing a game with them. An invitation. How could they not accept? Even if they knew it would end up hurting them.
Someone's been watching us.
Playing a sick game with us.
You were right. This is right up my alley. Nightingale came this way. Either he dropped this page, or the killers left it for us.
We are so back. Hey, there's something about the manuscript pages that I want to point out that I find interesting. One of which is, the written text here is opening opportunities. The first page they had found, edited to, not the last. Reading the words, these words, felt like a message. I want to point out how interesting I find the edits to these pages, and how much I want to know what was written originally. I do like the inclusion of the phrase, leading them on, which is one that we will hear again later. That's some foreshadowing there. But also, that none of these manuscript pages, with edits, contain the name Saga Anderson. The name Saga is only present either in handwritten edits to the pages, or pages that don't contain any edits at all. You're saying Saga was a late addition. I'm saying that's heavily implied, yeah.
We found a page in the woods, a story about these events. What is Nightingale's role in this?
I carry his words close to my chest now. Inside, the awful truth. You must dig it out.
Something was put inside him. I must find out what. Casey, I think something's been put inside Nightingale's body. Let's tell the deputies to get the body to the town morgue.
Okay.
I hope you didn't get stuck in any of those big puddles. Crazy flooding down there, huh? Just like I said.
Deputy, I want the body taken back to town for a proper examination, ASAP.
Well, sure. But the coroner won't be back in town for another week after Deerfest.
Not a problem. I'll do it myself.
Oh, and Sheriff Breaker called to say he's got the bookers at the Oh Dear Diner in town. Oh, and I've got a key to the gate. It's a shortcut back to the parking lot just up the hill.
Thank you.
Can't fit the clues all together yet. Heart removed, tripod, tracks leading to a dead end.
Tripod? For a camera? To record a snuff film?
Maybe. And why take out his heart just to throw it away?
To stuff in something for us to find.
Let's drive back to town and meet the sheriff at the diner. I can't get that manuscript page out of my head. I've never seen killers reach out so directly before.
Damn impressive work so far. With your technique, these hunches were moving fast.
I wasn't sure about taking a case so far from home, but I'm thrilled to be here for this mystery. Need to swing by the lodge to get anything from the field office?
I'm all set.
I'll park there anyway. I want to walk to the diner, get a feel for the town.
Saga, a guy just got ritualistically sacrificed? Yo, Deerfest is coming up? Let's go?
The diner's just up the waterfront. Shouldn't keep the sheriff and our witnesses waiting.
I smell coffee.
It's those guys dressed as thermoses.
Just how much coffee have you had today, Charlie? Don't know, don't care. Not enough.
This guy's overly percolated. Charlie is literally me, for real, for real.
Welcome to Bright Falls. It's nice to have you here. I got
Oh
you
my
some
gosh.
coffee.
Is that Sean Ashmore as Tim Breaker? Sheriff Tim Breaker? Sheriff Time Breaker? Sean Ashmore from Quantum Break? Sorry.
Nice to meet you, Sheriff. I'm set for coffee.
You know, I wouldn't say no to another.
I'm Agent Saga Anderson. This is Agent Alex Casey.
Tim Breaker. And let me just say, I'm happy you two are here. Frankly, we could use the help.
Your deputies said you had a couple of witnesses here.
They made them sound like suspects.
Mulligan and Thornton are still on about that? No. The Bookers don't strike me as the murdering type, but you can decide for yourselves. They're just inside having coffee and pie to calm their nerves.
I'll see what they have to say.
Oh,
Take your mind off things.
See you around.
The jukebox is out of order. Poor old thing can only take so much of the same song being played over and over and over. I'm as big a fan of Coconut as the next person, but come on.
You know how touching these world tapes can be.
You put the lime in the coconut.
Excuse me. I'm Agent Saga Anderson. Are you the Bookers?
That's us. I'm Tammy, and he's Ed.
Hello, officer.
Just Saga is fine, Ed.
So, are we being charged with anything? Because if not, we'd love to get back to our hotel and decompress after what we saw. Take a bath, scream into pillows, that kind of thing.
We're not charging you. I just have a few questions. So what did you see in the woods?
Naked dude came out of the lake. He was acting crazy, shouting weird shit at us.
He
Then
called
we
me
heard
Shakespeare
shooting.
for some reason.
We ran into these psychos in deer masks. They were tearing into the naked guy with knives, like some kind of satanic cult. And then we bolted and called the cops.
What makes you say it was a cult?
The masks and knives aren't enough.
They were shouting, "Cult of the tree, the cult of the tree, cult of the tree." Oh, and then we found out. The whole thing was terrifying. That's all.
The cult of the tree. What aren't the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree back, Tammy.
Finders keepers, Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace belonging to one of the cultists. The Bookers were at Cauldron Lake. Why?
The fence was built to hide what's there. They say the rider fell in the lake.
Private party, no trespassing.
My book has questions past the bolt cutters.
They broke in for the sake of Tammy's book. Nothing to do with a murder. They were telling the truth. So you found something there, right? A necklace these cultists may have dropped.
Busted.
Wow, how did you put that together?
It's evidence. You need to hand it over.
Told you not to keep that thing, Tammy.
Thanks. This could prove to be helpful. Do me a favor. Stick around town for now in case we have any more questions.
Like we'd even dream of missing Deerfest.
Oh, God. Saga Anderson. As I live and breathe.
Rose!
I thought we'd never see you back here after that awful thing happened to your baby girl. How are you? I'm sorry. Who are you? It's me, silly. Rose. You know me.
I don't think I do. And what horrible thing happened to my baby girl?
She drowned. Your daughter. That's so weird you don't remember.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Oh, I know what this is. You're blocking out your traumatic memories. Happens on TV all the time.
No, you're mistaking me for someone else.
If you say so.
I know what this is. You're the crazy one. Yeah.
All set? My guys have Nightingale at the morgue if you're ready to go take a look.
Let's go. Looks like we're dealing with a cult. The cult of the tree.
A murder cult. Fuck.
Have you heard of this cult of the tree, Sheriff?
Only the urban legend. If you're in the woods at night, the cult will get you. That sort of thing.
We're not gonna find out you're the Grand Wizard or something, are we?
Played some D&D back in the day. Wizard was always my favorite class.
Hey, what do you know about that waitress from the diner?
Rose? Yeah, she's a bit of a space case. He always has been. Why? What'd she do now?
She kept saying that my daughter drowned. She even knew my name. It was all very weird.
Rose has a talent for saying the weirdest thing possible. It's best not to take it personally.
Hey, boss. Corpse is downstairs ready to go.
Yep, in the morgue, all prepped.
Lead the way, Sheriff.
Have a nice day.
I will, thanks.
So we share a morgue with the funeral home next door. It's a shoestring budget. Guess you guys don't have that problem, though. Our only coroner rotates between a few other towns, and he's away this week, but you can handle this, right?
I'm qualified to perform examinations. Yes.
Something about morgues. They always cheer me up.
Can't say I feel the
Go
same.
on. What an Albert.
What other clues can the body give me?
Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna guess what the cause of death is.
Aha! They did leave something inside his chest. There's writing on here. Can't make it out.
Writing? How'd they manage that?
The body shows signs of being submerged in water, post-mortem. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, because, he was strapped to the table? Why would they need to strap him down if he was already dead?
This looks like text. A tattoo?
Nightingale didn't strike me as a tattoo guy. Defensive wounds. He put up a fight.
There's something a little bit metaphorical about the idea that writing winds up on our heart and our skin. It sort of shapes the way we are, because I think that that's kind of how art and narratives tend to work. There's something a little bit spiritually true. The idea of a person who is shaped both inside and out by the writing they consume.
Time to see what Nightingale's body can tell us.
Smudged text. Ritual writing. Illegible words.
Text is smudged. Looks inverted.
Oh, like through a mirror or a reflection.
There's definitely something in his chest. Did the killers leave it there?
Hey, this is awfully similar to that scene in Twin Peaks when they pull the letter out from underneath Laura Palmer's fingernail. Okay, don't consume books that way, though. This guy was doing it wrong.
It's the same type of page we found at Cauldron Lake.
Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her. The Taken could not see into bright light. Light hurt them, made them vulnerable. Nightingale had no heart, but here he was, killing.
Someone's created a fucked up fantasy about us.
Hey, hold on. We found these kinds of pages. I didn't think they were relevant.
Watch closely here.
I have them right here.
If you could. You're gonna see a face.
No, wait!
Kind of a blink and you miss it there.
What the hell? Show me the clicker.
Could not see into bright light.
I'll make you pay.
He's coming. No weapon. He can't see me in the light.
Making a run for it.
Get out of my house.
Vanished. He didn't have a heart, but he still got up.
You all right,
The
Casey?
page predicted all of it.
He just disappeared? What the hell is going on here?
We need to figure that out if we're going to do anything about it. Somehow we need to make sense of this. There's no rational explanation to what we just saw.
I'd love to blame this on mass hallucination caused by inhaling volcanic gas, but we both know that's bullshit. This was supernatural.
Well, I'm glad you were the one to say it.
I'm glad they both buy into this very quickly, and they're like, okay, we are dealing with something supernatural. Moving on. Here's really good setup for you. In Alan Wake 1, Alan wakes up after a car crash, starts finding pages of a book he doesn't remember writing that are predicting the future. We've got the same sort of situation going on here, but this note is beyond plausibility. This dead body getting up and starting attacking people is so specific and so predictive that once it happens, there's really nowhere for these characters to go except to go, okay, these notes are going to predict the future. That is a ridiculous statement to make. However, there is absolutely no denying that. They just give us a situation where these characters are forced to buy into the conceit of the plot because of the situation itself. It's very good. I like it.
The victim of a ritualistic murder turns into a monster. Is there a connection?
Looks to me like the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
Maybe. We need to start with learning this cult's goal, their purpose.
So, what does the page actually say? The autopsy room was a mess, like a bomb had gone off. Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her under the light. Marched past her. Light hurt them, hurt the darkness in them, made them vulnerable. I flick the switch, it goes click. Show me the clicker. Lights are off, but somebody's home. Get out of my house. Hemingway brought you here, witch, Nightingale shouted. A wave of terror crashed through Saga's head. The awful truth. Nightingale had no heart in his chest, but here he was, killing. A monster. The world had lurched out of balance. You found yourself trapped on the far side of the mirror. So, you read this, and then all of a sudden, a dead body with a hole in its chest starts getting up and murdering people, you know? Like, it's specific, so you have to buy into this immediately. Here's another thing. Notice how many times the name Saga is contained on this page, and all of them are in handwritten notes, which really makes me curious. Who was this supposed to happen to? When it says Nightingale hunted crossed out Saga, whose name was supposed to be in there? That's a really good question. I think, and this might be jumping ahead again a little bit, that it has to be Alex Casey. The initial page here says the victim was one of their own, FBI special agent Robert Nightingale, which means our protagonist originally is an FBI agent. I think this is an Alex Casey novel. It's another in a series of books that Alan has written. Alan would kind of be reverting to the series that he's familiar with, you know, his old standby, exactly. Yeah.
Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult. A ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster.
A dead man turned into a monster. Light as a way to fight him. Pages predicting the future. There's no rational explanation. This is the case we must solve. The cult of the tree is behind these murders. This case just became much more complicated. I'll need to start a new file, but it's my first cult case. Exciting.
I suppose it is exciting.
The page places Nightingale back at Cauldron Lake, calls him a taken. We need to head over there, stop him, before anyone else gets hurt.
Okay.
We heard gunshots. Y'all okay?
Did you get spooked by the bodies?
Sheriff Breaker disappeared. Nightingale turned into some sort of a monster, and there are offices down. You two handle things here. We need to get back to Cauldron Lake immediately.
Fuck me. That's terrible.
Oh, that's plumb awful. That's a right shame, that is.
Well, that's all crazy talk. Monsters aren't real, and what do you mean the sheriff disappeared? Like poof? He's gone like magic? Magic's not real.
Amazing.
Oh dear, I am a tourist, and it appears that I'm lost in the woods. It only had a tour guide. Also, it's bear season.
Also, it's bear season.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Bear.
A bear. Run.
Did somebody call for a tour guide? Oh wow. Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours. Unforgettable tour experiences at affordable prices. That's right. I'm Ilmo Koskela, voted best coffee roaster / tour guide by Coffee World magazine. But Ilmo, I've heard the government has seized and restricted access to many local nature attractions. That is true, Janko. And that's why at Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours, we say,
fuck the government!
We have bolt cutters.
Yeah!
Hiking through the scenic Elderwood National Park. Fishing in the crystal clear waters of Bright Falls Dam. Bird watching at majestic Mirror Peak.
A tour of a lifetime is just one phone call away. Book now to get a 9% discount on this limited edition Oh Dear Diner coffee thermos.
I heard those are back in stock right now. I want one. I can't afford it, but I want one.
Nightingale and his cult are dangerous. We need to be prepared in case things escalate more than they already have. Can you call it in, Casey?
A smart choice, Anderson. Agent Casey here. Yeah, we need backup. The Bright Falls case, whoever you can spare. Think we'll actually find Nightingale at the lake?
The pages haven't been wrong yet.
We can't assume the person writing these pages isn't playing us.
I agree, but it's our best lead.
I need to come clean, Anderson. I know why Nightingale was here 13 years ago. Alan Wake. You know the detective character from his books. Alex Casey.
Yeah, I've heard the jokes at the office. Cold case Casey. Murder case Casey. Sorry.
Ha. It's the same name, similar job. It's the first thing anyone thinks of. It annoyed me, but that was it. Then, 10 years ago, I started getting strange letters in the mail. Fragments of prose describing murders. You've heard the stories about what happened in New York. Some of it, at least. Bodies started to pile up. It was a murder cult. Turns out the fragments sent to me were from the crime books of Alan Wake. The cult was copycatting the murders from the books. In their heads, they were performing a ritual to bring Wake back. Their imagined prophet. After that case, I started looking into Wake's disappearance on the side.
And you thought this case might be connected to him? His name does keep popping up.
I just wanted you to have all the facts.
Next time, give them to me before we find ourselves in the middle of a horror story.
Yeah, literally.
The page says Nightingale's in something called an overlap. Need to figure out exactly what that means.
I'm happy I'm not in charge of this mess.
Thanks. Let's start looking for Nightingale where he was killed.
The way this game does its lighting in these different environments is so good. We get to see this forest during the day, dusk, and night, and a little bit during the dawn as well. And it's amazing. It's so good. It feels super different every time of day you get to visit it. It's great. I just love it. Something that I enjoy thinking about in this game is...
I've been thinking more about the cult of the tree.
I have too, Saga. Those cult murders that Casey talks about, do you think those happened 10 years ago before now? Or did they happen 10 years ago because it's part of the story? I think it might be a little bit of the latter.
What sort of cult refers to themselves as a cult?
In my experience, they don't.
We're not seeing the full picture yet.
Oh hey, it's that guy from the TV.
Hey, hello there.
Those restricted area signs don't do a damn thing, huh?
Hello, Saga Anderson. Are you two supposed to be here?
I'm Ilmo Koskela. Fantastic to meet you.
Fuck the government.
And yeah, Steven here hired me to show him through the woods. He's in town on important government business, fixing this impressive piece of hardware.
I work for the FBC, man. I'm authorized to be here.
And I bet you two are here about that murder. Nasty stuff. How's it going?
How did you hear about the murder, Ilmo? Do you know anything that could help us?
People tend to tell me things. The Koskela brothers are kind of a household name around here. Speaking of, if you're looking for some fun, stop by Watery. Just down the road from Bright Falls, there's our Coffee World amusement park. There's sauna ja vihta, and we offer a variety of tours, hunting, fishing, hiking, whatever strikes your fancy. You name it, we probably got it.
So, in this scene, you'll notice that Ilmo does not know Saga. Ilmo invites Saga to come visit the town of Watery and is like, oh, hey, if you're in town, you know, do this thing and this thing and this thing. Currently, Ilmo and Saga do not know each other. That will change later, so I want you to keep it in mind. The fact that they talk like strangers here. What's going on the inside of here, though? Ooh. What do we have here? Clear signs of tampering. Signal was rerouted into a transmitter that's not one of ours. I fixed it so any alerts will come our way, but it's definitely concerning. I'll make a report for the investigations department. We're leaving this here in case I'm not the next person to fix this thing. If you're reading this, check for tampering. We may want to put more secure metal casing around the whole thing so that the quote-unquote raccoons don't get to it anymore.
Breaker's disappearance. I don't get the feeling Nightingale was responsible.
He was about to give you more of those pages.
Sus?
Something didn't want us to have them? Or was protecting him from Nightingale? Spontaneous combustion? I don't know. Not the kind of disappearance we normally solve.
Do you know spontaneous combustion cases have gone down exponentially ever since people started smoking cigarettes less? It's like directly correlated. It's really weird. There's no explanation for that.
No sign of Nightingale, but the page did place him at Cauldron Lake in an overlap. So how do we follow him there?
Maybe something around here will tell us.
We've seen this symbol before.
Good eye.
2 triangles pointing up in the shape of a tree.
Monsters? Overlaps? Rituals? What do you make of all of this?
The killers are usually the ones performing the ritual, not the detective, acting out their sick fantasy. They may be trying to get you involved, forcing you into their twisted world.
But with dead men coming alive, the word ritual starts to have more weight behind it. We need to look around, learn what this ritual is. I'll see where these footprints lead. Can you comb through the crime scene one more time, KC? Just in case?
On it. If anything comes up, I'll radio you.
I know Nightingale is somewhere around Cauldron Lake.
The tree was a threshold, this place, and the dark place. You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold, like a doorway, leading to Nightingale. It's somehow connected to a tree. Witch's Ladle? I can feel something. A presence. What is that? These aren't the same tracks that were here before. They're headed into the tree, not out of it. My flashlight burned the dark stuff away. It was covering another page.
The fuse was in place. Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, a bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
The witch's hut. Okay. I trust the pages to lead me to the overlap.
This page, you will notice, is a little bit different. 1, no edits. 2, the name Saga in the text, typewritten pages. Also, all of this information, beneficial to us. All of this is helping us. I am pretty sure this is a page that is an edit because it was written and added to the book after the fact. The reason there's no edits on this one is because this is a new page added to the work.
This is the witch's hut.
Anderson, thought I saw something in the woods. Probably just a deer, but I'm gonna check it out.
Okay, I found another page, following up on a lead. Keep checking in. This one looks good. People should really stop littering, though. Another page.
The image of the witch in the sign. Saga addressed the witch. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign.
Show me the terror. So I think that all of these instances of the ritual to enter the overlaps were added in the edit. When we get into these overlaps throughout Saga's story, we're going to have to perform a different ritual for each, right? And in the first game, it was really important that, like, art was becoming real. I think in this game, they're using the ritual as sort of synecdoche for the production of art. You know what I mean? The process, more than the finished product. But it's also used for, like, in Alan Wake 1, the reason Alan can't write his way out of the dark place, or he can't just write, the dark presence is defeated, because it has to fit the narrative, right? So the bits of the narrative leading up to that ending that he wants is also kind of a ritual, right? It's a series of scenes, behaviors, actions, and objects that lead up to the desired result. I can see art in every one except this overlap. I thought about that too, and I think there is art in this one. There's 2 ways to look at it though. We'll see.
I need Nightingale's heart to get to the overlap. Where is it?
The cultist leaned close. He was there, but he was risen. Nightingale was there. The opposite of sunspots. Who said that?
That's not it. I don't have what I need to find Nightingale's heart. There must be more.
Where is it? Where is it, Joker?
Nightingale's heart. Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
Nightingale's heart is at the general store, in a fridge.
Okay, got another question for you. Was the heart in the general store before Saga did this profiling? Did she discover that?
Casey, I'm headed to the general store. I think I know how to get into the overlap.
Roger that. I followed some ATV tracks in the woods and got a bit turned around.
Did you get lost?
I've only been lost once in my life, Anderson. The years I spent with my ex-wife. I'll find my way back, don't you worry about it.
I've only been lost one time in my life, Anderson. For 6 seasons. Also fun that she's never questioned this ability of hers before. So, yeah, I'm thinking that it's purposefully vague whether or not the heart existed there before this, because we're going to see another perspective of the heart arriving in that icebox, and it is definitely not there until it's there. And we're going to see one explanation for how it gets there. But I think that another explanation is that it's there because of Saga's profiling. One of the reasons I think that is because she's very close to the lake right now, and Saga's mind palace is a form of art. The game tends to treat it that way, and I think that it has the ability to shape reality the same way that Alan's writing does. She just doesn't know that yet. I think her putting these clues together is very similar to what Alan has to do in his writing, which is piece these pieces together, take these evidence and strings, tie them into a narrative that makes sense, and make a story out of it, right? That's what she's doing in her mind palace with the threads and with the evidence, is to combine it into a narrative. And I think that by some definitions of the phrase, that is a form of storytelling. It's a form of art. It's a form of creation, you know? So I think it's entirely possible that the heart is now in that icebox because Saga did that profiling, because it fits the narrative that Saga came up with in her head, yeah. Because she has to follow where the evidence leads, that's also what you have to do with a narrative. You have to go where the narrative leads you.
Christ! Fuck!
The cultist!
A cultist. A monster. Like Nightingale.
Saga edged toward the broken door, her gun ready, flashlight aimed ahead. Nightingale said it would be here. The Cauldron Lake General Store was overgrown left to right. Saga. See how blatant it is that Saga is inserted there? I think it's interesting that right now, Alex Casey is not in this story for really spurious reasons. Why isn't Alex with Saga right now? The answer is Saga went off on her own and Casey was like, oh yeah, I'll wait here. Oh, I think I saw something. I'll go wander off and do that thing. This game keeps doing that, giving Alex kind of spurious reasons not to be a part of the narrative right now. And I think that's interesting because it does make it feel kind of like these are edits being added, you know? Like he was the main character of the story and now he's being sidelined. We've inserted a new character instead. The fact that we use the flashlight to dispel that darkness before grabbing this heart kind of mirrors the idea that the heart is added here by the narrative, right? Because during Alan Wake 1, we talked a little bit about the collective unconscious and the idea that the shadow self is where creativity and imagination are pulled from. There's a dark subconscious that's dark not because it's evil, but because you can't interact with it. It's the same for imagination. When we're asking a question like, where does inspiration come from? Where does art come from? There's a sense in ourselves that it's coming from a part of our own minds that is inaccessible, that is dark, that we can't see and interact with, right? It's like darkness because it's ephemeral. It doesn't have a form or a shape to it until we bring it into the light, right? We give it form as art. Light representing knowledge and the manifestation of the thing. The darkness representing underlying emotion and sort of subliminal inspirations that go into it. Things like tropes and other stories that we've read. Art is a thing that doesn't have a form until we give it one, right? That we have to bring it out of the vague, ephemeral smoke in our mind and put it into something solid. And in the first game, that's represented kind of by the Taken, which are sort of shadowy figures that are, distorted, that are unclear, that are shadows of their self, and you shine the light on them and they become solid. Here I find it interesting that we're doing something similar with this heart, that maybe at some point in the story, this heart was just a MacGuffin. It was, Saga needs a thing from the store, and we didn't have a clear idea of what it would be yet, and the details fill themselves out.
The text on the heart is clearer now, legible.
Like, for instance, the writing on this heart may have been vague at some point. Oh, there's a clue written on the heart that Saga needs. I don't know what it is yet, I'll fill that in later. Right? But now, at this point in the story, it's important what the writing is. So now we can fill in that detail.
I feel like I recognize this. The fridge. The heart. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream. And now I need to give the heart to the witch. Makes total sense.
It's not just that these elements are part of a narrative. It's not just that they're part of a piece of art. It's the ritual. They're being made as we're playing it. You know what I mean? The story's being written and edited while we're in the middle of it. Similar to how Ilmo didn't seem to recognize Saga earlier, but in the next chapter of this game, Ilmo's gonna talk to Saga like he's known her his whole life, because that's an aspect of the story that's just changing on the fly. There will be several instances of this kind of thing. If you think about it, video games are kind of like that. They're an incomplete form of art until the player interacts with them, aren't they? There's something different about a game where if somebody is not interacting with it physically, if there's not a player present, there's no way to consume it as art.
Casey, there are cultists in the area. They're taken, like Nightingale. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm still finding my way back.
You have the worst sense of direction.
Any city in America I can get through drunk and blindfolded. It's these damn trees.
Okay. I'm en route to Witch's Ladle.
Not another one. What do they say? Gruesome ritual murder. Hiking.
The return of the nightmare!
Okay. He's just yelling horror movie title suggestions at this point. Kinda, yeah. They're like back of the box snippets, aren't they? Later on, these rituals will have more to do with some pieces of art, in one sense of the word. What's kind of neat about this first one is that the ritual here is to recreate a scene from the ending of Alan Wake 1. When Alan reaches the clicker into Barbara Jagger's chest and clicks it to end the game. In Saga's version of these overlaps, they're going to be related to this story about the Witch's Ladle. The next one's going to be about the legend of a haunted well. The one after that is a story about a family that's been put to music. It's really interesting to me because in Saga's side of things, what she's doing is collecting sagas, stories, tales. That's her entrance into the overlap, is to put together these yarns. And for a character whose name is Saga, who is named after a Norse storyteller, whose name literally means, a story, it's appropriate, I think. It's very dry for a heart.
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the Heart Witch.
Show me the terror. Click. This red lighting is great. It's a little giallo,
Casey, I think I'm in the overlap. Are you still on your way? Casey! Casey, do you read me? Fuck. Okay, Saga. Going in solo. Logan? Logan! Where are you? What the fuck was that? Logan's back in Virginia.
Yeah, she
You're
can't be
imagining
here.
things.
You're going to notice a neat little effect here, where when Saga's walking through, I believe this tunnel of the trees, it's going to be overlaid with the image of a different location, and it's going to be a little bit disorientating, and I think it's great, and I love it. I love to see it, and it's something that's borrowed directly from Twin Peaks: The Return.
Please help me. What was that? Wait. Did I get turned around?
There's this interesting wavy effect that's going on in the distance here that's almost like being underwater, like you're viewing this through the ocean. You've got your eyes open underwater.
Trapped here. Who escaped? Danger.
Who is that? It's like they're coming in over a bad signal.
Okay. These symbols are not the same as the Cult of the Tree. Two downward-facing triangles forming a W. That's important for later. Oh, I love that effect so much! Oh, come on, hit the weak point. Right in the heart.
Oh shit!
I want to get away from whatever that is. There he is. What?
Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm
I am.
Saga Anderson, FBI. I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
Yes, I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
How to escape. In danger. The dark presence.
Danger. Thanks. Got it. Are you okay?
No! It's my fault! It got out with my face! Scratch!
Sir, calm down. I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
It's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before...
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've been...
Wake? Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13 years.
13.
My name is Alan Wake. 2.
Anders, where did you go? All of a sudden, the radio stopped working, and then that flooding just disappeared. Crazy forest. Is this who I think it is?
Casey, say hello to Alan Wake. Mr. Wake, this is Special Agent Alex Casey. He'll escort you to our car.
Alan's like
If the flooding's receded,
kidding with
there
that
might be
name, right?
evidence we-
Alex Casey? How? Am I still... Is this the dark place? No, it can't be. I got out. Okay, just give me a moment. It's okay.
Take your time.
Just let me settle down, man. Let me talk about this real quick. I love that Alex Casey here is so resentful of Alan because Alan wrote a series of crime novels about a detective named Alex Casey, and then there were a series of movies based on those. Right. But from, like, the audience's perspective, we're familiar with Alan's novels of Alex Casey. And then in this game, they introduce a new character whose name is Alex Casey, and who's got the same face as Max Payne. I love this because it portrays Casey as being resentful of his own creator, which is made all the better by the fact that he's wearing the face of Sam Lake, this game's director and co-writer. And given that Alan is almost a self-insert for Sam Lake, it feels like the creation hates its creator, if that makes sense. It's great.
Mr. Wake, we're taking you back to our field office in Bright Falls. You can freshen up there, and then we'll talk properly.
Hey, Mom. Before you say anything, I'm totally fine. Don't freak out. Dad shouldn't have even texted you.
Logan, no one texted me. What's going on?
I'm totally fine. I slipped, that's all. God, it's not the end of the world.
Put your father on the phone.
Okay. Dad, it's Mom.
Don't worry, hon. Logan slipped in the shower and bumped her head. She has a slight concussion, but I'm keeping an eye on her. Lucky I heard her fall. She could have drowned.
Jesus, David. Why didn't you call?
I tried. It didn't go through. She's fine, really.
Not a lot of reception in that extra-dimensional space.
No, it's, just weird case, that's all.
Well, if you need a hint, my years of board game victories tell me Colonel Mustard did it.
I'll keep an eye out for him. Love you, Dave.
Love you too, honey. Want to say bye to Logan?
Just tell her I love her. Bye for now. Is there anyone you'd like us to reach out to, Mr. Wake? You've been gone a long time.
No. They'd be in danger. It'll come for me.
Okay, let's talk about something else. Robert Nightingale. Do you know him?
The Dark Presence got him back then. That's the last time I saw him. 13 years. Fuck me.
Tell us about the pages. You had what looks like a title page with you. Return. Is this the name of the story on these pages? The writer's name has been scratched out pretty violently, but your name can still be made out underneath.
Scratch.
Scratched out. Yeah. Scratch.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember. It's a crazy jumble, like a nightmare.
Some kind of American nightmare.
I remember.
Okay, gotta talk about that loading screen there is a direct homage to Twin Peaks The Return. Partially because there's scenes of The Return that involve like a swirling vortex that appears in the sky, but also because of episode 8 of The Return, which has that jumbled, jarring, flashing, intense imagery. It's pretty clearly a reference to that sort of thing. But also, I find it kind of fascinating that water is used to kind of communicate the difference between one world and another. It's sort of the portal or the doorway between them, in the way that a puddle can be a reflection, that there might be an entire world behind it. A mirror of some kind. I like this idea that water contains the memory of the world. It's been on the earth through everything, in different forms. I imagine that every bit of water on this planet has touched every part of land at one point or another here throughout millions of years. Yay! Notice how he touches his forehead when he wakes up? He'll do that every time.
We have a great show for you here tonight. Alan Wake is here. One of my all-time favorite writers and guests on the show. He's here to talk about his latest book. Our house band,
Was I on a talk show tonight? Waking up in places with no memory of how I'd gotten there. It was out of control. I didn't need another mugshot in the fucking tabloids. Had I already done the show? Was that a recording?
Well, there's a Sam Lake, signed by Sam Lake, Ati, Alan Wake, and Warlin Door. Okay, so I want to talk about Warlin Door for a second. Where do I start? So back in 2010, Alan Wake disappeared into Cauldron Lake. However, years before that, there was a man named Martin Hatch who was exposed to a great deal of chronon energy. So much so that his consciousness was split between an infinite number of alternate dimensions and timelines, and then pulled himself back into a single form that exists at all points in time and space, right? Becoming some kind of anomalous being. He was played by Lance Reddick, and I believe that Mr. Door in this game would also have been played by Lance Reddick if it weren't for his untimely death. I believe that was probably the first choice, given that Sean Ashmore plays the main character in Quantum Break, and also Sheriff Tim Breaker in this game. Martin Hatch. If you turn the M in Martin upside down and you uncross the T, it says Warlin. A door is a hatch. You get it.
Can we chart Sam Lake?
Yes, please. Martin Hatch and Warlin Door are the same person. He couldn't be Martin Hatch, though, because Quantum Break as an IP is owned by Microsoft, so they can't use those names. Same reason they can't say Max Payne, because that's an IP that's owned by Rockstar. This seems so normal.
Give a warm welcome to Mr. Alan Wake.
Oh, good to see you, Alan. Great to see you. Welcome back to the show. Come on, sit down. It is so good to see you, Alan. This must be an exciting time for you. Tell me, does it ever get old?
So does what get old?
I hear you have a new video game coming out.
Are you okay there, my friend? You look like you've been cooped up in the writer's room for a few too many years.
This is exactly how I feel.
I've waited so long to get my hands on the sequel to Departure. You left us on quite the cliffhanger. We've all been dying to know what "it's not a lake, it's an ocean" really means.
You and me both.
Well, our wait is over. Your new book, Initiation, hits the shelves tomorrow.
What?
That's exactly what every reader will be asking. This book is mind-bending. It's so cerebral. I mean, how would you describe it? An auto-fictional thought experiment? A horror story? A postmodern detective story?
Wait, this isn't right. I haven't written anything.
He's so humble.
You got me.
How modest.
I'd remember if I'd written a book, right?
Maybe it was written by your evil double. Well played, man. That is spot on. Playing the role here. Pretending the world of the book overlaps our own. Very meta indeed. You see, Initiation tells the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of a novel he has forgotten he has written. The book is set in New York, but it might not be New York at all. He is tormented by his dark doppelganger and guided by visions of a fictional detective he has written. That's right. Alex Casey is in this book as well.
Crossover of the century.
The joke's on me.
Isn't that what you sign up for with autofiction? No, but seriously, I found the structure of the reality you build in the book fascinating. Reminded me of The Matrix. I mean, the writer is physically in his writer's room, trapped there, and he projects himself out to this dark dream of New York through the story he is writing. Like astral projection. Did I get that right?
Yeah. That's exactly right. Go on. I should be taking notes here. This is great stuff.
Notes to that other Alan Wake in that room writing this as we speak? Are we all in your story, Alan? Wow. I wish you every success with your new book, Alan. I hope it's as successful as your best-selling Alex Casey series. Initiation hits the shelves tomorrow. After this, I'm sure we'll all be eagerly awaiting the culmination of this hero's journey trilogy of yours. A book called Return, perhaps. Man, thank you for one of the strangest interviews of my entire career, Alan. All this talk of meta-narratives. Half expecting to disappear once this scene ends.
Alan's just like, don't mind me. I'm gonna have about 3 or 4 nervous breakdowns while you keep talking.
It'll be alright. Lance Reddick would have been great. David Harwood is phenomenal. I agree. I think he's doing an awesome job with this. That interview is really interesting because I think from an outside perspective, especially from Alan's perspective, he thinks he's being toyed with, right? At first, there's like this little bit of disbelief, and then it's like, okay, I'll play along, the joke's on me. And not just the fact that he doesn't remember writing the book, but the fact that the interview is happening at all. I think that he's like dimly aware that he's still in the dark place. What's kind of fascinating to me though is you could almost read this as Mr. Dorr is also dropping hints. If Alan is in the process of writing Initiation during this interview, isn't Mr. Dorr kind of steering the story by dropping those ideas about, like, wandering around New York, astral projecting, his evil doppelganger, a book called Return?
I needed to get home. To Alice. What the hell was that interview? Some kind of joke? Initiation? I never wrote a book called Initiation. This felt like a bad dream. Could make a good horror story.
The show is called In Between with Mr. Dorr. The door is not being subtle. A door between two rooms exists in both, does it not? One reason Warland Dorr and Ati speak the way they do is to keep the dark place guessing, because it's hinted that it's conscious and listening to everything they say. That sounds right to me.
Hey! I think I've been locked in! Anybody?
Fuck. Now I have to find the code myself. Old Gods of Asgard. That name sounded familiar. Great. There was something here. A broken transmission I couldn't quite make out. What was that? There was something in the studio with me.
That's probably nothing else.
I had to get out.
Oh no.
This is the ritual to lead you on.
Waking up from the nightmare, I felt like a drowning man gasping for air. This place felt familiar. A ghost of a memory surfaced. About riding here for countless days.
Is that Barbara Jagger's house? Yes. This is the attic of the Bird Leg Cabin from Alan Wake 1. And if you look out the window, I really like how it looks like you're looking out into the lake. It's just water out there. This room looks so depressing, it's funny. Could you imagine Alan Wake being in this room for 13 years and then trying to produce something with creativity? Trying to produce art? I can excuse Alan's writing because of this.
A plot board for mapping out a story. On the index cards, the nightmare that just happened to me. A summary of the story so far, but other notes as well. Warnings. I had written them. I couldn't remember what it all meant. The name Scratch filled me with dread. I could trust these words. I had to act on them. I was right to escape. I didn't remember much. But I knew my thoughts and ideas could manifest as reality in this dark place. I'd use my writing to project myself out of this room, like a deep-sea diver to go deeper and explore the depths of this prison for a way out. This room was my boat. Writing was my lifeline. I would start again at the talk show.
Yeah, touch your forehead, Alan.
Oh, you're too kind. Welcome back.
Welcome back to the show. So, Alan, as the creator of the character, how do you feel about this?
Sorry, what?
I know it can be an awkward question with the man sitting right next to you, but I mean, how do you feel about him in the role of Casey? Does he look the part to you?
He's doing the face.
He looks exactly like I always imagined Casey to be.
Thank you. That means so much to me. I'm a huge fan of your books.
So, what's the problem, Alan? Because on more than one occasion, you voiced your reservations about the adaptations.
It's not that. They're their own thing. They've gone with choices that are different from mine. I feel protective about my stories, and these adaptations, I guess I just wish I could have been more involved in making them.
I just want to point out, there was a Max Payne movie and a Max Payne 3, and as far as I know, Sam Lake wasn't involved in either.
Well, in that case, you won't have seen this either. We have a clip from the new film, Murder Case Casey. Should we roll it, or do you want to say something first, Sam?
Nah, just roll it.
This city was an old scar that refused to heal. The rain made it fester. It needed the sun, but there was only the night. I was tired. Insomnia covered me like a plastic film. I was watching the world through a rain-slick window, my own reflection haunting the view. I was trying to track down a missing writer. My only clue was a table lamp, shaped like an angel, the only thing that shed light on this sordid mystery.
That's great! Murder Case Casey! Great job, Sam. Very exciting and very meta. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Wait, stop. What was that about a writer? About a lamp?
You heard him, Alan. It was a preview. So, I think we can try this door. Nope. Five, 6, 5. Got it. You know that one joke about how everyone in Kingdom Hearts is either Sora or Xehanort? I feel like there's a lot of characters in Alan Wake that are just Sam Lake. Alex Casey is Sam Lake's face, played by an actor whose name is Sam Lake. Alan is a self-insert for Sam Lake. Scratch is an evil Alan Wake.
Hello?
I love this poster. I want one on my wall. Look at it.
Ah, Lorraine! There you are, Tom. Oh, not so much evil that not a bit of good as well.
That's what they say.
Not one without the other. Good to see you.
Hey, I can't seem to find my way out of here. Can you point me to the exit?
The helvetis. Of course, Tom. The work will instruct its maker. I was gonna get something from the basement for you, but you can get it yourself now.
Ati, why do you call him Tom? Tom is also Sam Lake.
What do you want me to get from the basement? And my name's Alan, not Tom.
Ja, mutta katsoppa, a man, but a man with a tool makes two, Tom. And a man with a tool can build his own exit. It's in a shoebox, in the basement where you left it. Safe as in the Lord's purse. Here's the key.
Thank you, Ati.
Have we met before? Are you trapped in the dark place too?
You remember Ahti, the janitor. You can't be lost if you don't worry about where you are headed. So don't worry, Tom. The sun will shine even into a heap of twigs. Just remember to turn on the lights. It won't take long when you get to work.
The janitor was a bit out there, but still a friendly face. I had to trust the basement would get me out of here.
I love Adi. He is a specific type of old Finnish man pretty much everyone knows some point here in Finland.
That's so good. Yeah, Ati's a delight, and I'm so glad to see more of him in this game. I think it would have been really easy to overuse Ati, especially given how popular he was with fans in Control, but I don't think this game does.
An old lamp in a shoebox. The lamp felt significant, a tool for bringing light to the darkness. Whoa! When the light jumped into my lamp, the whole room changed, like something in a dream. I felt another surge from the lamp. The glow in the lamp went out, shifting the light in the room.
This door opens the opposite way. There we go. I understand the lamp from a puzzle-solving mechanic. You want your saga sections to have the conspiracy board where you're putting things together and kind of mystery solving. And then you have your Alan sections. Your main gameplay mechanic is kind of this light and dark puzzle solving kind of thing. But it does also answer a question from Alan Wake 1, which is, what was the clicker attached to? What was the clicker for? Because it's a severed wire on both ends. And now we have an answer to that. Because it was once attached to a lamp. The clicker is for good puppies.
The dark place wants to drown me. I'm losing myself. I have to fight it. I have to remember. The clicker, the light switch. I lost it. But I have the lamp now. The lamp the switch was cut from. This place is a nightmare. Not real, and yet more real than anything. The danger and the horror real. It feeds off my mind, twisting whatever it takes into psychotic reality. I'm trapped here. I write to escape. I've tried this many times, written countless stories, forgotten how many. I keep failing, but I must keep trying. I use the story to dive deeper. Every word I write is a step forward on this spiral in the darkness. I dive to the bottom to find the answer, the map.
A spiral, huh?
But how do you open a door that's not a door? At the bottom of an ocean that's not an ocean, and a lake that's not a lake.
How do you open a door that's not a door? You don't need to. It's already ajar. I do like how much already in this game we spend more time with Alan in the writer's room and like backstage at the TV studio in the places where like the work is being done to create the thing, more so than where you experience the final product. It's sort of interesting that the television studio is a location, because that's not a place where you watch TV. It's not a place where you consume the art.
The payphone was ringing. Somehow I knew the call was for me.
I think it's also part of what this game has to say about the ritual. We've heard a couple of times, this is the ritual to lead you on, and it feels very important to this story for characters to be performing certain like ritualistic actions, to be doing certain things in order to cause new things to happen. And I think there's a couple different ways you can look at that, because one of those is the creation of art is something of a ritual in itself, right? The act of making the thing is part of the process of making art from something that's cognitive, something that's nothing but raw inspiration, into something that's physical in order to manifest it, right? There's a process to doing that. It doesn't just happen. But the other thing about the ritual, I think, is that when Alan is doing his writing, certain plot beats have to be justified. There's a way that you make a narrative, especially if you're telling a story, and that's a ritual in and of itself, because there needs to be setup, build up, payoff, rising action, climax, falling action. Like, there's certain things that a story is going to require. And obviously, not every story. You can definitely break that, especially if you're, I don't know, a Dadaist, or if you're doing stream of consciousness writing, or you're Virginia Woolf or something. Like, you can break that, obviously. Even so, there are still rituals that you perform in the art in order to wind up at the outcome. Also, if you're writing Alan Wake 2, starting out with the ending of Alan Wake 1 is not a bad place to open. He couldn't write in Alan Wake shot the dark presence with a shotgun and walked out because it would break the entire structure of the story. Yeah. There's a ritual that needs to be completed here.
Yeah, I was thinking Alan's weakness as an artist that he is too rigid in his thinking when writing, which can limit his creativity.
For sure. Yeah.
Hello?
Alan Wake?
Yes.
Do you know who I am?
No? Who is this?
We'll get to that later. There are spies all over. Shadows.
A sense of deja vu washed over me. Had I had this conversation before?
Alan, listen to me carefully. Caldera Street Station. The subway. You need to go there. I'll call you again later. Make sure to pick up.
Do I know you? I know you from somewhere.
You've just forgotten again. We're in it together. Don't worry. I got you now. We've been working great.
I'm losing you. Hello? Hello?
I really appreciate the work they did making this version of New York feel like it's made out of Alan's writing. Here's a couple of instances of that. I like Night Owl News. We have Hard Boiled Newspaper. Wake Up, New York. All of the posters are Night Springs and Casey novels, all of which Alan wrote. Ocean View Hotel. The Ocean View Motel is a location in Control, and I want you to remember the idea of Crossroads, please. Especially right across from the Mr. Doors Theater. Murderer stalks shadows. Murder cult rumors spread. Alright. We're trying to get to Caldera Street Station. We've heard Caldera Street subway station mentioned in this game earlier when Saga was going through the overlap. A caldera, I'm sure you probably know, is a very, very, very deep lake, which is caused by old volcanic activity.
Writer, I write. Writing is the key. Art is the key to find my way out of the dark place. Don't you fucking forget this. I'm in the dark place. I'm outside time and space, outside reality. But this is real. A nightmare dimension, an ocean of darkness. Remember, its dark energy can make art come true, make dreams and nightmares come true. Yes, I can use this. I need to use this. Hungry, monstrous things out there, wanting to stop me, to devour me, become me. Oh no. There's nothing left.
Is this the way it was on the page?
What the hell? Oh, hey, we met at Door's show.
Alan Wake, the writer. I'm Alex Casey.
Wearing Max Payne's tie and jacket.
Come on, what is this?
There's a piece of evidence, a manuscript of a novel. You wouldn't know anything about it?
A manuscript? What manuscript? I need to see it.
Rumor had it the manuscript contained the details of the murders. The murder cult was following the story to commit their gruesome acts. Was Wake their leader? Had he written it? How far would he go to create a perfect work of art? Or would he be the next victim? Stay here.
No, wait! I need a gun!
No chance.
Casey!
Alright, please remember Alan saying, "Wait, I need a gun," and Casey saying, "No chance." Please remember that for later.
I remember dying in this alley in a dream I had. He was just gonna keep killing me here, loop by loop. Not gonna get what you want. You think you know. You know shit. You don't really wanna know. You're gonna get what's coming to you.
Is he okay? I don't think he's gonna make it.
This was an echo of the books I had written for years. Picking up Casey's gun felt like I was assuming the role of the detective.
Alright, this is the symbol here of the Cult of the Word. We're familiar with the Cult of the Tree from earlier, whose symbol was a tree made out of two upward-facing triangles. This one is a W made by two downward-facing triangles. W for the word? W for wake, perhaps? So, here's an open question for you, because I've got an interpretation here, but I want to know what y'all think. In Alan Wake 1, what are the Taken? Why do the Taken behave the way that they do? We had a couple of theories, because we were thinking, well, a lot of what they do is they speak in, like, fragments of advertising, of little bits of writing you might find, like, on a website or a billboard or something like that, right? They talk about cabins for rent and hot dog contests. There's a corporatization about it, and it's one of the reasons that I went into Alan Wake 1 with the idea that they're using the dark presence as sort of a metaphor for capital, and that perhaps it's one thing it's grabbing onto is bits of throwaway writing and making characters out of it. Or maybe they were just characters that Alan wrote into the story that were too two-dimensional, that they didn't have much going on besides one or two, like, token lines of dialogue, and the dark presence kind of took that and ran with it, right? The shadows in New York in this game, I don't think are Taken. I think they're different. I think they're something else. And, moreover, I don't think they're part of Alan's art. We'll get into it later. But I do want to ask the question, what are the Taken in Saga's story? And what are these shadows in Alan's story? And how do they work and where do they come from? Mr. Scratch. We're never out of your way. Caldera Street Station, AW. Alan Wake? Or is there supposed to be an E at the end of that?
I needed to find another light to go deeper inside.
I think the shadows in Alan's story are probably an aspect of Alan's self-doubt and self-criticism that prevents Alan from creating stories.
That's an interpretation. Yeah. It's my take that they might be a result of somebody else's art. But, like I said, we'll get there.
Hello? Oh. Hey, Alan.
Sorry. Have we met?
Memory problems again, huh? Yeah, we've met. Tim Breaker. We've shared notes. Hey,
Hi, Tim.
Still haven't found my mystery man, though.
Who's this mystery man?
Oh, it wouldn't be much of a mystery if I knew. All I have is a name. Warland Dorr.
The talk show host?
No, that doesn't sound like him. The guy has many disguises, but a talk show host? I'll keep looking.
Mm-hmm. I saw him in a video game once. Oh, man,
You're
me
making
too.
a map.
Trying to. It's hard to map a dream, though. I keep ending up in unexpected places. I find interesting things like those strange markings that react to the light, but never the one thing that I'm looking for. Feel free to check the map out.
I appreciate the help.
Well, that's my crazy wall. I'm just trying to make sense of things.
I love his crazy wall, though. I was at the morgue. I was about to give evidence to the FBI. Dorr transported me here to this dream reality. Why? We did see, like, that flash of Dorr right when Tim disappears, which sets this up quite a bit. Missing time, no memory. Until now. Have I always ended up here? Well, I forget when I get home. Abducted, aliens, Dorr, UFO, polyhedrons, dreams. Me, but not me. Others I know, yet they're different. The red-headed woman? I know a woman with red hair.
See you around, Alan.
Yeah, these shadows don't spout advertising slogans and bits of writing. They're saying wake. There's initiation and return. Oh shit, it's the fuzz. Let's get out of here. Cheese it. Okay, so you know how I said I really like that this version of New York really feels like it's made out of Alan's writing? Part of that is obviously because of all the graffiti that says, like, find Alice, don't write, and things like that. But I find it much more interesting when they give us stuff like, stop writing, wake, you may not be the only you out there. This subway line map? Do you want to go to Brooklyn or Manhattan or the Bronx, the Bronx, the Bronx, the Bronx, the Bronx?
Something about the station platform felt significant. It would work in my writing, but I needed more.
Looper Express to Mirror Heights. Late nights. You end here. Dark Avenue. You think you're God? You think you could just make stuff up? You think you can play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now and I'll make you suffer. That kind of stuff, when it's printed on, like, what's clearly, like, incidental warnings and posters in the environment, is so good. I love it.
FBI agent had come here before me on the trail of a murder cult. He'd gone missing, presumed dead. The cult was leaving me clues to follow, connecting the dots from one murder to the next, inviting me to draw an obscene picture on the city map.
That happened to me at the end of The Looker.
I had a flash of inspiration, the ghost of my fictional detective, a story thread I could use in my writing. I had a location, I had a story thread. I would put them together, write them into my story.
They caught him. The blood trail led to the darkness of the tunnel.
Things clicked into place. The story rang true. I was making progress.
Here's what he says. It's not like your story's already good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work. This is still so good. Oh my god. Fucking passive-aggressive poster. That's not passive at all. It's just aggressive. Alan sees himself reflected in his work and finds himself lacking. I'm positive any one of us who has ever made art before has looked at our own art and gone, this makes me hate myself. It's not true, obviously, but like, you know, it's a feeling that I feel like every artist has had.
The blood trail continued deeper into darkness.
Alan Wake.
I missed that Nightingale's overlap had the FBI agent who got in too deep. It does, yeah. You will actually notice that all of Alan's stories involve a murder, and all of the people who were murdered will show up in Saga's story. It's something that connects the two of them.
Shit. I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah.
The tunnels were a maze. The blood trail led me on. Another place to use in the story. I had a new idea for a scene. I changed the story. And with that, the dark place changed. The federal agent had come here looking for answers. All he found was a fate worse than death.
It's bad luck to be on this case. The cult can get you anywhere with that black magic shit. Let the day shift handle it. What happened, anyway?
Some Fed came looking for the cult, but it was a trap, a satanic blood sacrifice.
Anyone who gets involved with the cult, they're next. I heard their leader is this famous writer, Alan Wake, their unholy motherfucking messiah.
Sounds like a load of bull.
Hey, those are familiar voices. The New York City Police Department in this scene will be played by Mulligan and Thornton from the Bright Falls Sheriff's Station. Welcome our guest stars.
Another echo lingered here, a source of inspiration.
Help me, ma'am. Word is, your research can help me, ma'am. What do you know?
There's more than one urban legend about the Cult of the Word. The murder cult used these tunnels for their ritual sacrifices. They say the cult reenacted the murders in Alan Wake's crime books. That Wake was even involved somehow, under a false identity. Mr. Scratch, which is, of course, a nickname for the devil himself.
It was disturbing finding myself in the story this way, but I was desperate, and it felt right for the story.
Hey, the researcher in this scene is played by that true crime writer who found the necklace, one of the bookers.
Wake.
Initiation.
Subway tunnels. Is it a previous draft of my writing? Must be. I've been trying to shape the dark place around me, but so much fades away. Even my memory of the process, washed away by dark waves. But some things remain. The darkest, nastiest elements, like the murder site. It's my goal, a stepping stone to travel deeper to escape. Write a narrative that takes me there. Casey will lead me to it.
The train blocked my way forward, but it was here for a reason. It had a role to play.
This is a type of role-playing train.
I had a new beat for the story.
Missing FBI agent?
Hello? Anyone there?
Dead.
So, very blink and you'll miss it, but the voice on the radio was Agent Estevez, who is a character that has not appeared in the game yet. She'll show up later.
The story thread felt right here. The cult poured the gasoline over the train car, an iron cage that would soon become a coffin.
Why would you say it like that? Probably.
Come on, ma'am.
This is where the history of the cult gets genuinely disturbing. The cultists tracked down the torchbearers living in the tunnels. They locked the poor folks up in a derailed subway car, doused it in gasoline.
Charming.
It turns into a bit of a ghost story after that. They say the dark smoke from the fire still roams the tunnels searching for new victims to devour.
There are no happy endings in this city.
This gets a little gruesome.
A sick and twisted story. But it worked.
If you got a problem seeing cadavers, I'd maybe look away for a minute. It looks like it smells pretty bad in here. Gross.
None of this was real. It was all real. Fuck me.
Casually just writing the death of a bunch of people to make a path. It wouldn't be the first time. There are characters in this game who are mad at Alan for writing them into the story just to progress the plot so that he can escape, right? Deer. And a fawn. Hey! Notice how the deer and the fawn are going now? So, who do we know in this story that is related to deer and who has a kid? There's a story happening here. That's upsetting. That is upsetting to me. I don't like that. Foreshadowing is a literary device.
Alan Wake. There's nothing left. Alan Wake.
Alan Wake.
The echoing hall had a story to tell. I had found another compelling location to use.
During this first case, I think I'm going to see what all the environments look like in all of their different forms. But hey, if you play this game for yourself, I highly recommend trying out all the different versions of every scene, because some of them are interesting. Torchbearers, like a Lightbringer. Torchbearers were the group that Cynthia Weaver was with in Alan Wake 1 that left those caches and glowing paint around. But also, yes, like a Lightbringer, like a champion of light.
The hole had changed into the murder cult's hideout.
The Sudden Stop, an Alex Casey thriller.
The cultists were close now, a dark presence rising from the depths.
The writer, not of the last, the shadow casts third eye. Project the night, this is your time. The first word, not the last. Not the writer, the light, the shadow. To write, to lead, your friends will meet him when you're gone. Interestingly, that's not a piece of Wake's writing. They have scratched out Wake's writing to create one of Zane's poems, or at least snippets of it.
This is the ritual to lead you on.
The Fed had witnessed something here that made him run scared. Whether the summoning ritual had been a bona fide supernatural event or the mass psychosis of stark raving lunatics, it didn't change the facts. The cult was messing with things no one should mess with.
The writing of Alan Wake.
I had a new idea, a new story thread.
The cult practiced their rituals.
This thread would create something terrible in the signal, but it's what the story needed.
Creepy.
Turns out the cultists weren't the only ones using the tunnels. Hidden graffiti signs marked secret routes. I kept hearing whispers around burn barrels of an underground society of mystic outsiders with hidden knowledge.
What is this, Indigo Prophecy? But now we've got so many new styles to try.
Tree of torchbearers painted the tree there. The tree tree of knowledge, the tree of life with its roots reaching down to hell. It could have been a Christmas tree for all the good it did him.
You'll notice that there's this tunnel here that we're trying to get through. That's kind of our objective right now. We're trying to get through a tunnel underneath a tree, the same as Saga. Saga's also trying to get through an overlap, a passageway, a portal in the tree.
I was making my way deeper into the story. I could imagine this murder cult performing their macabre acts beyond the collapsed tunnel. The cultists laid the Casey novel onto the altar with reverence. Their twisted Bible.
Imagine making your entire cult out of the kind of crime novel you'd pick up at an airport. Like, I don't know if I would describe Alan's books as holy. They're more duty-free.
The dark presence.
Oh no! Yeah! Yeah! Not so big now. Yeah, I don't like light bulbs. Well, subway car's going.
The tunnel was open now. I could get through.
Yay!
The dark presence. I had seen it before. I remembered now. It was always out there, hunting me.
So in Ellen's section of the overlap, we do wind up seeing the flooded woods around Cauldron Lake.
I had found the murder site. Somehow the victim's heart was the key. Something had shifted. I felt an overwhelming closeness to home.
Usually when you see that little flash with the static, that means something specific. We saw the same thing when Alan appeared on the beach. I think that the game is setting up the idea that because Alan found the heart here in the dark place, that transported it to where it needed to be. If Alan hadn't have found this heart, it wouldn't have been inside the icebox, and then Saga wouldn't have been able to get through the overlap, because that was a thing she needed, right? So it's set up that what Alan's doing is going through these environments and collecting items that Saga's going to need. What's a complicating factor to this is that the pages that describe what's needed for the ritual are written by Alan. The same way that Saga's being written into the story, the edits are also adding bits of the ritual and instructions on what to do and how to get into the overlap. So whoever's doing those edits is the one who's determining what's needed, and they're decidedly things that exist in the dark place and are being transported into the real world. That said, what's actually transporting them is kind of an open question. Did this heart disappear from here and wind up in the icebox because Alan found it? Or is it because this is the part of the story when Saga filled out the correct narrative in the yarn board? And I think it's a little bit of both, but I think it's probably a little more of the latter. I also think it's interesting that the first boss of the game is Nightingale, and he shows up on the beach, is taken to the morgue, becomes a Taken, and then his body gets up and starts walking around and killing people. But then after Saga puts him down, he disappears. After that boss fight, Nightingale's body is gone, and I think that's because it's here. This is Nightingale's real body. He was pulled into the dark place, made a part of this story, and this is where Nightingale actually died. Saga's information says that the wound on the chest, like the heart, is post-mortem, and that the bloating of the body indicates more than 2 weeks, I believe. I think he died here in this point in the story, and then the Taken version of him came out. Like, I think that's the case.
An FBI agent? Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
She can hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI.
This is Alan Wake. I'm trapped here. The dark place. Under Cauldron Lake.
Cauldron Lake? Where are you?
I'm trying to escape. I'm making progress, but I'm in danger. The dark presence. Help me. Please, help me. I could sense it. I was closer to home. Had the woman in the vision helped me somehow? Something had changed. Outside. Parliament Tower. Where I'd lived with Alice. It was out there, waiting for me.
Something compelling about someone calling for help through this barrier or this distance that makes communication feel impossible. Someone calling for help to this person who may or may not even be a fictional character. Yeah. I think Alan knows that Saga can't be fictional because she's not something that he wrote into the story yet. What I think is interesting about that is that we get to see both sides of that conversation, the one that Saga had and the one that Alan had, and we get to kind of tell which words have been cut out of each conversation in order to sort of steer it, if that makes sense. In this first conversation, it's both characters just being a little vaguer when certain things are missing. That said, later on this will not be the case, and something interesting is going to happen with the order that they're presented in that makes it even more confusing, because the next conversation that Saga... we'll get there. The writer of the first word, not the writer of the last, with the terror of the light and the shadow cast. The third eye now open, to project the night. This is the moment to write. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. It just occurred to me, this is the moment to write. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. Alan is doing the ritual of writing, the process of creating art. The thing that your friends will meet when you are gone might refer to Scratch in this narrative, but if we take it as a larger message, the idea that your art will outlast you, that people's concept of you will exist when you don't anymore, is, I think, an interesting one. Because, I'm a white rabbit. I think a lot about Lewis Carroll. I know a little bit about, his history and his life. I know about his art. But the character of Lewis Carroll that I have in my head is not the same as the person that existed. That's the one that I know when he's gone.
Stepping to the murder site, I'd felt it, hanging in the air. A meaning, the violent emotion of the act, like a cloud of wrath. The dead eyes of the victim staring at something you couldn't see, and yet making you aware of it. Something had soaked into this place on a molecular level, overlapping with your meaningless existence. A regression to something you had managed to forget, marking you, taking you for a ride, making you crazier.
Is a video game not this game's concept of a threshold? A barrier between reality and fiction? My hands on my controller influencing what happens in the television? What happens in the television influencing what's happening in my head? Is this not a conversation that I'm having with the art I'm consuming? Is this not an overlap? Is this the ritual to lead you on? This game makes my head hurt. The Dark Place, opening soon, a photography and videography exhibition by Alice Wake.
Parliament Tower, our home in New York. Was I really this close to being home? Or was this just an echo of the real thing? Even then, the murder site had brought me one step closer to escape.
Hey, Alan. Thank God it picked up. I thought I lost you again.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Did you go deeper? To the overlap?
Are you talking about the murder site? Yeah, I did.
That's fantastic, Alan. We're closer to getting out. We're making progress.
We would be if you would answer my damn questions.
Last time we spoke, you were pretty worried about Alice. Did you ever check Parliament Tower to make sure she really got out of the Dark Place?
Well, of course she got out. That's why I'm here. That's the whole goddamn point.
Be very careful, Alan. The Dark Presence is stealing from you. It can already manifest as your double. Scratch will come...
Wait, hello?
Stealing your wife? Scratch is heckin' cooking Alan.
Maybe he was a victim. The writer. Maybe he was a victim. The cult. using his words. Or maybe he was the monster behind it all. Either way, Alice Wake, his ex, she knew things. It was there in her art for all to see. A cry for help. The darkness she'd witnessed, and that put her in danger.
Was Alice here? In the story?
You can see there's some ools here in the very Art Deco designs of this place, which I really like. Specifically the Egyptomania side of Art Deco. Yeah, which was big in New York. Oh, yeah. I think there's going to be a jump scare at the top of this elevator. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know when we get to the top of here, it's going to be a little obnoxious.
Alice's photo equipment set to go off when the door opens.
Get out! Leave me alone!
Alice! Alice!
Alice, this is a photo of Scratch. How did Alice get this? Is he stalking her? Alice's video camera. No memory card inside.
Video art doc. On screens, multi. Focal point of the dark place. Alright, here's a thought that I had. If we look at some of these photos, we can see like these blurry shapes here. I think that the shadows we see in New York during Alan's sections of this game are the dark place manifesting these shades from Alice's art. They don't seem to behave or talk like the snippets of Alan's writing. There's things like this that make me think that it's possible that these are manifestations of Alice's art.
Alice's memory card.
When I was younger, photography was everything to me. I moved to New York thinking I'd make it as an artist. And then I met Alan. We had a good thing. We were both dedicated by our creative ambitions. The only difference was that Alan's work made money. He brought me work when he could. I took his promo shots, created covers for his books. I'm sure he forced his publisher into it. I was taking photos, just not my photos. And that gnawed at me. Things got complicated sometimes, but that's life, right? We loved each other. Then Alan hit a block. I brought out a meaner side of him, one I didn't like. I set up a trip to see a doctor in Washington. I didn't tell him until we got there. We argued. Things went wrong, and he was just gone. Drowned, allegedly. It's easy for people to think it was my fault. Hell, I do, too, sometimes. About 6 years ago, I started hearing noises in the night. Typewriter keys clacking, voices. Alan was back, haunting me. Then it got violent. It was Alan, and yet it was a monster. He always did have anger in him. I set up cameras around the apartment with motion sensors and flashes. Now, when the monster comes, I turn it into art. My nightmares caught on film. And this is the focus of my new exhibition, to show people the world is so much darker than they ever knew. I'm calling this exhibit The Dark Place.
Alice. Scratch was terrorizing her. Why?
My new exhibition, my dead husband is haunting me. That sounds healthy. So, there's something really interesting about the way that this game uses real-life actors, and part of that is this game wants to blur the lines between fiction and reality for the characters that are in the game, because that's what the narrative is about, but also, like, blurring the distinction between aesthetics and fiction and metaphor, and breaking down the barriers between fiction and reality by portraying real-life actors as these characters is something that encourages the audience to think of themselves also and their own reality as a part of the game's narrative. It's the kind of game that considers the player to be an ingredient in the art itself.
I sat in the writer's room and wrote a story, Initiation, to project myself through the dark place, to look for a way out. The story had brought me here, brought me nowhere, looped me back. I was writing the story, and in the story I now stepped into the writer's room. But there was no one here writing it.
I think it's worth thinking about in addition to the idea that, like, fact and fiction are being blurred here. In the first game, Alan says that in a horror story, there's only monsters and victims, right? In this game, they introduce tropes like that. Monsters and villains and heroes and victims and all of these, and then want to drastically blur the lines between them. Even though Alan is the title character, even though he's arguably like the protagonist of this story, even though this is about his journey, he is being portrayed, even in his own writing and initiation, as the antagonist here. He's the one who's antagonizing Alice. He's the one who's, not him necessarily, but, you know, Scratch, his doppelganger, his double, his image. And presumably that's the one who's scratching out these edits, the one who's changing the story to his will, right? At this point in the game, they've kind of established the story that the idea is that Alan has written a book that he doesn't remember, Scratch is making edits to it, and the edits seem to be inserting Saga Anderson into this story and drawing her into the overlap and pulling her deeper in, right? That's kind of where the story is at this point. Comfy.
Okay, let's recap what you've told us so far, Alan. For the past 13 years, you've been trapped in a nightmare dimension called the Dark Place. Yeah. It's like New York, but it's not New York, and can be reached from the bottom of Cauldron Lake, but it's not really under the lake. And after all this time, you've managed to get out.
Yeah.
But so has your evil doppelganger, Mr. Scratch? Or is it the Dark Presence?
Both. It's interchangeable. He's Scratch when he looks like me, but he can change into this other form.
And Scratch, the Dark Presence, wants to rewrite the world in his own image.
Which would be in your image, as he looks just like you.
And turn the world into a fucking nightmare.
During Deerfest, which is scheduled to take place in a couple of days.
No.
You got out of the Dark Place by writing a novel, the pages we've been finding. But your double edited it into a horror story that's now changing reality, taking over people, making them crazy, bringing the Dark Place to Bright Falls.
Yes, fiction coming in contact with the Dark Place can change reality. The story is coming true, soaking into everything, like darkness when night falls. But last time
This will be back in 2010.
Yes, last time it didn't happen all at once. The story came true bit by bit as it unfolded, and that Dark Presence was still bound to the lake. I stopped it before it got the ending it wanted, before it broke free. Based on that, there's still time.
Which brings us to your magical light switch.
The clicker. Magical doesn't quite cover it. Scratch wants it to bring about his ending. That can't happen. If I can get the clicker, I can send him back to the Dark Place, make all this shit go away. Look, I know it's batshit crazy. My memory is full of holes, and I'm not sure how much I can trust. It's like a half-forgotten dream.
Mr. Wake, Alan, we've seen our share of batshit crazy in the past 24 hours. What I want to know is, why are we written into the story?
I think I saw you, or a vision of you, in the Dark Place. I think you helped me reach out and escape somehow. With that in the story, Scratch would have edited it to get to you. To hurt you. We are all in danger.
It's insane. And there's so much of it.
Hey, this might be a dumb point, but I thought I would ask. Y'all familiar with Descartes? I think that in this scene, Alan is a bit of a Cartesian demon, if that makes sense. Try defining any of what you're saying. Okay, so Descartes came up with this concept, which was a little bit of a thought experiment kind of thing the philosophers do, where he imagines there's a malevolent god, a demon, right? And it wants to deceive you, and it can affect reality in any way it wants. And what it wants, most of all, is to convince you, or to convince Descartes, that his senses are all false, that everything he sees and touches and tastes, all color and thought, like all of these things are just a dream. They're his senses lying to him, that this demon has fooled all of his senses and created all of the things that he's experiencing. Kind of Matrixed. We can say that like the machines in the Matrix are a Cartesian demon. They're creating a false reality. Well, the idea is that the demon's not actually creating a false reality, it's trying to convince you that it has fooled all your senses. And then how would you know? Like, how would you be able to disprove that all of your senses are lying, right? This is what leads to sort of this idea of, like, I can prove that I am and I'm cognitive because I think, therefore I am. Like, if I'm having thoughts, that means that I'm a cognitive being and that I exist, right? Cogito ergo sum. If something has the capacity to fool all your senses, then how do you know what is real? Yes. Yes. And it's a malevolent entity that wants to fool you, right? Mr. Scratch can write something into a book that changes reality. How then do you know what is real and what is part of the story? What is fictional and what is actually happening? I think that the role that Scratch is taking here is that of the Cartesian demon. He's introducing a philosophical unknown into the story. This narrative is a thought experiment in philosophy, and it's asking the player, if you can't be sure what is true and what is false, what is fiction and what is reality, then how do you operate in the story? Without mentioning the other complicating factor here, which is that none of this is real. It's a video game. All of it's fiction. This game is interesting. It hurts my brain.
Neither I nor anything actually exists, officer, Bun says, trying to avoid paying a parking ticket.
Have you ever heard of the cult of the tree?
Creepy bunch. In the habit of wearing deer masks, performing murder rituals, victims turning into monsters possessed by darkness, possibly inspired by a horror story written by a certain author. Ring any bells?
Yes, they have the clicker.
How are you so certain they even have the clicker?
They could be working for Scratch. I don't remember. It's all confused.
Alan, if I'm gonna act on this information, you need to be honest with me.
Yeah, of course.
Is he confused? Or is he hiding something?
Maybe both.
Wake said the cult has the clicker. How does he know?
The writer is the reader. The next chapter. The next chapter. The next chapter. Keep the pages safe, the dark shining of the words.
Wake is hiding pages. That's how he knows the cult has the clicker. Wake has a double, Mr. Scratch. Where is he now?
A cloud of wrath wears my face, the dark place in your place, scratching out my body of work.
Scratch is here, in Washington. He's hunting Wake.
Scratching out my body.
Scratch looks just like Wake. Why?
Don't wake up the dreamer if your life is a dream. I swam to the shore, but the water is rising.
Wake and Scratch are clearly connected. Maybe Scratch got out because Wake did, or vice versa. Okay, Mr. Wake, I know you have more pages of the manuscript on you.
You don't understand how vital these pages are. They're the only way I can know what's coming.
You're not the only one trying to solve this. This is our job.
Okay, here. Now, this is all I have. Be careful with them. Inside the trailer, at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker for the first time in the hands of the cult of the tree. A cultist stared at her. She drew her weapon.
I think one of Alan's biggest problems is that I'm worried he believes in auteur theory. Alan's sitting here going, I'm the writer, this is my story, I'm the only one that can fix it. I have to do it. I think that's part of what this game is trying to say about Wake, that he needs help.
Wake just gave us a lot of information, but this clicker seems like a good place to start. If we find that, then we find the cult. The cult of the tree has the clicker Wake told me about. They're a part of all of this. Okay, I'll head to Watery and find this trailer. Casey, you stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Wake.
Got it.
No, you need me there.
No dice, pal. This is an FBI investigation, and I don't see a badge on that flannel.
Flannel?
The third time I've requested it keeps going on by itself.
Ooh. Did I miss the Coffee World?
Hello, and welcome to Coffee World, voted Washington's best coffee-themed amusement park.
Attractions
are family-friendly and available. So, take a sip of our Oh Dear Diner organic coffee and let the adventure begin. Hold on for dear life on the Espresso Express. Soak in some local history at the Huatari Well, where two serial killers once hid the disemboweled bodies of their murder victims. It's not haunted. Come join Mocha Moose and the goats at our amusement park petting zoo. Just don't share your coffee with the goats. Seriously, it's not amusing. Take in amazing views from the Slow Roaster Ferris wheel. I can almost see the Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park. This is so much fun! And finish off at our beautiful gift shop where seniors and children under 10 receive a 9% discount on keychains and propane tanks. We guarantee you'll jaw a great time.
Bun, can we go? Oh, fine. All right, we can go to Coffee World. Everybody hop in the car. Is there coffee for adults? Yeah. After midnight, it changes to Coffee World. After dark roast.
Yeah, Anderson, I didn't want to say this in front of Wake, but are you sure this is a good idea? Going on your own?
Assuming we believe the page, I need to check this out. We need to find the cult. Anyone we meet here could be a member. And this Scratch guy.
The evil doppelganger? It must be true, or else this guy can't write for shit.
The quality of his writing aside, if this page turns out to be true like the rest have, this could be a breakthrough. We might solve this thing before backup even arrives.
Meanwhile, I think me and Wake will have a chat. Maybe I can shake something loose.
Okay, but remember what happened with the salt shaker?
Yeah, real funny.
Hi, Ati. Nice song. Hi, Rose. How are you?
Excuse me, do you know where...
Hush, Ati's in the middle of his show.
I wonder if I'm the first FBI agent to ever get shushed.
It's pretty good at it, actually. Interesting lyrics. I desperately hope they never explain Ati. I can't imagine they would. This game is so good at leaving things unexplained.
Hello, do you have a second?
Long time and no see, Miss Anderson. Thor and Odin are not here. They are old tricksters always sneaking off.
Sorry, no, I wanted to ask you about something else.
The tree, by the way.
Can you point me to any trailers around here?
Sure. Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park. Ilmo Koskela owns it. He owns many things in town.
And where is Ilmo?
I saw Ilmo and his brother at the bridge. Well, what used to be the bridge.
Do you live around here?
I live in Bright Falls. You've seen me around. I am Mr. Blum. You call me Vladimir. I work at the nursing home.
Mr. Blum.
Thanks.
Okay, so I just want to remind you real quick. Last time we met Ilmo was outside of that little FBC monitoring station, and he didn't seem to know us. Just keep that in mind.
Hey, Ilmo. How did your walk in the woods with Steven go?
Another satisfied customer. I just hope he remembers to write a good review on the webpage. Great to see you back in Watery, Saga. Everyone in town missed you. Super nice to see you again, Saga.
They act like they've known me for years. This keeps happening. Are you familiar with the cult of the tree?
Yeah, we always thought it was an urban legend. Kids drawing creepy symbols to scare each other, but now it's gotten pretty damn real, huh? It's terrible what happened. We're all in shock.
Well, we're looking into it, hoping to get things back to normal soon.
We're all for that. As normal as it ever gets around here.
You own the trailer park, right? Mind if I take a look inside?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the owner of the Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park, me, can help you with that. It's good to have our funniest resident back.
Resident? I don't understand what you mean.
If this is your way of getting out of any outstanding bills, don't worry. They've been handled. Must be hard coming back to where you and your little girl lived.
It's like they remember a different reality. Is the horror story messing with their memories? Elmo thinks the cult is just an urban legend. Or does he?
There are things that go bump in the night. It's all true. It's all true. Sound the alarm, brother. Gather the troops. Brother. Yako. The shadow of the forest is creeping closer.
They don't think it's an urban legend at all. They understand it's dangerous. Ilmo made it sound like I lived here. Does he really believe that?
Light, laughter, and love will guide you home. Saga and her daughter. Oh boy. Happy faces raise property value. Family comes first, Ilma. We take care of her trailer while she's gone. She's one of us, Jaakko. Her spare key is safe and sound.
The Koskela brothers have happy memories of me living here. This must be the story affecting them. I'll play along for now. I need the key to that trailer.
This is not deduction, that woman is just psychic. It's profiling.
All joking aside, yes, I would like to see my trailer. Do you have a spare set of keys?
Yeah, I have a spare set. They're just over at Coffee World. I'd get them for you, but Jaakko and I have to head to Bright Falls. The spare keys are in the gift shop safe. I'll call ahead and have someone get them out for you. Oh, the road's flooded, but if you just follow this trail behind me, it'll lead you there.
Call the gift shop so they can give Saga a hand. Yep. Nothing? What am I paying them for? Guess they're busy. Ay, vittu. Well, after they finally pick up, we really need to get over to Bright Falls for that, thing. Yep. Must be busy at the park. These are off-peak hours, Jaakko. They're just slacking.
I think it's probably not the best for the economy of a small town like this to have Jaakko and Ilmo Koskela own the trailer park, a motorcycle club, an amusement park, tours service. It just seems like they're stretching themselves a little thin. Plus making their own commercials for all of that. Okay, so there's a little side quest in this game that I'm not actually going to wind up doing, but I'm kind of going to leave it to y'all to do it when you play this game for yourself. You should go and play this game for yourself. It's really good. The Federal Bureau of Control is out here doing a series of experiments that involve telling stories and then having these stories changing reality because they're researching the powers of the lake, basically. So you grab these little totems.
A little clothespin doll.
Like the deer.
Perfect weird souvenir
the
for
moose.
Logan.
And then you try to replicate the story. The gentle beast with a beautiful crown runs through the woods with a worried frown. From the hunter he flees between mighty trees to make it out alive. So, probably the deer.
Nope.
The moose? In the woods. Yes.
Something feels different.
Whoa. Well, that's amusing.
This is ridiculous. A charm. Cute. It'll go great on the bracelet Logan made for me.
So, I do recommend doing all of those. But yeah, they're built on top of archetypes, tropes. Jungian archetypes, specifically. They're experimenting with the idea that the collective unconscious is a way to tap into the dark presence. That by using archetypical concepts, they're able to use the dark presence to shape reality. This winds up not necessarily being the case, because they reveal that the Jungian archetypes are actually just used for their own convenience, not because it makes the story any better, or more true, I suppose. I think they're interesting and they fit within the theme of the game. They add a little bit to what's going on.
A locked box. Is that the cult of the tree symbol on it? Wonder what's inside.
There's also these puzzles that involve opening up these
way
boxes.
to open this thing.
There's 2 arrows in the 2. There's 1 arrow in the 5. There's 3 arrows in the 7. 5, 2, 7? There we go. If you aren't wearing the mask, this does not belong to you. I'm gonna take it anyway. Take that, cult.
Hello? Anyone here? Did they get out? Did the Taken get them? Or were they turned into Taken? I'll need to get the key to the trailer park myself.
If you will allow me a little bit of indulgence, I'd like to read a thing that I wrote for this part of the game. Water percolates up from the depths, bubbling up through the grounds. What was once clear is stained black and bitter, a strained existence through a filter. The writer's black liquid, the morning ritual, forbidden knowledge, drowned in the history of the lake. FK in the coffee. Thank you.
Ilmo said the key is kept in the gift shop safe. Locked. Needs something to jimmy it open with. A screwdriver.
Coffee World tried to fire me once, but they didn't have the grounds for dismissal. No, I got thinking about, why is it Coffee World? Aside from the fact that, it's coffee, it's a reference to Twin Peaks. Coffee's a big thing, especially for Cooper. But I do think there are places you can go with the metaphor if you really, felt like it. And I was like, okay, well, water is a big part of this game, and so is the ground, the earth itself. Water and grounds is what makes coffee. Black liquid that's important to a writer. Ink.
Okay, then.
Cool. You are not coffee.
Always good to have a screwdriver.
Whoa! Okay.
Now where is that safe?
Jeff, I need another moose favor. Mocha was doing just fine. He even got a glowing vet report, and then bam, they say it was a heart attack. I'm not blaming you, maybe he just had a bad ticker. No tolerance for stimulants either. We're telling kids that Mocha's taking a little vacation, but I could really use your help ASAP to maintain continuity. Do you have any more in stock? Any got any more moose? I need to replace a moose. Got another angry voicemail from a parent about her kid poking himself in the eye with one of our souvenir pucos. Grand idea wasn't to sell plastic knives in a coffee-themed amusement park anyway. Oh right, it was yours.
Locked. Okay, what would Ilmo use for a code?
Why did you change the damn password of the safe again? I thought it was Lookout Fixer Supplier. Who hurt you? Why are you so paranoid? Calm down, this one's easy. Tracker Lookout Cleaner. See, not rocket science. Ilmo.
Coffee World staff. Hope they're not all monsters now.
Tracker. Lost and found? 146. Hey, it worked.
The keys to my trailer. Now to find the clicker and the Colt. The page said I'd run into a cultist here. On your toes, Saga.
Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I'm ready.
It's in the rain. Must not drink the water or take a bath ever again. Moonshine. Only drink the moonshine, brother. That's not helping. I don't feel like myself. Don't know how to fight it. We're too old now.
Excuse me. I'm looking for the Anderson trailer.
Sweetie pie, right on time. Like we were just saying, it's not true. The lies to hurt you and make you weak. Don't believe a word. They believe because deep down, they want to be told what to think. We're different. Rebels! You must stop it before it turns real. Don't be part of the story. Make the story.
Skill issue. I'd simply not be part of the story.
These old drunks don't seem affected by the horror story like the other locals are. Do they know what's happening here?
How do you know about the story?
Same as you, of course, sweetie pie. We are family. The Andersons. It's so good to finally see you, Saga. I am your great uncle Odin. This is your long-lost mortified Thor. Sarasota. He is your grandfather. I am the All-Father.
It's a good joke. I'm glad he committed to the bit.
Just as crazy as everyone else.
You have things to do, sweetie pie. We don't want to keep you from your business. You can come see us anytime at our resting place, Valhalla Nursing Home.
The nursing home thrown in there is very cute. What I like about this is that the game sets you up to start doubting the narrative. We get a scene earlier where Alan Wake is telling us that the story is starting to affect reality. We start meeting people who think that they recognize us because that's the story changing their memories, right? And then we're presented with these two. And not to jump too far ahead, Tor actually is her grandfather. These are her grandparents. But I do like that we're set up coming into this point for Saga to to disbelieve that, because other people's memories are being rewritten to make them remember her, or remember a past that didn't exist. Obviously, the saga is a story. It's the Norse sagas, the histories, right? But on top of that, a saga is also the name of one of Frigg's handmaidens, so she is also named after a Norse deity.
Looks like you two have had a bit too much fun.
She sees right through us, bro. She has the power. This calls for a fucking celebration.
Our little saga all grown up and finally home.
Sure, we've had a few sips. Just a taste. The famous Anderson moonshine. Nectar of the gods. You want some?
No thanks. Have you seen any strange people in deer masks?
I haven't drunk enough for that yet.
You can see all sorts of wonderful things when you make your way down the bottle.
Look where that got us. Yeah.
Thanks for your help.
Anytime, kiddo.
Do you think we missed Audie's show?
Who cares? That depressing tango shit is...
Addressed to me from years ago. Wake was right. The horror story is changing reality, not just people's memories. Everything here reminds me of Logan. My newfound relatives, cozy with the cult of the tree. And that's the clicker. In the hands of the cult, just like the page promised. Carnival Knights. That's the motorcycle club the Koskela brothers are in. I'll take Odin and Tor up on their offer and visit their nursing home. Right after I find this biker workshop. No. It's not true. It's just a fucking story. It's not true. Logan's back home. She's fine. Fuck. She's at school. David. I'm in the story and it's coming true. Wake said Scratch would try and hurt me with the horror story, but he said there's still time to stop this. That he can stop this with a clicker.
Hey, this is David. Leave a message.
David? Is Logan okay? Call me back as soon... Mulligan is a cultist? What the fuck is going on here?
The cult of the tree.
Thornton 2? God damn it.
This is a couple hours after she was told about her daughter having gotten a concussion. Yeah, probably not in a great headspace for this.
The headline about Logan wasn't real. Don't think about it. The cult has the clicker. Get it? Fix this. This is the workshop from the photo with the cultists. This is where they had the clicker. If it's still here, I need to find it. Locked.
Can't find the new door lock combination. Look inside the smiley coffee cup doesn't help me. Aha. Got it.
This is the cult's hideout.
It's a lot of cups.
A fuse could come in handy.
That light switch you found washed up on the lake is not junk, it's fucking important. Trust me on this. From now on, whenever we catch a target, we're gonna cut out its heart, stick this thing inside, and flick it. I know it sounds weird, but just trust me. It'll be like a ritual. This is gonna work.
The Nightingale ritual wasn't completed. The cult isn't well organized. People aren't following orders. This is the cult's process. Their ritual.
Surround the target, subdue them, use hammer or other blunt object, restrain them, carve out their heart, recite the words, put the clicker into their chest, flick the switch 2 times to make sure it works. Remember floodlights on tripods, we need to see what we're doing. Always work in pairs. So, the cult knows that things are coming out of the lake, and their ritual is to cut a hole into its chest, put the clicker inside, and flip the switch, which is how Alan Wake 1 ends, with Alan doing this to Barbara Jagger. And they're trying to replicate the thing that solved the problem in the first game, in so many words.
Shit. Hey! Freeze! That's the clicker. They're playing with me. I was so close.
Thornton and Mulligan? Come on.
There was another overlap here in Watery. The parade float was the
Clicker.
key. Mulligan and Thornton had gone there, taken the clicker, left this monster here to stop her.
There's an overlap here, like there was at Cauldron Lake. Mulligan and Thornton are like Nightingale, inside, waiting. And a parade float is the key.
I do think it's interesting that the characters that we see that are turning into, I guess, boss fights here, Mulligan and Thornton, Nightingale, the ones that are becoming taken, are all characters from Alan Wake 1.
Okay. Now where's that parade float? Is this the parade float the page mentioned? This is one disturbing parade float. Stabbing. Again and again. That must mean the arm's supposed to move. I don't hear any haunting laughter. Not sure what puko means, but it looks like the knife is missing. How come one of them is wearing a mask and the other isn't?
This is an interesting topic for a parade float, I suppose. You remember that horrible murder that occurred? They killed those people and dumped them in a well?
Thank God. I guess a toy knife will do. A little something to get those arms moving. Some creepy laughing for atmosphere. There's your knife.
Now we just need... here we go.
The materials listed for the parade float mention a mask. Where is it?
Poor Mocha Moose. He never failed to amuse me. Now we know, Ilmo, there is such a thing as too much coffee. Mocha will live on in a place of honor. He lost his head. Mulligan and Thornton had one job.
Mulligan and Thornton must know where the moose skull mask is. The mask is missing. Where is it?
The dead brought back to life the crown of the Grand Master. Moose steak is never a mistake. Just get it fucking done.
They know where it is. I know they know. Where is the mask?
Boil it and bleach it. Real powder him. The maw of the crumbling well. Show the bitch who's boss.
The moose mask is at the Huatari Well, in Coffee World.
Again, I love to ask this question. The moose skull was not there before. So, was it the conspiracy wall in Saga's mind place that caused it to manifest there? Because that's where it should be.
Now I need to bring the mask to the float.
Is the Saga's Dreamer Wake's story? Well, art is able to influence reality, right? We could say, okay, what if Alan wrote the skull to be there? That's certainly a possibility. Another one is that the Crazy Wall in Saga's mind place is a form of art that influences reality. She's crafting a narrative based on the evidence that she has at hand, putting these together into a story that is able to influence the real.
And finally, the moose skull. Okay, Saga. Let's get the clicker from these assholes.
Big swirling.
What the hell? Where am I?
Mulligan and Thornton in the wreckage of the morgue, shadows on their faces. Thornton did his best woman's voice. I'm a stuck-up FBI bitch! I'll make a big fucking mess and then get these dumb backwater cops to clean it up! Thornton turned to his partner. These government motherfuckers. Next time, Mulligan, I'll tell her. You got no clue. You let your own kid drown. You're a fucking fraud. Mulligan leered. Pinning the murder on those bookers would have fixed this whole goddamn mess. Their kind always sticks together. I reckon we should show the bitch who's boss, Thornton. The shadows crept over Mulligan and Thornton. Inside them, they grinned. Are they actually shitty racists, or is Alan Scratch a hacky writer? I think by their type always stick together, if I was going to give them the benefit of the doubt, I would say they mean city folk. That said, probably racist. Probably racist.
It's cold. Logan! Logan! The story is trying to take Logan. I can still stop this. I need the clicker.
Anderson's been tricked. He has it now.
Wake? I saw him this way in the other overlap. It's a loop. Just like before. This is a nightmare. I can't get through that. I need to look for another way through.
Okay. I'd like y'all to remember the imagery here of this well filled with blood and that Ati singing in the background, the Yutanyu. Remember that for later. That'll pay off. We are seeing a blurring of temporality here because the imagery of the well and the deer mask is the last part of Alan's story. Hi, Ati. Alan and Saga's story lined up in the first area, where Alan is going through the subways. He's on the trail of Alex Casey, who's looking for an FBI agent. That FBI agent turns out to be Nightingale's corpse, his heart cut out and lying next to him. That heart then winds up inside Saga's story, in the icebox. So Nightingale's corpse and the object, which is the heart, appear in both. They're the thematic link between the two. Right? This Coffee World section, the chapter called Local Girl, is related to one of Alan's chapters as well, except it's the last chapter we go through with Alan. Mulligan and Thornton's corpses and the moose mask will appear in Alan's story, but not until the end. So they're sort of changing the order of things in a way that blurs temporality, the same way that they're blurring fact and fiction and stories and aesthetics and metaphor.
Okay. Going down.
Still trapped. The hill.
Trapped? How? What does that mean?
Gosh, the fog and the wind here is so good. Oh, jeez. Ow. Hey.
Show the bitch who's boss!
I'd rather not die here. Ow. Fuck you. This guy's an asshole.
Saga Anderson, listen.
Wake?
I've been tricked. Scratch wrote, I tried to fix the story, but he has it now. It's the key to escape.
What do you mean, escape? You're already out. So is Scratch.
We're making progress. I wrote to be the story's hero. Save her family. Save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes, you know it's working. You just need to keep going.
Did you put my family in the horror story? I keep seeing him in overlaps, but he's already out. Are these visions coming from the past, when he was still trapped in the dark place? I have the clicker. I can stop this nightmare.
Scratch just needs to be clicker trained, that's all. That's what we need to do.
Wake said he could use the clicker to undo the horror story. I need to get back to Bright Falls, to Casey and Wake. I should check in with Casey. No answer. David. Pick up, pick up, pick up.
Hey, this is David. Leave a message.
David, can you call me back, please? It's urgent. Please. Why isn't David answering? Is Logan all right? How does this all work? Has the horror story already gotten her? Wake should know.
I do like that we get to go through these different environments at different times of day. The lighting really does wind up changing the tone and atmosphere of these areas.
I was back. I wasn't able to escape. A dark presence had stopped me.
So at this point in the story, we're kind of laboring under the assumption that the scenes with Alan are previous in the timeline. That when we get to the end of Alan's story, it'll be the moment that he escaped from the lake, right?
The plot board was empty again. I needed a new draft, back at the beginning, but closer to my goal.
The Slafter. Oh, that sounds nice. The last draft of Initiation had brought me to my writer's room, but not the one where I was writing now. A different reality? A different time? I had died in the end, again. The dark presence had killed me, but something had changed now. My memories of what had happened were not eaten away. There'd been another manuscript here. The title page read Return. Had I written it, but then forgotten about it? It felt important. It was important. Return is the manuscript that Alan is writing in Alan Wake's American Nightmare that then gets rewritten here. One of the reasons that Alan can't write Departure and then Return is because Departure and Return are two parts of the hero's journey separated by Initiation, which is the bulk of that journey. Initiation is like half of the hero's journey story. So going straight from Departure to Return doesn't make narrative sense. Doesn't work. It's not a story.
I would write a new draft of Initiation to reach Parliament Tower using another murder site. Scratch was reaching out from the dark place to get Alice. She was out, but still in danger.
Welcome. Our guest tonight is Alan Wake.
I was back, and I hadn't forgotten. I knew how this worked now. I could take control, no more surprises.
Together with our house band, the Divine Old Gods of Asgard, we have created something very special. The song is called Herald of Darkness, but I like to call this next segment the story of the journey of Alan Wake, the musical.
Oh, it's a musical adventure! I love the way that Remedy uses their musical sections. I think it's inspired. I think it's lovely. In Alan Wake 1, there's a section, obviously, where you're on stage fighting all of the Taken. Control has, obviously, the ashtray maze, which feels awesome, and I love it. And I really want to think about what they're doing with the music here.
What the hell?
From what I've gathered, you grew up nice and sheltered with mama's pretty stories and your own made-up fury. And mama gave me a magic clicker. Well, yes, I think it's true and fair to say.
Alright, you can see Alan here has a teddy bear and a painting, and he's in his, like, childhood room, it looks like.
Come on in and listen, lost words you've been missing.
So, a question from Alan Wake 1 is, was the clicker a real thing, or was it invented at some point during that game? The clicker in Alan Wake 1 is presented as something that Alan tells Alice about when she's afraid of the dark. He talks about, like, the clicker driving away the darkness. And this could be, the way it's presented, just a story that Alan's telling her about. It could just be something that he's making up there. The fact that the clicker is the item, like the Deus Ex Machina, that can defeat the dark presence in that first game, sort of lends credence to the idea that maybe it's something that either Alan or Thomas Zane invented just so that they could defeat the dark presence. Like, that we needed an object that would be able to defeat them. What if none of that was true, and the clicker was actually invented by this song that's being played in the dark place right now? What if this song is rewriting Alan's backstory in order to introduce these concepts? You know, we just saw when we went through that door that Alan's childhood objects were replaced by the clicker. Are we supposed to take that as a metaphor, or...
So you were drawn to stories early on. My dreams would light up my imagination. And you had nightmares night and day. Yeah, but with the clicker I chased those frights away.
Act scared. Alright, so it's interesting that right here, the lighting changes to put everyone into silhouette, and the music is changing so that it's coming out diegetically. It's being filtered through the television, and it's coming out garbled because of that. This game really likes to play with the idea of artist, subject, metaphor, and reality, and sort of like blend these things together. It's kind of obvious just to point this out, but what's going on here is Alan Wake, writer, is walking through a presentation of a musical, which is about Alan Wake, being performed by, amongst others, Alan Wake, and now he's seeing on the television an Alan Wake, and then becomes the Alan Wake on the television? Artist, subject, metaphor, reality.
And the award goes to Alan White.
Great job, Alan. You really deserve it.
And all your stories of crime and chilling thrillers of hard-boiled killers became bestsellers. It was all too much. I had to get away.
Even Alan is like, I'm not that much of a hack to give myself an award. The lamp does have the appearance of an award, doesn't it? The song here uses a couple of contradictions, one of which is a piece of true fiction, which is a fun one because obviously this is a game about fiction becoming reality. The other one that I really like is diving deep to the surface. Obviously the surface isn't deep, it isn't downwards, unless the lake is inverted. And here they use the stage directions to create a body outline. Obviously this outline is alluding to Alex Casey, which is where we picked up the flashlight and the revolver in the first place.
But there is more to it than meets the eye. I never meant for it to ruin my life that way. Who'd you say you lived a jaded lie? Dark shades could never save the day. So sad, but true.
Don't give up, Alan. You have to survive to get the royalties from the off-Broadway run.
One shot, one more chance for him to save their marriage. Away from the city, a romantic getaway.
I love this little recreation of the writer's room.
Still he's the torturer, saved from the dark.
This is, I think, a perfect recreation of the first game, in that it's so much better paced and more fun to play. Wait for solo. Oh, there it is. I didn't know this was a recreation of the first game. Yeah, like we get a little bit of backstory about the clicker, and then we get Alan arriving into town on the ferry, and then we get the writer's room, and then he's battling Taken in the woods so that he could return to the cabin at Diver's Isle and save Alice. Yeah, it's like a little mini version of the Alan Wake game.
I didn't see that coming.
You know what, Alan? It was a bit of a surprise. Sure.
On second thoughts, let's not go on TV. 'Tis a silly place.
Man, I love that we go into the TV just to go into another TV. There's a recursive element to this. It's very similar to some of the stuff that's happening in like House of Leaves, appropriately. But yeah, this game really relishes the idea that it is a work of fiction about fiction. It's art that's talking about art, and doing so is fundamentally silly, right? Making a thing that's about the thing. Okay, bye room.
Such a dark place, am I trapped in here? Is this real? I cannot remember. There was a manuscript, it held a key. A vicious cycle I must not surrender to.
It's just a little jazzy. Use this. Musical. Final chorus brings the song to its climactic end. Now, I don't want to be a dick here, but there's no apostrophe in the possessive. It's just a little typo there.
And I thought this place couldn't get any stranger.
Champion of flight.
Catchy, right?
Ah. Hi, Auntie. Yeah, me too.
It was all about me, this performance the dark place was putting on, but I had no control over it. I knew how utterly lost I was.
Alan Wake? Do you know who I am?
How the fuck could I?
Whoa, there's that famous temper. Lucky thing I'm not a paparazzi.
You keep jerking me around, refusing to tell me who you are.
You remember? You... Oh, fuck me. Alan, listen. Tell me, how much do you remember? Did you visit Parliament Tower? Did you find anything there?
Alice is in danger. Scratch is reaching out to her, and there's another manuscript. Not initiation, return. I saw the title page. I don't remember writing it.
Return? Oh man, this is what we're after. The Scratch can't have it. Our survival, the survival of the fucking cosmic everything depends on this. Come to me. Ocean View Hotel. I left my room key for you. It's right there on the payphone. Remember, the dark place works in loops and rituals. If the waves keep pushing you away, you just need to find another way in. We go with the flow of this ocean. Catch you soon, brother.
The Ocean View Hotel, a suspicious invitation to a shady meeting. Right on the money for the hard-boiled genre the whole city was built upon.
There's that Ocean View Hotel. Okay, right here.
A loop that delivered me back to the street. What did the mystery caller said? If the waves keep pushing you away, you just need to find another way in.
The dark presence is out there. It's hunting
touch me. I think it did. More than once. It's stealing from me. Stealing my identity.
Charging all my credit cards.
It wants to be me. Replace me. A subversion of me. It's slithering into the story. Once it's in the story, I have to use it to keep the story true. And I have to make the story darker now. But that gives it power. That's bad. But I have no choice. It's an arms race. Alright, now keep it together. Damn it. I'll be the first one to cross the finish line.
The story I was building was fragile, constantly under attack. There was no time to waste. The dark presence was only a step behind me.
Casey! You're the killer, the cult leader. It's in your eyes.
No! You've got the wrong man! It's Scrat! There's no time to lose!
You're going nowhere.
I was dead tired. I just wanted it to be over. It was all my fault. I'd had this dark place in my head for so long. Sometimes I'd forget the pain was there, like it was the way you were supposed to feel. I was not in a dark place. I was the dark place. The source of it all. The vessel. Me and the writer. We were the same.
This place kept pushing me under, getting into my head, poisoning me with darkness. I had to find a way to escape before it was too late. Too late again.
So when we played Alan Wake 1, when we did the BUNALYSIS of that, someone brought up the idea, like, when is Alan Wake just gonna kill Sam Lake? When is the creation gonna kill the creator? And I said, oh, just you wait. This is what I was referring to. So, hey, y'all know how much I love Silent Hill, right? And I always complain that every game after Silent Hill 4 is just trying to be Silent Hill 2 again and doing it badly, you know? Alan Wake 2 is the story of a guy trapped in a nightmare version of a town where he spent time with his wife, who is missing, presumed dead, and it might be his fault, filled with demons who are representations of his own internal conflict, and he's sometimes pursued by and sometimes meets an idealized representation created from his own head that he watches die over and over again. Here's what I'm saying, is that Alex Casey is Alan's Maria. Yeah.
I will, with great sorrow and regret, let you have this one bun.
It's true, though. I find it interesting that Alan has to keep killing Casey for the story. Like, Alan has to stop writing the kind of story he used to is good at writing on the behest of some evil overarching thing that is controlling the environment around him. Yeah, Alan suffered from that first writer's block after killing off Alex Casey. Maybe on some level he feels some guilt over that? Or maybe he feels like even though he killed off the character Alex Casey, he just can't be rid of it, because it's what he's known for, you know? Maybe he wants Casey to be dead.
Wake!
There are no happy endings. Final Casey. Final Casey is a horrible title. It's not great.
The lights affected where the door led to. I could use that shotgun.
Ocean View Cocktail. Oh, hey, is that Tom Zane in the diving suit? Looking cute in diving suit?
The room was empty except for the projector. More games. Was the film a message waiting to be played?
more media where Alan is watching Alan portrayed. What a gorgeous set. I'm so glad they filmed this in a place, you know?
In this temple of shadow and mist, there's a window in the floor and a door in the ceiling. There's no knowing, am I standing still, or running, or kneeling?
You're the one who's been calling me.
Indeed. I'm Tom Zane. Welcome to the House of Zane.
The poet. The diver. You look like me. How the hell?
Or maybe you look like me, you handsome devil. The diver was a beloved character I played in one of my films. I'm a filmmaker, a celebrated auteur.
I need answers. Why is Return so important? What?
Alan, you always get worked up like this. Come on, I'll fix you a drink. You and me, Alan. We're in this together. Two artists collaborating, remember? Crafting the keys to our escape. Your magnum opus, Return, and its companion piece, my film. Sharing our life-altering visions, a melding of higher minds. Dreaming up our transcendental work of art. Here, in this room. In this room. In this room. In this room.
Oh, they're getting freaky.
I need the clicker. It's Return, but because we return.
Yo, far out, man.
And that is how the magic happened.
Enough of this bullshit. Alice is in danger. I need another murder site to go further. Back to Parliament Tower. Scratches!
Your wife is safe, back in the real New York. But Scratch is reaching for her through an overlap. Return is the key to escaping the dark place. You need to get it before that freak does. There's a murder site here in the hotel. Let the waves of your writing carry you there.
Hello?
Jesse?
They're all to us. If anyone asks, you were never here.
That was Jesse Faden from Control?
Thomas Zane had ended our talk in what felt like a paranoid fit. I had what I needed from him. There was another murder site in the hotel. To guide me further toward my escape, I had to write my way to it.
So, I really like Thomas Zane. I think he's one of the best parts of this game. I think the introduction of him as this, fucking weirdo is great because he is a completely different type of artist to Alan. So Alan Wake 1 is a game that's about art. I think that Alan Wake 2 is a little bit more about the production of art. And in order to do that, you need to talk about artists. And if an artist was only presented like Thomas Zane or Alan Wake, then I think the game sort of creates a sort of stereotype of the types of people that its creators think are like artists. Like Thomas Zane is kind of obnoxious. One of those like far out experimental hippie type, do a bunch of hallucinogens and have an out-of-body experience type of artist and then tell everybody about it like it's deep. And I think that that's an obnoxious way to look at artists, but I don't mind its inclusion alongside other types of artists. I think it's funny in this context. But they're
In order to make real art, you gotta have some weirdos. Some real goofballs who don't want to wear shirts.
Yeah.
They don't all have to be like that, but you need a couple.
You do, yeah. Looking at Zane's poetry, it's really quite good. I really quite like it. I do think it's really some of the more interesting work in here, whereas the stuff that Alan's producing is kind of schlocky and trope heavy, but like Zane is a trope. Like he's a stereotype of a type of artist. I just think it's funny. They also continue to muddy the waters between the fact that we all remember Zane as a poet and the fact that this game portrays him as a director.
An idea nagged at me. I could almost reach it.
So I don't think I've talked about this before, but I want to talk about these inspirations here real quick. I find it interesting that the way that combat works is we're shining light onto the darkness in order to give it form. But in order to get inspiration, in order to get these ideas, we're obscuring the light with darkness. We're creating an eclipse that hides the light behind the dark.
Police radio kept me awake at night. The word through the ether. A murder in the backdrop of a play featuring a murder cult. How meta can you get? He said, looking knowingly at the camera.
Fuck you, Sam Lake. I love you.
Rumored to be Alan Wake, the writer who'd gone missing years before.
The hotel was a perfect setting for a Casey story. I was on the right path. I would start at the entrance lobby. The entrance hall set the mood, where everyone had come in. The victim, the murderer, the detective. An idea, clear as a vision, waited for me here.
So, you were the director of this play?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, it's Ed Booker.
Our performance of the cult was cursed from the pre-show ritual on. The cult is an immersive theatrical experience. A play where the audience can participate, spread across this hotel. The cult is a legend. The only written copy of the manuscript lost, the play is passed on as oral tradition between theater companies. Each company only performs it once. The play was said to have special power. You were like kids playing with a Ouija board. And when you call for the devil, it will come.
The pre-show ritual. That's it. Set it up. Start from the beginning.
Another ritual. There are parts of this game like Casey saying, I wasn't in the dark place, I was the dark place. When he's saying that, like, the dark place exists within him. When you call for the devil, he appears. These ideas of rituals and things like that. I am reminded of stories I hear about developers of games who work on stuff like Mortal Kombat, who have borderline traumatized themselves by looking at reference photos of gore or bodies and corpses and stuff like that in order to recreate that in a video game. I'm reminded of artists who will put themselves into a depression by writing about certain topics, you know? The idea that when you immerse yourself into a subject matter, it becomes a part of you, and that can be really harmful if you don't recognize it happening and have a way to deal with it. I don't know if this is a thing that ever happened to, like, Sam Lake or the people who worked on this game, but, like, I'm sort of put in mind of that when this story talks about the way that the dark place inhabits Alan.
Layers upon layers, a play about a murder cult, infiltrated by a real murder cult.
In a video game about a murder cult, and the murder cult's being investigated by a guy from a novel about the murder cult. It's cults all the way down. So what's interesting is the cult being presented here is the cult of the tree. You can see the symbol on their necklace and the deer mask. Like, it's the cult of the tree is the fictional cult that the play's about, but it was infiltrated by a real cult called the Cult of the Word. But this is happening inside the dark place and based on Alan's writing, because in reality, the Cult of the Word is a fictional cult that Alan's made up in his writing in the dark place, and the Cult of the Tree is the real one. You get it.
The room at the end of the corridor was closed off. It felt significant. Something terrible would happen there. The troupe were busy building their own Wicker Man, where they themselves would be sacrificed. The prop room had been changed from room 104 to room 225.
Alan.
I do like that the prop room has changed from room 104 to 225, did it say? Yeah, 225. Very cute.
This is where they gathered before the play. This is where it began. Another vision. Another idea.
Why set up a play in a hotel? Why this hotel?
Because the rent is cheap? No. The ocean view was perfect for this. It's said to be haunted. Dark stories about murder, death, suicide. Supposedly, an actual cult once performed an unspeakable ritual to summon something in the ballroom. Did we summon the same thing? Tapped into something horrifying? It seemed like it was part of the play, but it wasn't. Does that sound crazy?
You don't want to ask me about crazy, kid.
A haunted hotel. That's a trope for a reason.
It's a trope for a reason. If you'll notice, the symbol on the floor has changed from the cult of the tree to the cult of the word. Oh, okay. There we go.
The ballroom would be the stage of a key scene in the play.
What's going on in the pre-show ritual? Hit your marks, keep your masks on, make it weird, people. I would totally want to see this play. Not I. I would hate this play. I don't want anything to do with it. I am so awkward around situations where people are acting around me. You know, Jenny Nicholson did that video about Evermore. That sounds like actual hell for me. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I think it's cool, but yeah, I can't deal. I just can't. Fun when someone asks if you're invisible, you say yes.
It's getting real, all right. I recognized my writer's room on the stage. I almost dreaded the ideas this would conjure up.
I've always had a vivid imagination.
Nice set you got here. What was the scene in this room?
Well, this is what we call the writer's room. In the play, it's where the devil rewrites reality whilst God is asleep. The devil was our star role. I got a big-time celebrity to play him, and he was method acting the role to perfection. He never broke character, always wore the cult mask. His name was scratched out on the posters.
And who was this mystery celebrity? Let me guess. Alan Wake?
I wish I could tell you, but turns out there were masks upon masks. Whoever he really was, shit got weird when he was around. Some of the crew joked that we'd actually hired the devil to play himself.
Mr. Scratch is the devil. He was born to play the role.
I had to agree with Casey on that.
So, I do find this really, really interesting that all of these stories, so like Alan's writing for Initiation so far, the first draft was the subway, right? Where Casey's on the tracking down this cult who's led by Alan Wake, or he presumes so. And then here, a cult has infiltrated this theater production, and the person behind it all, Alan Wake, Mr. Scratch, something like that, Alan keeps writing himself into the role of the villain in these stories. Like, when he's going through these scenes, and he's putting together the writer's board, he's casting Casey as the hero, and himself as the villain. Kind of interesting.
Story was affecting the scene. This is not my writing. This is Scratch mocking me.
In his room, he will hear. Okay, so the blood all over the place, and the gore, and then the bodies of the Cult of the Tree guys here, keep those in mind. We're going to put a pin in that. They're going to join the pin we've got next to Alan telling Alex Casey, give me the gun, and Alex Casey says, not a chance. Do not disturb. Well, guess what? I'm disturbed. I'm pretty disturbed now.
The devil walked through the hotel, dragging the whole place to hell with him.
Alan Wake.
The devil's path up the staircase was draped in blood.
That's too much blood. In my humble onion. That's probably too much blood. This is an unrealistic amount of blood. Where did he get all this blood? I know, right?
6 had stayed in the hotel. Mr. Scratch, if that's who the actor playing the devil was, had stayed in the hotel, asking around at reception and got me a room number. 666.
Of course.
He had requested that room, specifically. The devil had a sense of humor. Or he really didn't. It was funny either way. According to the director, the actor hadn't mingled with the rest of the cast. He had only come out for the play, and always in character.
Alan, you hack. This hotel has how many rooms? Having 66 rooms on the 6th floor? In New York? No, I don't think so.
Scratch had been there. I could sense his presence lingering in the room. I was about to have another killer idea.
Let's talk about the murder victim. The lady who was killed in the climax of the play.
A lady?
Well, it was an honor to get to work with her. A grand dame for sure. She went back a long time. Kept insisting she had seen the long-lost original script of the play. She'd been with this mysterious writer, his muse. That was her role in the play, the muse.
She was staying in room 108, where the murder happened.
The set of the final scene, right. The devil comes, an unstoppable force crashing through the hotel through each scene, executed with devastating mastery, and all leading up to him meeting his muse. It turns out he knew her. He'd only joined the play to get to her.
To murder her.
Not you again.
Oh! That presence do be pretty dope.
Get the fuck away from me!
What a big Angie.
The muse was the murder
You're
victim.
wrong.
The final scene took place in room 108.
I've had enough of that freaking gumshoe dick asking too many freaking questions. Not letting us proper police take care of it.
This is our chance to make the powers that be happy. We'll be set for life. Part of the inner circle.
Well, amen to that, partner. I like it. And so will the fraternity, the club, the word. Our dear friends with many names. The way I see it, it was a lone nut job. A junkie out of his mind on some fancy new designer drug.
Open and shut case. All we gotta do now is dump the evidence from room 108 in the usual place in the alley.
Uh-huh. I love this because Mulligan and Thornton wind up in the story as corrupt New York cops who are also members of the Cult of the Word, whereas in reality they're corrupt small-town cops who are members of the Cult of the Tree. Fantastic. Also, if you'll notice, they said all the evidence from room 108. 108 is going to be important because that is the Devil's dressing room where the final scene takes place, and is also how many minutes you have before you have to enter the numbers 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, and 42, and then press the button, or else the world ends. You have 108 minutes. Man, I love Lorms. Okay. I suppose I deserve that. Oh, it's wet here now. Interesting. So we got cityscapes of New York here. We've got that subway line and the diving suit. Lost on the shore, between the forest and the ocean, the owl and the deer reflected in motion. In his room he will hurt her, in hers she is caught. His story ends, her story does not. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. I don't know if I ever put this together before, but this poem is about Alan and Saga, the owl and the deer. Alan is related to owl imagery, which we see in Parliament Tower and in the stuffed owl in the writer's room. Saga has a deer head on the wall of her mind place and on her sweater, reflected in motion, because they're reflections of each other between the forest and the ocean. So one is on the shore, the other is underwater.
This was the murder site. There was a record at the bottom of the bathtub, beneath the body. Somehow it was important.
That's rough.
Another step. Somehow I was closer to home. Closer than ever before. It's you again. The FBI agent. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now. I can feel it. You helped me get closer to escaping.
Wake? Alright, still trapped? We have the clicker. We can...
You know about the clicker? It can help us. I destroyed the dark presence with it last time. You can help. You can find it. You must find it.
I can get it to you. I have to understand. Did you write the story?
Alice is in danger. I have to stop Scratch. I have to find Return. I need to get back to my apartment. I'm writing a story to get through. Initiation. It's the only way.
The story. You can do that. You can write out...
It lasted only for a moment, like two planets passing in orbit. Saga Anderson was helping me go deeper, closer to escape, somehow. I had to trust her. Parliament Tower. I had to get back to my apartment. My study. I had to find the manuscript of Return.
Had I chosen to pursue the cult, or had they chosen me for some unknowable purpose? To be a demon, to sort the clues based on my interpretation, to change that which I observed. It was all a play. Shadows on the wall of the cave, an echo of the true events that happened somewhere else. Was I there to watch the shadows, or was I a shadow too, in a performance set up for someone else?
So he mentioned the demon, which I think is a reference to the Cartesian demon. He mentioned shadows on the wall, which is a reference to Plato's perception of reality as like watching shadows on a wall, that there is a true reality, but that we're unable to perceive it through human senses. And then he said something that really fucked me up here, which is, am I watching the shadows or am I a shadow in a production for someone else? Because I just realized that I am both audience and subject currently. Because I'm sitting here playing a game that I'm consuming as an art form, and then I'm talking about it in a way that's being consumed by others, that I'm being watched by people talking about fiction that I'm consuming. So I'm the subject of art about this game, which is about the production of art. Right. A VTuber avatar is literally a shadow on the wall. Right. It's shadow puppetry. Fuck. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Detective Casey. Today we're playing a cool murder mystery game. Hey, if you like what I do, it turns out only 12% of you are actually subscribed. So remember, hit the subscribe button and ring the bell if you want to get notifications as to when my next sweet videos come.
Go to hell!
Alice had turned the bathroom into a dark room.
A dark, like a dark place. Alright, we're gonna skip skip most of these. However, a bunch of emails from Barry, which I love. Hey Alice, everything good with you back home? Just checking in. Tried to call but couldn't reach you. Probably just deep in your creative process. I know how you artists get when you're in the middle of your projects. Everything else disappears. If you call back and can't reach me, I'm doing whatever it is an executive producer is supposed to do. Still a mystery to me. Oh, and if you want me to help with anything business related for your exhibition, just say the word. Hey Alice, Sharks Circling. They now want to turn what happened to Al into a movie and or a TV show and or, get this, a fucking video game? I told them to fuck off. Also, in case you hear about this from someone else, a true crime writer named Tammy Booker is working on a book about AI. Hunted down her publisher and told them we'll sue. Don't worry, I got you covered. Your pal Barry. Here's what's interesting about this, to me. This is appearing in Alan's dark place. Tammy Booker is the lady we met at the diner, who is working on a story about Alan. But how does that information get here? Because, like, the dark place doesn't have internet, so this isn't an actual email. This has to be an email that was either written by Alan or remembered by someone in order to wind up here, right? Alan's been at the bottom of this lake for 13 years. He doesn't know who the fuck Tammy Booker is. So how did it get here? I do think this is a question that has an answer. Hey Alice, you're gonna think I've been replaced by an evil double? But I have joined a cult and I love it. Joking about it being a cult, kind of. Blessed wellness retreat. Working with Al or the Andersons was tough sometimes, but these movie types are insane. My stress levels were through the roof, and then I was tipped off about the retreat. Best decision I ever made. I've never felt this good and, well, healthy. The guy who runs this place, Chester, is a goddamn miracle worker. Not a wacko in any way. Also, I've been replaced by an evil double and joined a cult. Haha, JK. Unrelated to anything happening in this game, right? I know you think I'm full of shit, but I've lost a ton of weight. You wouldn't even recognize me. Chester says I'm lucky to have ended up here. Something bad would have happened to me if I'd stayed in New York. I believe him. I wasn't feeling great after everything that happened. Especially after those FBC creepos wanted to chat with me. Enough to turn anyone into a conspiracy nut. I hope you're good over there. Come visit anytime. West Coast is not as bad as I make it sound in my earlier emails. Your pal, Barry. Honestly, Alan doesn't deserve either Barry or Alice. I totally agree. It's way better characters than he'll ever be. And I've got a soft spot for Alan. I like him well enough, but like...
For months after Alan died, I didn't leave the apartment. I was flattened by the confusion, the shock, the guilt, fear.
The joy, the sorrow.
I could barely get out of bed. Barry Wheeler started visiting. He even cooked me meals.
Oh, you're a real one, Barry.
I didn't stand the guy when I first met him, but he's a better friend than I gave him credit for.
Yeah, he is.
He still checks in, even after he moved out west.
Part 1, The Depths. Love is weakness. Trigger when viewer close. Intimate. If you see, like, the pictures like this sort of stuff, don't these seem similar to, like, the shades that we're interacting with during the Alan sections of this game? I don't want to step on these pictures. That seems rude.
Alice's work had consumed the apartment. Her whole life.
One morning, I saw a deer soar past my bedroom window. It was a balloon of some cartoon animal. And I looked out at the street below, and I saw a little girl crying, like losing that balloon had just ended her whole world. It was the perfect image of the horror of caring. And that's when I got myself out of bed, and I picked up my camera.
Part 2, The Comeback. Weakness is clarity. Just need to show a glimpse, make you see what's beneath the surface.
There was something in the dark, something I needed to see, to show. The more shadows I photographed and filmed, the more I felt like I was on the verge of a breakthrough. I submerged myself in it. I only went out at night. My search became obsessive, but I still had no idea what I was looking for.
This is a lot for Alice to do, given that she has a, like, paralyzing fear of the dark, which I don't think they mention in this game. Part 3, The Search. Clarity is purpose.
There's a world hidden behind ours, a dark tide ebbing and flowing against reality. Faces in the shadows. Fear of the dark is really just fear of what could be, that vast, paralyzing ocean. But photography can freeze reality in a snapshot, put a cage around the infinite and capture it. I need to prove those faces are really there.
Connection, then pain. Pain through love. No boundaries. Be ruthless. Purpose is strength.
The full manuscript of a novel. Return. A horror story about the dark presence escaping from the dark place, taking over Bright Falls.
That's not good.
I had not written it. I would never write this. I knew who had. Scratch. A monster with my face. If this story came true, Scratch would get out, people would die. Destroying the manuscript, it wouldn't stop it from happening. I would have to fix it, edit it. I could not change the genre of the story. I'd have to work within the constraints set by Scratch. I needed someone in the story to fight the darkness. Saga Anderson. I kept seeing her in my visions. She was already in Bright Falls, already involved, but she was not in Return. Not yet. I'd write her in. Try to stop Scratch within the limits of the horror story. It was almost impossible. It was taking too long. I had not reached the end.
I pointed out earlier that Saga's not in any of the manuscript pages, except when written in by hand or on pages with no edits, for this reason. Like, learning that Scratch is the writer of the manuscript and that Alan's been editing it, adding entrances to the overlaps and parts to the ritual is fascinating. Specifically because he's already seen her. Yeah, and he's only seen her after she finds the pages. Very chicken and egg sort of thing. I think that the scene in the theater production, when we learn that the devil is writing reality when God is asleep, is what tells us how Scratch was able to write the manuscript in the first place. I don't think that the Dark Presence itself could create art. I just don't think it has it in it. I don't think it's a creative entity. It's too constrained by the need to find somebody to make art so that it can exist, right? If it could just make its own art, then all the rules would go out the window. Which makes me think that Scratch is fundamentally a different entity to the Dark Presence. It is the Dark Presence, but it's also part of Alan. Like, it is both of these things, and that it is Alan who wrote that manuscript under the influence of Mr. Scratch, under the influence of the Dark Presence, you know, with the Dark Presence inhabiting him. But it is still part of him that's making it, you know.
Scratch stopped me before I could finish my edits to the manuscript. The memory of my edits was already fading. Terrible things would happen if the manuscript came true. Scratch was there, at Parliament Tower, undoing my work. He could use the story to escape. He could go after Alice. I needed a new draft of the story, one that would get me ahead of Scratch.
I had to stop Scratch before he escaped. One last chance, one last draft of initiation to get me there.
Zane had said we worked on Return together. That was a lie. Scratch wrote Return. I would pay Zane another visit. He had guided me to 2 murder sites. I needed a new one to get back to Parliament Tower. A new draft of initiation.
Alan, you're all wet. Oh, it's very damp in here. Alright, I get to talk about something that I've been excited to talk about this entire thing!
I don't have time for this, so let's get it over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake. It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Alright, here's what I've been excited to talk about, is I think I've figured this out. Barbara Jagger, Baba Yaga, Thor, Odin, and Balder. Tor, Odin, Balder. I believe that Mr. Door is also a mythological figure, and it actually didn't take that much thinking to figure out who it was. How do I start with this? So, Mr. Door inhabits the doorway, a passage between two worlds, between two rooms, the crossroads. I think he's Papa Legba. He's a voodoo liwa. At the beginning of any voodoo ritual, you invoke Papa Legba, who is the one who facilitates the crossroads, or the door between the spirit world and reality. In order to commune with the spirits, you first need to go through, or first need to get permission from Papa Legba. In addition to this fact, he has the ability to manifest at any crossroad, at any doorway. He is the concept of the watcher at the threshold, exactly. And he's a positive figure. In addition to that fact, Warlin Door is a version of Martin Hatch. Martin Hatch, in Quantum Break, is played by Lance Reddick. Lance Reddick played Papa Legba in season 2 of American Horror Story. So, given the way that this game uses its actors and voice actors as characters and draws connections between them as being important, I think this means something. I think this matters. The Pepe Bun image for this one. I could do that, yeah. We could switch out for this. Lance Reddick also played a malevolent entity known as Mr. Abaddon in the hit ABC sci-fi drama Lost. Yes! We've done it.
Masks come off. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask. But you know how to make things difficult for yourself. All these rules. Endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky. You know, there are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself. Your wife.
Alice, I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is, because of you. And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors, peeking in, reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
Maybe you will make it through this time. This has gone on long enough. This and our Night Springs, it was a nice distraction.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
Next time we meet, the circumstances will be very different. You would do well to return the favor by playing your part. Or stay out of my way, Mr. Wake.
Whatever you say.
Door, Zane, the masks were finally coming off. Was it a sign I was closer to escaping? I had no time to waste.
Alan Wake. I can't modify.
Hurry, Tom. Here is the light at the end of the
Jumalauta, that held you close, Tom. Mutta onwards, said the granny in the snow. When the panic is biggest, the help is also near.
I love you, Ati.
Door didn't seem happy to see me this time.
Fearing the master is the root of wisdom. But don't let the game get you down. He's playing his role. Maybe put him in your films, Tom. Like you have put me. Sehän olisikin.
So I like how there's characters like Alex Casey who are like, I fucking hate you for trying to play God. You can't write about people like they're characters in your fucking stories. You don't have control over my life. And then Ati's like, put me in your movie. Even though there's no way Ati is a character who's constrained by the story.
What films?
I'm a fan of your masterworks. There is Tom the Poet, my favorite, and Öden Ö, the most famous one. Is it true what I hear, that it's coming back to cinemas soon? Is there a bottom to this rumor?
It's me.
I need to get back to my apartment. Can you help me?
Well, plan is half done. You asked me to make sure you won't forget, mikä se valokuva oli? Light pictures. Photos you artist wife took. They are waiting in the shoebox in the basement. What you leave behind, you find in front of you.
Okay. Thanks, Adi.
So, now we have confirmation that Alice's art has made its way into the Dark Place. Yeah, the conflation of Alan and Zane. Here's a fascinating thing. So the Cult of the Word from the subway section is the villain of that version of the story, right? In the hotel, the devil is Mr. Scratch, who is a version of Alan. And this next section, we're going to be going to a theater where a cult worships Thomas Zane's work, who is also Alan. He just made himself the bad guy over and over again in different forms. We'll see some more of that. We'll figure it out. For now, I think we should go back to Saga's story for a second.
Hi!
Oh. Hi, I didn't see you there.
Quiet now. Feels like I've suddenly gone deaf.
Alright, we've got some pins on the storyboard. Let's use them.
Alan Wake. My name comes up, your books come up, you come up. I've read them. There are echoes of my life in there that makes me feel like someone's been watching me. What happened to Alan Wake? Never expected to find you alive.
My head's killing me.
I think you like using people, Wake. Taking their lives and twisting them into your stories. And when someone gets hurt, it's kick-ass material for the next one. Shit! Spilled my coffee.
Take it you're not a fan then, Agent Casey.
This is not your playground, and I'm not your fucking creation.
It doesn't work that way. You can't make something out of nothing, even in a dark place where the rules hardly apply. It's very complicated to make fiction come true. I saw visions of what's happening. What will happen? Dreams. I tried to use them in my writing. I understand how dangerous it is now, even with a paralyzing amount of planning. I think I stopped writing. I think I gave up. But there's a manuscript. Maybe I forgot not to write. The dark place makes you forget. I just want to fix this. Find a version of the story that fixes everything.
Shut up! Get down! FBI!
We want the writer! No one else needs to get hurt!
Fuck off!
Oh, Casey's the best.
Hey, what are you doing? Scratch! It's close!
Stay down!
Wait, I need a gun!
No chance.
FBI!
Alright, pull that pin out. Alright, we can probably pull that other pin too. We got a room full of blood and dead bodies of members of the Cult of the Tree.
I had escaped the dark place, so had the dark presence. Scratch. He was here, in Bright Falls. I could feel him as a growing pressure in my head, stronger by the minute. Why didn't he kill me with the rest? What did he want?
Oh, there's more blood. Oh boy.
A gun and a flashlight. How nostalgic.
I spent all my ammo? Probably shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna make a run for it.
Pressure in my head was unbearable. Scratch was getting closer. Stronger than ever.
FBI, drop the knife!
Elmo?
Saga, you don't understand!
Koskala?
FBC! Stay down!
Agent Anderson. Agent Kieran Estevez, Federal Bureau of Control. We'll take it from here.
Control has arrived?
Wait, this is my case.
This is no longer an FBI investigation. The case has been transferred to us.
Enjoy your furlough.
This is bullshit. Noted. We're moving the evidence and paperwork from your field office to our base of operation at the sheriff's station. Any other pieces of evidence with you? Anything relevant?
The clicker. I can't trust them with it. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. Then your work here is done. Hey, you did well.
Wait! My partner, Agent Casey's MIA.
We'll look for him.
He's my partner, damn it!
Agent?
I should be...
Go home.
No. Fuck this. I was so close to getting the clicker to wake. I'm not done here. Not until I find Casey. Not until my family is safe from this horror story.
Wonder how the oldest house is going right now? Not great!
Tor and Odin were in the photo with the clicker. They might know how it works. I'm off the case, but I can still visit family. Hello?
Saga! It's Tor, your grandfather. About time you were coming to visit, kiddo.
How did you know I was coming to see you?
Never mind that. We have bigger problems. We're losing. Oh, fuck! Fuck you, you fucking hag! Fuck!
Shit. Something is off at that nursing home. Tor and Odin claim to be my family. I know Logan and I never lived here, but I don't know enough about my family history to say they're not my relatives. Mom only ever said my grandfather was bad news. The less I knew about him, the better.
This house is very cozy. Kinda like it. It's a shame it's haunted as fuck.
A little late for visitors, you know. I was just getting the... Oh, Saga?
Hello, Rose. Thought I'd swing by, see the family. Not a bad time, is it?
Oh, no. I was just, you know, tidying I'm so glad you're visiting again, Saga. But Odin and Tor can't see anyone today.
I was just on the phone with Tor. He invited me over.
Sorry. They had a little too much fun on our trip to Watery and need to rest.
I need an excuse to get in and talk to them. That's too bad. Okay if I say hi to the other residents before I go?
Sure. They always love visitors. Come on in. Not smart to be outside when the sun goes down.
What does that mean?
I love the architecture. I always dreamed of living in a haunted Victorian manor.
You say that like it's your first time here. Here's some of our residents, or as I like to call them, our little Vikings. Look who swung by, everyone. Norman, we have a visitor. Where are your clothes?
I'm headed back to the sauna with Artie.
Just another day in Valhalla. I should really get back to work, Saga. But feel free to spend some time with Mandy May and Norman here. It's good for them to have company.
Tor and Odin are here somewhere. Need to find them. Do either of you know where I could find Tor and Odin?
Odin is sleeping upstairs, but your grandpa's been acting crazy. He got electrocuted when he smashed the telephone.
Don't make up stories. Tor went loopy and smacked himself in the head with that hammer he's always carrying around.
Tor is hurt. Something's wrong with him. Was Tor hurt badly?
He never let go of that hammer when he got electrocuted. It looked like a bolt of lightning hit him. Wham!
Thank goodness Blum took the hammer away from him. It's not Tor's hammer, no matter what he keeps saying. Blum has his moments, even if he is a Russian.
Mandy May!
Ati, this is your home. You don't need to keep cleaning. I take that mop away, but I know you'll just find it again.
Kyllä, kyllä. But once after being told no. Why rest when you are bored to work?
And you know Mr. Blum doesn't like it when you take his work clothes. Why don't you go pick a song from the jukebox?
Yes, box Holy Ray. Just thinking about it makes my dance foot waggle. Kyllä näin on.
I love him.
Hello there, Saga Anderson.
Eipä siinä. Name won't make the man worse. Even a Swedish name. I'm Ahti.
Anything good on that jukebox?
We try to do good, but only Prime comes out. Music from my Swedish brothers. Old gods of Asgard. My pals. The Perkele Vikings. Perkele.
Do you know where I could find the Andersons?
Oh, you can never know where. Only a seaman can know that, but even the seaman can't know everything.
Fair enough. Thanks anyway.
And get chilly when he works.
You said I'd been here before. When was the last time I visited? Let's see exactly what she thinks she remembers.
Oh, it's been years. We were all so sad when you left after the accident.
Oh, fuck this. My daughter didn't drown. You're remembering wrong. She's at home watching Night Springs with her father.
Mm-hmm.
It's useless. I need to stop the story.
I want to talk about that little dismissive At first blush, that seems like a really asshole move from Rose. It's really dismissive. It's really, oh sure, honey, kind of a thing. I do want to stick up for her just a little bit, though. I think what's going on here is Rose is working in a nursing home. I'm sure she hears weird shit all the time. This is a little bit of a coping mechanism. This is a little bit of a learned behavior, because sometimes it's easier to do that than to try to argue with somebody else's understanding of reality, I suppose I would say. For instance, my grandmother had Alzheimer's, and saying is sometimes a much easier conversation, especially with these residents who are also kind of weirdos and are all affected by the story. Yeah.
Mandy May and Norman said Tor is hurt. Why didn't you mention that earlier?
Oh, you mean the little bump on his noggin? It's nothing. The residents like to exaggerate.
Uh-huh. I need to check Tor's room.
Wonderful performance this afternoon.
All right. So here's that Alan Wake standee from the first game. Rose kept it, which is great. Do you think that's a manuscript? Damn, he fucked this place up good.
More moonshine. Was this a drunken rampage? This place is a mess, and Tor's not here. I need to keep looking.
This casual use of the phrase drunken rampage. They're rock stars, you know.
Odin's in bad shape. He was drunk and watery. Or is this something more serious? Can you hear me, Odin? I need to ask you a couple of questions. He's in no shape to talk.
Let's profile him.
Odin's in rough shape. What happened to him?
These are our twilight years. There's darkness in the water. We have our little tricks, and so do you.
What's happening? It's never felt this way before.
You're all grown up, Saga, dearest, and you're back just in time. The forces of darkness are eating away at us. We're too old and weak. You have the power in you, like all Andersons.
What was that? He wasn't a projection. Odin was really here. We were connected. Are they really my family? I've never connected to someone like this in my mind place before. How is this happening?
I was glad to answer your call. Vikings are born travelers. You are a seer. You can see the truth. But your grandpa will want to tell you more himself. Wouldn't want to steal his thunder.
Is my mind place more than just a mental technique? Sometimes my mind place even baffles me. Is this the reason? Is there something more than intuition behind it? One thing at a time. Tor is in trouble. Once I help him, he can maybe tell me more.
This might be a hot take, but I think the Saga main place stuff is too often Deus Ex Machina. I prefer she solved mysteries conventionally. I can understand that. Here's a couple of things, though. One of which is this is not a conventional mystery, because the fabric of reality itself is conforming itself to a story, so the only way to have control over it, or in order to weave through it, is to make it into a story of your own creation, which is a form of art. It's a form of storytelling, and that's what Saga's mind place is. It's not a technique of profiling and evidence. It's weaving a story out of the events at hand. It's literally psychic powers, but it's a form of art that she's able to use to influence reality. The same way that Alan can use his writing, she can use it to create stories. I love this twist so much. They're like, hey, profiling is kind of like a bullshit technique that is represented in a bunch of, like, police media as one thing, which is basically narrative convenience and psychic powers. So you're not going to question it when it shows up in this game, and then it turns out it's actually psychic powers. I think this is fucking awesome. I think this is so good. Saga's the perfect character to put in this story because the story can't affect her. She is able to weave her own narratives because she sees into the meta. She's able to recognize the narrative unfolding because she's outside the story. She's not just a creator of art. She's a reader. She's a seer. She's a viewer. She's a consumer of the art, just as much as the player is. So yeah, I think the only way to overcome the story that's unfolding here is for a character like Saga to become the hero of it. There's no way Alan can do this, he's too affected by the story. There's no way that Casey could do this. He's too affected by the story. The way that Scratch wrote the story didn't include Saga. It was about Casey, and that's why the Dark Presence was able to escape. A character like Saga, who can see the narrative and be unaffected by it, who can see and recognize the tropes and metaphors and systems, who can analyze the story as a viewer of it, is the only way that this story reaches a happy outcome.
I found a photograph of you with the cultists. How are you involved?
We're too old for this brand of crazy, but we'll drink with anyone who's offering.
Yeah, they had
on
booze.
our ass years. But we already have our band, and those damn fools don't know what they're dealing with. No wonder they want a pair of legends.
Tor and Odin are not part of the cult. The cult thinks there's something special about Tor and Odin. I'm starting to see it too.
I love the running theme of no matter how old they get, they're just rebellious and unruly. I love that they were like, the cult had beer, we party. yeah, basically.
You said Tor is in danger. What's going on?
Darkness is drawn to the spark. Tor only thinks with his hammer, never his head. The Prince of fucking Darkness is making a comeback. Tor's marked by darkness. I can feel it. Is he in his room? It wants to take him, and then take me. Beware of Cynthia Weaver. Bad things happen in the wellness center. Don't let her drag him under, Saga.
Does Prince of Darkness refer to Scratch? Is Tor becoming taken? I need to find him before it's too late. Stop this before more people get hurt. I found Wake's clicker. What can you tell me about it?
Cut off from Tom's lamp. It washed to the shore. Good work getting the light switch. The light switch is like an amp. You can play rock and roll without it, but you won't blow anyone away. Art, like Tom's writing, can change the world, but the light switch will crank that change to 11.
The clicker has the power to change the story, to save Logan. This confirms what Wake said. I can't let Scratch get his hands on the clicker. By Tom's writing, Odin must mean Wake.
So, thinking about the clicker itself, what does the clicker do? It takes a work of art and solidifies it into reality. We wind up doing this to a greater and lesser extent with light in these games. Like, take the enemies, for example, the Taken. They're shadowy and formless and kind of vague impressions until we shine light on them, and then they become solid. They become recognizable. We can see them for what they are, and we can interact with them in a way that makes sense. The clicker winds up doing the same thing. It takes something that is fiction and turns it into something tangible. I want to talk a little bit about empiricism. Hume asked the question, where do ideas come from? How do we have ideas in our head? How do they get there? What are they about? And he came up with this idea of empiricism, and I'm going to summarize it poorly, okay? I recommend taking a philosophy course. I don't recommend listening to a fucking streamer talk about this. But, let's go. So Hume basically said that ideas are things in our head that are vague, intangible, and conceptual, and they are created by things called impressions. When you see something in the world, it creates an impression of itself in your head. You see a thing, you think of the thing. Impressions are tangible, they're solid, they're recognizable, and then when you try to remember those impressions, they become ideas. Ideas are just memories of an impression, and there are simple and complex ideas. A simple idea is something like a color. If you see a color, you remember it, you can drag it up later. Or like a simple shape, something like that. Complex ideas are two or more of these ideas synthesized into a single thing. So you can think of a green circle. If you've seen green before, if you've seen a circle before, you can synthesize these ideas in your head and create a green circle. You can imagine that, right? But if you've never seen a green before, according to Hume, that becomes impossible. Can't do that. Can't imagine green out of nothing. Can't imagine a circle out of nothing. If you don't have these impressions, you can't create these ideas, right? Hume brings up a counterexample of something like this, where you have a series of shades of blue in sequence, with one of them missing, and try to imagine the blue that's missing in this sequence, even if you've never seen it before. And is that possible? And if it is possible, aren't you just synthesizing two different blues into the new one? Like you're kind of just creating a complex idea out of a simple one? Anyway, what I like is the idea that this game has, sort of a philosophy in this game, is that there are ideas in it that then become impressions. They work the other way around. Things in the dark place, or like the dark presence itself, are formless, vague, and intangible ideas. But in order to turn them into reality, to turn them into impressions, you have to shine light upon them. The shadows on the cave wall form the objects casting them. Yes! Yeah, exactly. There's a violation of causation that this game really likes to play with. An idea that there are thoughts, ideas, and fictions that then become tangible objects. If we think about Plato's cave, where our experiences of the world are merely shadows on the wall of a cave created by objects that exist in reality, we would see the shadow on the wall, and the shadow itself would be creating the object that cast it. That's an idea this game plays with. It's very good. I really like it. This also leans into the Jungian stuff, doesn't it? The collective unconscious, where we draw things from. You can definitely make those parallels, yeah. Jung would probably argue that things in the collective unconscious are those vague and formless ideas, and that the only way to solidify them into reality is to interpret them through the persona and the shadow. Your own self-conception is able to take those ideas out of the unconscious and bring them into the conscious.
The clicker makes Wake's writing change reality. Can I trust him with that much power? Not sure I have a choice.
Always dreamed of seeing New York in a fancy hotel.
Okay, so I want to talk about Cynthia Weaver real quick. You might recognize the name Cynthia Weaver as a character from Alan Wake 1. She was the lamp lady. She shows up at the beginning of the game in the diner, and she's also running the power plant where she keeps Thomas Zane's shoebox, because she had, I would say, a slightly unhealthy attraction to Thomas Zane, in that it made her very resentful of Barbara Jagger. However, we have seen her in this game already. During Alan Wake's story, we saw Cynthia Weaver in the bathtub. She was the lead actress in the play that they were putting on in the hotel. And that is why, in the dialogue just now, she said, always wanted to see New York, stay in a fancy hotel, because we have seen her there. Jump scare, by the way.
This will put a smile back on your face, my dear.
Sorry?
A black woman with no sense of up or down.
She's one of them. There must be an overlap here somewhere. Tor's in the wellness center, isn't he?
No, he's... Well, yes, but you really shouldn't go in there right now.
I'm gonna need you to unlock the door. This is FBI business.
It's just, there's some things that, Yes, okay. I'll let
There's
you...
bad things happening in the wellness
Thank you,
center.
Rose.
Watch out. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
Right. Thanks. That lady is a
Thanks.
walking red flag.
No kidding. I'm glad she let us through here. However, it is weird that she let us through if she knows what's going on in the wellness center. It's a little bit irresponsible that she let us go in here.
Hello? Tor? It's Saga Anderson.
Everything okay here? Doc, Rose and me found Mr. Anderson knocked out on the floor by the phone, burns on hand and cut on head. He was out cold, so brought him here. Been acting strange all week. Take good care, he's VIP.
Tor was here. He's hurt pretty bad, but he tore off his bandages. Why?
Tor Anderson had lightning in his veins. This was rock and roll, baby. That Weaver girl had cast a spell on him. Tor would do anything she'd ask. Tor deserved this. Tor wanted this. She wanted the song, a gift. He had to get it for her. Afterwards, it was too late. Tor swung his hammer in frustration. The spark was gone. Black liquid clogged his mind. A bad trip. He fought it. He was strong. He'd never be taken. But the darkness could still drown him. Tor needed to warn someone. It was all happening again. Tom was coming back. Tom would need help too if he was going to make it, but the brothers were too old to stop it this time. Tor had called someone who could help. The name escaped him, drowned beneath dark water. So, now that we know that Alan is writing the edits and Scratch wrote the original manuscript, we can see these instances where Alan's writing is creating an entrance to the overlap. Alan's writing is saving Tor from whatever the manuscript originally had planned for him. Because he's included here, Tor fought it. He was strong, he'd never be taken, but the darkness could still drown him. So he can't make it not a threat anymore, right? He can't make Tor safe, because that goes against the story. But he can make it so that Tor is safe until Saga gets here. He also includes mentions of the song, which is the key that gets Saga into the overlap. So he's creating a way out of this little narrative cul-de-sac. So we're not just watching Tor be taken. We're able to find a way to save him.
Tor, wait!
Hey, Tor.
It's me!
Just having a normal one.
Ugh, come on.
This door needs a knob. A security computer. Needs a password. And a warrant, technically. But hey, desperate times.
Desperate times. Vladimir Bloom.
The Koskela brothers aren't just in the cult. They're its damn leaders.
You have been accepted into the prestigious ranks of our most hallowed organization. As such, you will join our noble cause and be privy to our most guarded secrets. The ceremony will take place the day after the next new moon, as is tradition. Cult of the Tree welcomes you.
Day, then month. He uses European formatting.
1508. So August 15th is when his acceptance letter arrived. The new moon after that would be the 16th, 1608-23. Oh, the day after the next new moon. I'm sorry. There we go.
And the doors are open.
Mm-hmm.
There's Tor. And he's out of his mind.
Oh my god, look at him go!
Need to get to him.
Fuck it up, Tor! Yeah! Is that FMV? It looks like FMV. Alright.
Shit!
Gravity!
Check it out. It's one of the best enemy designs in this whole fucking game.
Wearing Blum's coveralls again!
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
Visual effect is something I never thought I'd see in my life when I first played it. It's reflected like in water. It's so cool.
Need to catch up with Tor. This must have been Tor's.
Tor Anderson, you come out of here this minute! That water is bad for you! Tor, wait! Cynthia Weaver, I know it's you! This kind of behavior is not okay!
This is unacceptable. Cynthia. Thank you for trying, Rose. I appreciate it. It's just like, shoot.
What was that? Where did Tor go?
What on earth do you mean, Saga? Tor is resting in the wellness center, remember?
What? We both saw him go into the pond.
Okay.
Are you fucking with me, or is this the story again?
Now. Let's cool it with the language.
She's clearly lying to me. Why?
Let's cool it with the language.
Rose watched Tor go into the pond. Why is she lying to me?
The secret mission for Alan's #1 fan. The hero will say Wake has returned. We're all characters in his story. Gee whiz.
I'm not his fucking character, but I can use that phrase to make Rose stop lying to me. Wake has returned. Cynthia took Tor. What happened to her?
When the darkness touches your head, your bookshelf gets shuffled. I put her lamp in the shoebox. What do you call a lamp lady without her lamp?
Is Rose talking about Cynthia or herself? Or both?
Okay, so I love Rose. However, Rose is implied to be responsible for what happened to Cynthia Weaver. There's a reason she did it, though. So, Rose stole Tom Zane's lamp from Cynthia, which left her vulnerable to the dark presence, and put it in a shoebox so that Alan Wake could use it to solve those, like, light puzzles that we experience in Alan Wake's chapters. She's the reason that the light shows up in the dark place, and the reason that Cynthia became taken.
Rose, Wake has returned.
Oh my God. You're the hero! You're here to save Alan! I feel so silly for trying to keep you out of the wellness center. I locked Tor and Gale in there after they lost it, and I didn't want you getting hurt. Before I forget, here's the page Wake told me to give you. Oh, and you'll need my keys to get around.
She's very helpful now. She's Alphys, kind of, yeah. Alright, so what I like about this is there's an implication that one of the reasons that she was kind of dismissive, kind of gaslighty, one of the reasons she was trying to keep you out of the wellness center is just because she kind of has experience with people just not believing her, because everybody kind of sees her as a weirdo. So she is aware of a lot of the stuff that's going on here. She's aware of the dark place and the Taken. She seems to be aware of Alan and the story, but nobody believes her about it, so she doesn't tell people. That's why she's been hiding it from you. Not necessarily because it's a secret, but because you wouldn't have believed her if you weren't a part of it.
Saga jabbed the selector on the jukebox, the missing record in its place. Saga couldn't have found it without Odin's help. A light bloomed in through the garden window.
The horror story beat me to Tor. I have to rescue him. What happened to Tor just now?
Cynthia took him. I knew someone was messing with Tor's head. There's something wrong with the water here. Pipes acting up, black stuff coming out. Cynthia's probably behind that, too.
Does Cynthia have any connection to the cult of the tree?
Oh, no, she's way too frail for that. But she used to be this town's best defense against the forces of darkness. Well, after Alan. But I guess it finally got her.
Wake is in custody. How have you been in contact with him?
He leaves me messages in funny places. Like the newspaper, books. Once he even wrote to me with a cloud. If it's something really important, he tells me in a dream.
Okay. What does he say to you with these clouds?
Ways I can help him, how I can stay safe, good dinner recipes, ways to kill Taken, lots of stuff. I've been finding some pages of writing lately too, so he must be working on a new book. Exciting.
Very exciting.
Wake tells you how to kill Taken?
Oh, sure. You're the hero, so you must know all about it. All you need is a strong light, and then your conventional methods of extreme violence. Simple stuff. The tough part is hiding the bodies.
I honestly don't know how to react to this.
Just doing my part, sister.
Couple things. So Taken don't leave bodies. Oh no. Okay, I love Rose. I think she's great. I think that her relationship with Alan is really unhealthy because it's sort of a rejection of herself as an individual. Because she's just like, oh, we're all characters in Alan's story, including me. I'm excited to be a character in Alan's story. I love that. That's great. Have some self-respect. Rose, you're better than that. That's one. Two, there's no way Alan is writing messages to her. I don't even think any of the manuscript pages really mention her very much. And they certainly they don't mention hidden messages in clouds and newspapers and things. But all of the stuff that she's saying is true. Like, she knows about the Taken and the Dark Presence, knows that Saga's gonna be the hero of this story. So, like, she's doing helpful things. She knows way more than she should, but it's not Alan that's doing it. And I think it's meant to be a little bit vague and kind of an open question where you're like, is Rose just like this because she's a weirdo? But, like... So I'm wondering, what if she's writing her fanfiction and the Dark Presence is getting a hold of it? It can't do anything too malicious with it, but it's still kind of becoming real? It's possible that Rose's writing is also affecting reality to some small extent.
You need to get the residents out of here. It's not safe.
This kind of stuff rolls right off their backs. I already told everyone to wait at the designated muster point on the front porch. We run drills every few months.
I'm impressed by how prepared you are.
We're pretty used to this kind of thing.
Who do you think Rose ships in her fanfics? Rose is writing problematic self-insert real person fanfiction. So she's in a love triangle with Alan Wake and Alan Wake's evil twin brother, Alan Wake. He's a werewolf. It's funny, but it's also true.
Old gods of Asgard. So Odin and Thor had abandoned everything.
They sure did. There's water dripping from above. I wonder what that's all about. Alright, so let's check out the Old Gods of Asgard Museum and Hall of Fame! Oh, drag 'em. Trashed hotels, rooms, and ruined pools. They haven't changed at all, have they? Legendary heavy rock band Old Gods of Asgard mourns the loss of their divinely talented guitarist Bob Balder. Tori Anderson had this to say, "Get the fuck out of my face. Balder is in Valhalla now. He fought cancer like a hero." You absolutely get to go to Valhalla for that. 100%. That's a fucking battle.
Anger's Remorse. This is the one. But it's gone. Cynthia has the record. She will tell me where to find it. Where is Angus Remorse now?
Beauty is a young girl in love. A rock and roll cliche. The shadows to come alive. A gift. An on-off death wish.
She has the record. I can get it out of her. Angus Remorse. Where is it, Cynthia?
Drowned beneath dark water. Too many hands. The bathroom frightened her. Cut short. She screamed. And old folks care home.
The Angus Remorse record is in Cynthia's room, in her bathtub.
We found it in a bathtub in Alan's section as well. However, Alan finds the heart first, the record second, and the mask third. Saga finds the heart first, the mask second, and the record third. Hey, Ati.
Goddamn lights.
No use crying in the dark place. What has been has gone. But trouble doesn't look like this. You can go to the basement and check the generator. But look out, you can never know in which tree the devil sits.
Sure.
The basement. Thanks. Fuse is blown.
So one of the reasons that the story is starting to affect Tor is because they're getting old. It's harder to resist. It's harder to fight back the narrative. It's very moist down here. House of Zane, renowned filmmaker, establishes artist commune in Bright Falls. So, this game is gaslighting me. Anybody who's played Alan Wake 1 knows that Thomas Zane and Barbara Jagger arrived in town and spent the night at the Birdleg cabin on the lake as part of like a vacation. It was really similar to what happened with Alice and Alan, as far as I'm aware. I don't think they ever lived in this town. But now, the story has changed. Now, Zane isn't a poet who took a vacation to a cabin on the lake. Now, he's a renowned filmmaker who bought a mansion in Bright Falls in order to form an artist's commune.
Cynthia Weaver had always kept her lantern close. Someone in the bathroom with her. In the dark, dark water pressed itself into her. She screamed.
2730. Fuse box puzzle count 2?
There. Is this something they watch on movie night? That looks just like Casey.
It does. Hey, I know those guys.
It was too late. She was underwater. The nightmares were starting to creep in. He had it coming. Saga was trapped in a horror story.
Okay, see, this is bad. Somebody did this. Somebody broke all our light bulbs. That's not good.
Our presence uses people's memories, their fears to corrupt them.
I went down to the basement today to check the lights. I can't trust Bloom to do it. He's too slow. It's getting harder and harder for me to reach them. Can't keep up much longer. Tom's lamp is gone. The lamp with the angel on it. He always loved that lamp. It disappeared from my room. The darkness is here, after all these years. It took Tom's lamp, I know it did. The lights are going out more and more. There's no one left to stop it. I can't do it on my own. Not anymore. I have nothing left of Tom now. Don't know what I'm going to do. I need Tom's lamp back. I need Tom back. The shadows are moving. There's no more light, no more lamps. I can't find my way out of my room. Someone locked the door. Did I lock it? Maybe Tom did. He probably did it to keep me safe. He's such a considerate man. Barbara doesn't deserve him. Tom could do so much better. Where did Tom's lamp go? I used to have it. Guess he took it back? That's fine. It was his after all. The shadows are moving? Did I write that? Nonsense. There are no shadows. It's just us. Tom and I. Forever. I found something funny while I was down there. An article about Tom, but it called him a filmmaker. Tom didn't make movies. He was a poet. A magnificent poet. Dug around and found film equipment, supposedly also Tom's. What is happening? This isn't right. I know it isn't. So this mirrors the scene we saw in Alan's scenes, obviously, but I wanted to bring up the question again, which is, now that we know that Saga's power isn't necessarily profiling, that it's doing something else, do you think that by filling out the evidence on her board, we have caused this record to appear? Do you think Saga's mind place is influencing reality, piecing together parts of the story into a narrative that ends up with this record being in the bathtub?
Anger's remorse.
Because it has to be.
Old.
Too many hands. Have you noticed that all of the notable Taken, like Agent Nightingale from the beginning of the game, Thornton and Mulligan, Cynthia Weaver, all these important Taken are from the first game? They're people that Alan would have known?
The song will show me the way.
Look in the mirror, the cobweb of my soul. Hubris, I was born.
The overlap is at the point.
You can't
Here we go again.
What are you doing? Help me, please.
This isn't real.
Closer now. Destroy. The only way. Writing a story.
Tor?
Can we stop now?
Tor!
Where are you?
Tor, remember your safe word.
I'm sorry, kiddo. The hag tricked me.
Tor, I'm here! I'm coming!
Hey, Cynthia.
You took Tor. I'm here to take him back.
Ducky. I feel like that's probably the duck from Control. Perhaps indicating that this is a bath. Metaphorically. No.
It's cold. Dark. I can't see a goddamn thing. Tell Odin. I'm sorry I fucked everything up.
You can apologize to him yourself. I'm getting you the hell out of here.
Uh-oh. There you are. Whoa, jeez. Okay, there we go.
You again. The FBI. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now. I can feel it. You help me get closer to escaping.
Wait, where are you? Is this coming from the dark place when you were still trapped? I have the clicker. We can finish this.
We got the clicker. You can help. Must find it.
I already have it. I can get it to you. But I have to understand. Did you write Logan into the story?
Lad's in danger. I need to get back. I'm writing a story. It's the only way.
Then change the story.
If this is the past, if this is you still in the dark place, then you can do that, right?
You cannot write her in. She's my daughter, goddammit!
Logan is in the story. I can get him to change it. I have the clicker. I'll make him change it now. He had no right to do this to Logan.
Tor!
Oh, fucking hell.
You alright?
Hey, you took your sweet time to come save your grandpa, huh?
Nice attitude. A family trait?
You're right. Sorry. Thanks for helping out an old bastard like me.
That's my job. Now, I've got some questions for you.
Of course you do, sweetie pie. And I got answers.
We need to talk.
Damn right. Lots for me to explain, but not here. The night's got ears. We can have our talk in your head. You have a room there, right?
How do you know about that?
I'm your grandfather. What don't I know?
Oh my god, I love Tor.
You know about my mind place? How is that possible?
We all have the power. Find the truth. Damn right I do. Odin already told you you're a seer. You can gaze into their heads, see the truth, see past the lies, past this bullshit horror story. Us Andersons aren't bound by it. You can fight it. Don't be the story. Make the story.
It's true. I am a seer. I have a power. My mind place is more than I thought it was. This isn't my intuition. I'm seeing their thoughts. Is this why I know the truth about Logan? While everyone else forgot?
What does Tor's mind place look like? Oh, it's a mead hall, for sure. It's a big longhouse? Like...
A big mead hall. And the case files are pictured coasters.
Aw, hell yeah.
I have the clicker. Can I use it to save my daughter?
An amp. Get your guitar roaring. And your drums crashing. Blow reality's eardrums. Just the light switch isn't enough. It's Tom's story we're dealing with, so he's gotta be the one to rewrite it. After that's done, he can flick that switch to bring the whole thing home, baby.
I can't use the clicker without Wake. Tom, meaning Wake, he needs to rewrite the story first. I can't stop the horror story without him.
It's My interpretation of this game, what it's trying to say, is that Alan doesn't have the ability to create the type of art that will make a positive change in this world. And part of the reason for that is because he's working by himself. The way that true creativity works is a collaborative process, not just between an artist and other works of art, but between an artist and other artists. They require input. They require the creativity of others, inspiration, conversations, immersing yourself in other works of art, using that to create your own. The reason that Alan can't escape from the dark place, the reason he can't bring himself out of his depression, is because he's trying to do it by himself. And in this game, it's going to take Alan, Torin Odin, Saga, Alice, and others all working together, creating their own types of art to collaborate in order to get him out of there, in order to prevent this darkness from escaping and taking over the world.
You gotta get weird in a hotel room with a poet who it's impossible to take seriously.
Exactly.
But somehow is actually okay at what he does, but the poet can't be also you in superposition or that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? His collaboration with Zane goes some places, we'll talk about it. But yeah, you have to be able to collaborate, borrow techniques, share inspiration, have conversations. Like, all of this stuff is how art gets made. You can't do it in a vacuum, you can't do it by yourself, you can't do it locked in the writer's room. And an important part of that is getting artists from other backgrounds who aren't like you, who make other art. I think part of the conversation around this game is the fact that people say that Sam Lake made the video game Alan Wake, when in actuality, Sam Lake is a director of 100 other artists who are all contributing to this work. They are making music, photos, animations, voice acting, writing. There are so many different types of art being meshed into this single work with a message that is part of all of these artists' souls put together. Sam Lake is kind of an auteur. He is the director of this piece. But somebody had to make these photographs, somebody had to program these systems, and all of these people are artists that are contributing their voices, their experiences, and their talents to this singular work.
I need to go find Wake to stop this.
The old gods of Asgard will be ready to help. Me and my bro will bring the rock when you need it. Remember, your daughter is a lie, just kept from you by this bullshit horror story.
I needed to hear that. Thanks, Grandpa.
See you soon, Saga.
The FBC is holding Wake at the sheriff's station. I need to make Agent Estevez understand. They have Wake and I have the clicker. We have to work together to stop this. Casey. Do you read me, Casey? Damn it. Where are you, Casey?
Boy, I hope Casey's okay.
Okie dokie. I don't like the sounds coming from the station.
Power's out. Always a good sign. Anyone here?
I'm here, in the closet.
Agent Estevez? Is that you?
Anderson?
Doing okay?
Didn't I tell you to fuck off?
Looks like it's a good thing I didn't.
Looks like. My leg's busted, so I'm gonna need your help. Listen, there is a person out there with you invaded by something that we call the Shadow, and if you don't...
Taken. Yeah. I'll handle it. That leg doesn't look good.
Feels even worse. But thanks for saving the rest of me. We should talk.
What happened here?
Where to fucking start? We came to check out a system alert at Cauldron Lake, but it's worse than we could handle. Real boondoggle. The police, my own agents, most were invaded before we could even react.
There's a real boondoggle. Just a complete flim-flam.
Where is Wake? I know what's going on here. Wake can fix this.
Alan Wake is a para-utilitarian. The word's a mouthful, so you know it's serious. We have him locked up in the holding cells per protocol. He's connected to the Shadow in some way.
The Shadow?
Have you found my partner? Agent Casey?
Yeah, we found him. Out in the woods. He had a close encounter with the Shadow, and it did something to him.
Is he okay?
He's alive. We took him down to the morgue for an examination. Haven't heard anything since the attack.
What did the FBC come here to do?
Bright Falls is the site of a recurring altered world event. The shadow is stronger than we expected. We're low on resources, problems at HQ. But we do have equipment for dealing with the shaded threat. We were just caught off guard before we could set it up.
Estevez, I need to see Wake. How do I get into the cell block?
Okay, protocols don't mean that much at this point anyway. Don't make me regret this, Anderson. Until the power's back on, the door to the holding cells won't open. There's a fuse box downstairs in the basement. Here. You'll need these keys.
I really like Estevez. I think she's great. She seems on top of shit. I think it's cool that they call the dark presence the shadow, and instead of taken, they call them shaded. Like, they've developed their own terminology because they don't necessarily have access to Wake's writing. And Wake is the one who coined the terms dark presence and taken. So that's what Saga calls them because she learned about them from reading Wake's manuscript pages, and that's what we saw Rose call them earlier. But the FBC has their own protocols, so they've got their own names for this stuff.
Stay the fuck!
Casey! Is that you?
Anderson?
Hold your fire! I'm coming in!
You alright, Casey?
Hey, Anderson. Like what I've done with the place?
Could use a bit more light.
Funny.
How are you holding up?
Don't give me that worried look, Anderson. It's a flesh wound. Gave me a chance to have a nice chat about ex-wives with Kieran. Agent Estevez, I mean.
Friends, huh? Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What's the situation on your end?
Watery turned out to be a good lead. Found the clicker and the cult. But the horror story's changing reality, like Wake said it would. Logan, the story claims she died here. But we can stop it.
Wait, Saga. What do you, Logan is gone. She has been. For a long time.
Casey's affected by the horror story, too. I'm fighting for them all now. I'm gonna fix this, Casey. You, Logan, all of it. I just need to get the power back on first.
Yeah, give him hell, Anderson. Just remember, some things in life can't be fixed with a light switch. As for the power problem, here. I found a fuse on those poor bastards there.
Thank you.
Stay put, Casey. I'll let you know when it's safe.
I'm not going anywhere.
My guy's a real trooper. The horror story is rewriting reality, and when that happens, people who are involved tend to compensate for that. Their brain comes up with rationale for why things are different now. It's sort of a form of brain plasticity.
Anderson, good news, bad news. You can get to the cell block now, but the shaded hostiles that were in there are on the loose.
Thanks for the heads up.
Whoa.
More coming down!
Situation is under control, Estevez. Coming back up.
Copy. Anderson, over here.
Get yourself situated.
Got a little cramped in that closet.
What's going on?
We had a hell of a time avoiding those taken. Ended up back here. Anyway, I wanted to warn you that we have the Koskela brothers in the cells as well. They're the ringleaders of the cult of the tree. Don't let your guard down.
Is the FBC sending any help?
We were the help. Well, us in the lake house. But we still have bureau gear specifically engineered to fight this threat. It's stored in the back lot. We were setting it up when the Taken interrupted us. We have light arrays, a containment cell, etc., etc. We are not out of this fight yet.
Wish me luck.
According to the luck and probability department, it's statistically bad luck to wish people good luck during a crisis.
Thanks.
As one little reference, because the statistics and probability department of the FBC is one of the areas in Control that you do get to visit. It's very fun. Interesting. So was he looking for Dora before? You can see the type of things that Tim Breaker was reading before he got, scooped into the dark place. And it makes a lot of sense, I think. Quincy, UFOs, Myths, and Reality. Part 1, Sightings Under the Lens. Part 2, Communion and Testimonies. Part 3, Tricksters and Falsehoods. Okay. A is 1, B is 2. So we're not doing this nonary game style. 723? Is that what I said?
I'm sure Sheriff Breaker wouldn't mind me borrowing this.
Ooh, they're now hiring. Don't become a cop.
Saga! Fucking FBI, FBC, you government fucks all fucking this up for us! Let us the fuck out!
You're the leaders of the cult. You're not going anywhere.
Wake will ruin everything. Get rid of him, Saga! You fucking shut me! Typical government stooge.
Chill.
Let us out! You can't stop it, none of you can.
Hi, Wake. How you... Oh, you look like you're having a normal one.
Do you have it?
You wrote Logan into the story. You told me yourself from the dark place.
Listen, Scratch is coming. He's almost here.
My daughter is dead because of you. She's a child. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Trying to fix this. I will fix this. I'll save everyone, but we're running out of time. I need the clicker.
I have the clicker. You will fix this. You will save my daughter. Promise me.
Yes, I promise. But we're out of time. Hurry!
This is the face of someone who will definitely fix this.
Don't fucking give it to him! Perka! He's a fucking monster, Saga! There it is! We've been waiting for you, motherfucker! I'm gonna fucking destroy you!
He's morbing the fuck out.
He was pretending to be Wake. The plan is fucked.
Okay. Scratch, Wake. We're going to talk more about this later. But I think I have an explanation for why Scratch is able to inhabit Wake and why that enables Scratch to write the manuscript for Return, while Wake has no memory of it. I'm thinking that at the end of Alan Wake 1, Alan was still trapped in the lake the whole time, writing Departure, and he wrote the character of Alan Wake. And when he dives into the water in order to save Alice and defeat the Dark Presence is ejected from Barbara Jagger. It then inhabits him, is the character of Alan Wake being inhabited by the Dark Presence, creating this new character. Because Scratch looks like Alan Wake, because he is a product of Alan's writing, and because Alan wrote him as a self-insert character, created him to be Alan Wake, he can inhabit the body of Alan Wake pretty easily because he's assuming that narrative role of Alan Wake. We heard earlier from Mr. Dorr about the roles that people are playing, and I think that has power in a narrative. Scratch takes the role of Alan in order to escape. That's my interpretation, at least. He's morbing out again.
Got one.
That was...
He's too fast.
Alright, I got some time.
Another core activated. Scratch was here. He'll be back. What the fuck do we do now? Scratch is Wake's double. He tricked us. He almost got the clicker from me. The whole plan has gone out the window. How could we get this so wrong?
Textbook boondoggle.
You said it, Anderson. It's a shit show. So what's the plan?
Scratch pretended to be Wake to trick us.
He almost won me over. I should have trusted my gut. Had a bad feeling about him when we found him at the lake. When that insane monster cloud came at me in the woods, I saw a face inside it. Wake's. I think he was always a monster. Always Scratch.
Somehow, I feel like profiling Scratch is a terrible idea. Now that we know what profiling actually is, inviting that thing into your mind place is probably a mistake.
The FBC usually handles stuff like this, right? Any thoughts?
Hold up. You brought a paranatural object in here without telling me and then almost handed it over to a hostile entity?
I didn't know if I could trust you. That was a mistake. So was believing Scratch. But it's not too late. I just need to understand more.
You got that right. Let's start acting like we're on the same side, yeah?
So tell me what I'm missing. The FBC must know something.
Good news, we have Bureau intel on all of this. Bad news, it's highly classified. Good news, consider yourself deputized into the Federal Bureau of Control. Here's a key to the cell where we keep the files. Happy reading.
Okay, thanks.
I love Kieran. She's so good. Both Saga and Kieran's VAs are stellar.
One more thing, the lake house. I didn't give you all the details earlier, but now that you're part of the team, I can really let loose. Misery loves company.
So, if you ask what happened at the lake house here, we could start playing the lake house DLC. I'm not going to do that. However, if you like Kieran and you want more of her, absolutely play the DLC for this game. It's good.
You really don't remember Logan living in Virginia with me and David?
I remember you and David having problems. You needed a break. You and Logan moved to Watery, and then Logan, well, that awful thing happened. After you came back to work, I thought you'd be the perfect partner for this case, if you were willing to return to the area.
Okay, that's enough. The story is changing your memories. What you're remembering is fiction. Logan is alive. I'm not divorced. We never moved here.
No. Wake or Scratch, whoever that was, said the story could be used to attack us. We all need to question what's real. With that said, how do we know the story isn't giving you false hope?
I can't convince them. I just need to change the story. The cult didn't trust Wake, or is it Scratch? Wake isn't the first person the Dark Presence disguised itself as.
Most of this is information from the first game that we already know.
The lake is a gateway to the dark place. What the hell is a para-utilitarian? I assumed Wake escaped the dark place. Is it possible he's still there?
The Big Apple in an ocean of darkness. Gone diving. Note from my editor. You're using the wrong tense. Trapped in a loop. My friends will meet him when I'm gone.
Wake is still trapped in the dark place. Maybe he always was.
Note from the editor, you're using the wrong tense is so good! Because we assume he escaped from the lake. God. What a good game.
I'm sorry about your brother, Ilmo.
Yaakko was all heart. He always went along with my ideas, no matter how stupid they were. Always happy to help. I got carried away. I never think things through. It's my fault.
I realize it's a bad time, but I need you to tell me everything about the Cult of the Tree.
The cult is my craziest idea that ever worked. Look, what kind of a cult calls themselves a cult? Exactly. We protect Watery and Bright Falls. We're the good guys. A secret neighborhood watch. That was the idea anyways.
The Bookhouse Boys.
Look, we've always known about the horror inside the lake. When any Taken come out, we kill them.
You don't turn people into Taken. You kill the ones who already have.
Yeah, if Rose doesn't get to him first.
You were trying to kill Alan Wake. Why?
Nothing good has ever come out of Cauldron Lake. The nightmare that hit Bright Falls in 2010 was all because of his writing. And ever since then, pages of his stories are floating up from the lake, and monsters keep popping out. It's all him, Wake. And if we don't stop him, no one will.
Wake's evil doppelganger Scratch is the threat we're facing, not Wake. And I will stop him.
I've never heard of anyone called Scratch.
I do actually feel bad that Yaakko's dead.
Ilmo said the cult kills Taken. Is he telling the truth?
Surplus deer masks, buy in bulk. We've got a floater, a Taken on the shore. Call the gang, Yaakko. We are going hunting. Cult of the Tree. Keeping the town safe since 2013.
Ilmo is telling the truth about the cult. They really were fighting the Taken. We're on the same side. If the cult is killing Taken, then why did Nightingale turn into one?
Private party. Invitation only. Wrong time, wrong place. Time to go, Yaakko. A job half done isn't done at all.
Nightingale became a Taken because the Bookers interrupted their ritual.
feel like this twist is Alan having a moment of feeling like a genius and using a cult hero to be a sinister bad guy and instead be an anti-Scratch weapon. Yes. Let me correct you slightly, though. What if Scratch wrote a cult into the story and Alan has edited the twist to make them an anti-Scratch weapon?
I'm gonna deal with the situation, Elmo, but the town will need protection until we sort this out. I could use your help.
Right. I'll round up the gang. Whoever's left. We won't let these fucking monsters hurt any more of our people. We'll do my brother proud.
Thank you, Elmo.
So the Cult of the Tree is really fascinating to me because they're almost like a cargo cult. They discovered some pages of Wake's manuscript and the clicker. They discovered from the manuscript pages that Alan was able to push the clicker into Barbara Jagger's chest and click it in order to defeat the Dark Presence. And so they turn that into a ritual that they perform in order to kill the Taken. Like, they don't understand why it works, they just do it. And it does.
The horror story's changing reality. It made it so my daughter died here, even though she's supposed to be back home in Virginia. Do you know if that's...
AWEs are localized distortions of reality. The area outside town might not be affected. Sometimes they expand, sometimes they fizzle out. If we can make sure it's the latter, your kid might be fine.
The whole thing is a nightmare. I can't let my family be torn apart.
Having family isn't easy in this line of work. The late nights, travel... alternate realities threatening their existence. My ex-wife couldn't take it.
Karen, you're better off without her. I know I am.
Y'all are having a bonding experience, and I like it.
We have a lot of catching up to do after this thing is all over. Everything is different now. My family, me, the whole fucking world.
I'll buy the coffee, Anderson. Partners to the end. This case is one for the books.
I see what you did there. The clicker can fix this, but I can't use it without Wake. Tor knows about this stuff. Maybe he can help. Wake told me the clicker would fix this. Wake was actually Scratch. How can I trust anything he said?
The artist must conclude his work. He rides a storm on your piece. Wake up and smell the danger. We told you already, kiddo. What Tom said about the light switch is true. Don't let the story confuse you. You need him to write the ending you want. The clicker can make that ending come true.
But we don't have Wake. Everything we knew about the clicker was true. He wasn't lying. Wake is still in the dark place. How do I get him out?
We live and breathe rock and roll. From the silence of screams, from the fever of dreams. The clicker can amp up other works of art, not just Tom's writing. Anything created with passion. The dark power of the lake will make it creep into reality. But if the holder of the clicker believes in the art, they can make it all come true in the flick of a switch.
I can use the clicker without Wake. Only Wake's writing can change the horror story. But I can use the clicker to change something else, like getting Wake out of the dark place. I will use the clicker to change reality and bring Wake back at Cauldron Lake. I'll need the right work of art, but that won't be a problem. I've got it now. I just need to tell the others what to do and fix everything for good.
Yeah!
So we need Wake to fix the story, right? That hasn't changed. So here's what I have. Wake's still trapped in the dark place, under the lake. I think we can use the clicker to get him out. But first, we need a work of art. Something other than his story, and that'll get him here.
I'm not filling out the paperwork for this one. Wouldn't know where to start, but I'm sold.
Okay, look, this feels like something that once we get the ball rolling, there's no turning back. You sure you have it all figured out?
I'm ready to head to Cauldron Lake now. Let's get the plan started.
Okay, here we go. We'll be there for you. What do you need from us?
I'll head to Cauldron Lake with the clicker.
Scratch will try to get you, Anderson. You'll need backup.
I can tell there's no talking you out of coming, Casey. Estevez, is there a way to get that light array to the lake?
Oh, I've got you covered, so good news there. And we'll bring our mobile containment unit. It's specially built for entities like Scratch.
And this work of art, Anderson, what's the plan for that?
I'll make some calls on the way. Just meet me at Cauldron Lake. Tor, I need the old gods of Asgard. I need a very special song.
Hell yeah! The tour bus is already loaded, and we
set of goodbyes, ready to hit the road, just like the old times, baby.
You saw this coming, huh?
They're so dependable.
I need a song about Alan Wake, about bringing him out of the dark place.
A rider, a lake of darkness, bringing him into the light. It writes itself.
I hope they've still got it.
You know they do.
Pick up. David, please pick up.
David.
David, it's me. Where have you...
Stop. For once, you need to listen. You left me. You took my daughter away from me. Then you let her... She's dead because of you. And I don't ever want to hear your voice again. Stop calling me.
It's getting worse. It's spreading. I'm running out of time.
We're incoming with the lights, Anderson. Where do you want them?
Set them up on the shore. We need to be ready if Scratch shows up.
We'll be ready. Estevez out.
Kiddo, we're almost at the gig, and Odin's run over 4 minions of darkness. The bus is our hammer. I'm driving with one hand.
Oh,
I
no.
need you to meet me at the shore. Is the song ready?
Almost. Odin's got a killer chorus. Come save your soul. Awake new and whole. By name I will summon him. It's a dark ocean summoning. Tree! What tree? There's no tree in the song. Who the fuck put the tree in the middle of the road? We're not on a road.
Drive carefully, Grandpa.
I love the Marauder. They're my favorite. There we go.
1, 2. How you feeling tonight, Cauldron Lake? Been a while since we played on this shore. Where are my chimes? I threw them out. Chimes are not rock and roll. Yeah, they are. If you know how to use them.
Chimes can be rock and roll.
Hey! I'm here!
Ready when you are!
I'm here! Let's get ready!
Anderson, we've set up a control center up here overlooking the area.
Anderson, I can drop more gear down for you if you're running low.
I'll use the lights to hit the Taken when they come. Light them up for you. Bad news is we were in a hurry. Power supply is spotty. Your partner here will try to keep it running.
I'm not a damn mechanic. I wish your tech guy was here, Karen.
I think more games should come to a climactic end with a rock music number. I don't think that's controversial to say. I think that should be the ending of more games. I mean, why not? Exactly. Death Stranding 2 does it, and it's probably the best part of that game. Imagine Pathologic ending with a rock musical. That should be the play that they're putting on. Yeah, it should be a rock opera.
Grandpa, you signal me when the song is done, and I'll use the clicker to bring Wake back. Hit it!
Hello, Cauldron Lake. Great to see so many federal agents here tonight.
Prepare to experience a soul-searing, mind-frying act of black magic and sorcery!
This song goes out to our favorite tortured writer. Let these sweet tunes guide you out of the darkness. It's called Dark Ocean Summoning.
Hey, you're making me look bad in front of Saga, bro!
Try that again.
Supernatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
Show's drawing a crowd.
Anderson, heads up.
There we go.
Got a delivery for you, Anderson.
Thunder!
The power of rock and roll.
This is it! What happened? Why didn't it work?
I did everything right. Art to bring him back? Clicker to make it real?
So where the fuck is he?
To get to Parliament Tower, I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Do you think there's a good order to do chapters? Yes.
Zane's room.
I would, if I was playing this game for the first time, do them in this order. You start out as playing as Saga, then you're forced into a Wake chapter, and then you get put back into Saga's shoes. I would play that Saga chapter until you want to know more about Wake's story or get sick of Saga, and then switch to Wake, and then when you get sick of this wet boy, switch over to Sagas, and do them in whatever order you like. They are not presented to you chronologically, is what I'll say. You know what'd be cool if Alan Wake had a timeline? Here's the problem, is that time does not flow linearly in the Dark Place. It is a dream. So you could do a timeline, but, it gets a little wibbly. It's because... Oh, man. Oh, I got it. Let's talk real quick. I think I can explain this. Okay. Timeline. Got a point here, a line here, got a point here. On this side, we've got the beginning of the game. Over here is...
Why is this not on the classroom chalkboard?
Alright. Over here we got the beginning of the game. Over here we got the current chapter. Alright? So, right about here is where we get Saga's chapter with Nightingale's heart. I'm going to put a little heart here. You have to go get the heart out of the cooler. Let's say right about here is where Saga has to get a deer mask. This is bad, alright? Cut me some slack. Alright, that's good enough. Oh dear. Here's where Saga has to get a record. I'm just going to draw a circle. There we go, that's a little vinyl. Good enough. Nightingale's heart opens the overlap. Deerhead opens the overlap in Coffee World. And this one opens the one in Valhalla Nursing Home. This is the first thing that Saga and Alan see. This is the second one that Saga sees, but the third one that Alan sees. And this is the second one that Alan sees. So Alan's timeline goes from here to here, and then from here to here, and then from here to here. When, like, we'd use the clicker, Alan escapes the lake, and that's when Alan gets sent from here to here when we find Alan on the lake. Alright, what we have here is a spiral. It's not a loop. Okay, so that's Alan's timeline. And then we've got the Andersons, the old gods of Asgard, who go like this, and then like this. Anyway, so yeah, that's the Alan Wake timeline for you.
Something told me Zane wouldn't be happy to see me this time.
I'm in control now. The second you try anything, I will shoot you in the head. Scratch wrote return, not me. You're a fucking liar.
You'd given up. You stopped writing. You said it was too dangerous, that we didn't deserve to get out. Then he showed up. Scratch. He promised to write, to get me the hell out of here. He was magnificent. A visionary. It was art. But then, when he finished, he took return and left me behind.
It's still here, and so is he.
I know I fucked up, but You can still catch him before he gets out, before he gets to your wife. And when you get to him, don't hesitate. Kill the bastard for what he did to us. There's a murder site in my cinema where my film Nightless Night is playing.
I told you not to try anything!
Wait for it.
Oh, mercy. Thousands have gone missing beyond the labyrinth of me. When you're lost in your own company. And cut! Oh. Now that is drama.
I had a million questions about Zane, but I had more pressing concerns.
So, I don't know if you noticed, but every time Alan wakes up in the green room in one of his chapters, he jerks awake and puts his hand to his forehead, just like Zane did here, wiping the bullet hole. I wanted to point that out.
I had to find the movie theater Poets Cinema. The next murder site was there. Zane had created the film in tandem with Return to escape the dark place. I could see the searchlight beams of the movie theater on the far side of the plaza.
You know, I don't know if I ever noticed this before, but the searchlights from the movie theater are totally the same symbol as the Cult of the Word. Two downward triangle. That's cute. That's a fun little detail. Zane and Alan are too intertwined to separate, like Alan and Scratch. I 100% agree with that. Keep that in mind. We're going to talk about it. I've said before that in Alan's writing, in these little murder scenes that he keeps coming up with in order to try and escape the dark place, he keeps writing himself or versions of himself as the villain. Dark Place is using his work to do all this, easy to see yourself as the problem? Yes, that's certainly possible. That's certainly part of it. The thing about Scratch is that he's a product of Alan's writing in a lot of ways. Like, it's the dark presence inhabiting Alan's character, but I think Alan has more control over it than you might think. I think Alan dumps a lot of his own self-loathing into the idea of Scratch. It's just a lot of his own worst aspects.
Please enjoy the film, sir.
The cinema lobby was a gateway to other realities on the silver screen. I could set a scene here.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and have ourselves a treat.
Looking for the cult. I felt like I'd been on this case looking for the cult of the word for a lifetime or more. The only case I'd ever been on. They would surface from the dark with their depraved acts of violence and fade back into the night, leaving behind bloody crime scenes and clues heavy with obscure meanings that led nowhere. Arriving at the cinema, I felt a monumental, terrifying revelation trembling before me, ready to open its jaws and swallow me whole.
Okay, two really important things about that. One, Vor mentioned. Let's go. Two, okay, I really want to bring attention to the line. Clues pointing to obscure meanings that lead nowhere, because I think that it's part of the modus operandi of this game. I think this game uses links between characters, ideas, concepts, archetypes, metaphors that are part of both the narrative and the meta-narrative. I don't know that they necessarily go somewhere. Or rather, I don't know that there was an authorial intent for them to go to someplace specific. I think that they're there. I think they're important, but I also don't think they're supposed to have one specific meaning. I think they're meant to inspire thought, and I think they do a really good job of that.
The main event was the murder. I had to find my way to it.
It would do you a lot of good to talk, buddy.
It was an initiation ceremony, or so we made our new members believe. 2 of New York's finest. They had performed endless favors to earn their place among us. We had something special waiting for them, and something very special for you, Alex Casey.
Who's your leader? Alan Wake? Scratch? Zane? Give me a name!
You will meet him soon enough.
There was no end to the corruption. It fit the genre, so I'd use it.
Casey said the same person 3 times and is that person. Or rather, is a creation of those people. Hey, I'd remember this shape. We're gonna see it again later. Put a pin in it. It's not his head exploding, it's something going into his head. Cult of the Bird.
Urban legends circling Thomas Zane were a bottomless rabbit hole. I'd done some digging. To film freaks, he was a mythic auteur in the art house cinema. A rising star coming to America from Finland. But he only created 1 film, Tom the Poet, before he went missing, mirroring the vanishing of the main character in the movie, played by himself.
Life imitates art.
Lost film. An early work made in Finland, Nightless Night, rumored to have mystic properties. Some claimed it was a snuff film, that the ritual murder in the film was an actual murder. There were no known surviving copies, but the cult chased it as if it were their unholy grail, just like Wake's books were. Master into Look at you. Following your master into La La Land. A sad bunch of clowns in funny masks and hoods, pretending to be a secret society.
Maybe it is you who's playing a role, Mr. Casey. A role carefully laid out for you. A puppet blindly performing the ritual steps for the glory of the cult.
What the fuck have you been smoking?
Nightless Night. A clip of the lost film survived. You will see, Mr. Casey. In the Nightless Night, you will finally see.
Nightless Night was Zane's film. It played a role in this story. What is this? Zane was in the clip holding my lamp. Was he playing me in his film? Zane's lamp on the screen had no light. I could transfer the light in my lamp to his. The light of the lamp shone out of the screen and revealed the door.
I love that moment. It's so good. It's this great little microcosm of an artist affecting art, affecting reality, in which the artist inhabits.
I was back out into the night. The seedy alley away from prying eyes was a good scene for dark deeds.
For a given definition of reality? Of course, yes. All things relatively. Cult of the Word.
Someone had fallen to their death from the rooftop.
Shit, it's the 5-0.
I was making progress.
You don't think they're gonna want us to, like, cut off a finger or something for this initiation, do you?
Nah, I'm sure we'll just chant some ceremonial stuff. Nothing to it.
Well, it's about time. We paid our dues, made plenty of their problems disappear, dumped all those nobodies down that chute.
What we did or didn't do, it's all behind us now. We're going straight to the top, partner.
Yep, like we died and went to heaven.
Weird how their voices sound familiar. Mulligan and Thornton were the ones who dumped a body in the well. And now we're getting their characters in here dumping a body into a chute.
Straight to the top. The dirty cops looked down on the city. Their city. They had committed repulsive deeds to get there. They told themselves it was worth it.
Most cops do.
Don't you fucking move, or I'll blow you away.
You got me, Mr. Casey. I'm all yours. Go ahead. Ask that burning question in your mind.
How did you do it? How did you get me into that film clip without my remembering it? Talk to me, damn it!
You've seen the film? Good, good. Now you're ready to meet the Grandmaster. He's waiting for you in the projection booth where everything will be revealed, where he will project a new reality onto this one. And now, Mr. Casey, I've played my part to the end.
No! Casey, bastard! Why did he jump?
The projection booth. Was that where I find the murder site?
Oh, snap. Okay. This is not enough screws. I'm gonna need, like, a conveyor belt of these if I'm gonna start manufacturing computers at this tier. It's never enough. It's never enough.
I found myself in a maze of film equipment. There had to be a way to the projection booth from here. I wasn't alone.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask.
I quite like this part. I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. You don't mean to spell it out for you, but there's an echo happening. Every time we enter this room, Casey is both hearing himself speak and speaking, which compounds upon itself.
I was back where I started. A loop within a loop.
Son of a bitch. Show yourself. Who was it? Who said that? The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask. I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron.
Do you think there's a similarity between Casey arguing with his own echo and the confrontations that Alan keeps having with, like, Zane and Scratch? He's boxing his shadow.
The Casey in the story was losing it. I wasn't far behind. I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
I'm here, you son
Hello?
of a bitch.
Hey!
Show yourself. Who was that? Who said that?
It's gone. But I saw someone.
God, that's a great trick. It's so good.
I'm feeling awful. What is this feeling? I died. Did I die? It got me. It ate my mind. You are not making sense, man. Fuck. Can't get it. Return. I was writing. Return. Something went wrong. I've written it so many times and it always fails. It fails. I'm doing something wrong. I forget. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Am I wrong somehow? Am I missing something? Skipping over some vital beat? Alright, I have to write. Sure, of course. I mean, that's a given. I wrote departure and that worked fine. Maybe there's a missing step before return. What's between departure and return? Tasks, the challenge, the lesson, initiation, yeah, I haven't written that. To master this place, to set things up, can't go to return before initiation. That's right, that feels right. Initiation. I have to write initiation.
That just makes sense. The departure, initiation, and return are 3 parts of the hero's journey in the Joseph Campbell kind of conception. You can't really return in a hero's journey unless you've done the initiation, which is when you have the trials, the lessons, the struggle, the story. It fits into the mystery cult structure they're also playing with a bit. Initiation is required to gain deeper knowledge and eventually return with it into the wider world. Yeah, like the NYPD cops that are being played by Mulligan and Thornton are going through a cult initiation.
I was
Usually a
back at
bad
the
idea.
beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
Can break them.
Who said that? That's a real clever trick, asshole. You can run, but you can't hide. Grand master, motherfucker. Clown in a mask. I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron. Why don't you come here and say that to my face, buddy? Then we'll see if you're a moron.
Okay, I love this part so much. Obviously, this is Alex Casey's in-game model, which is the face of Sam Lake. And I'm pretty sure that this is Sam Lake's voice. I'm pretty sure Sam Lake put himself in the game to play this part, and also himself during that television interview. But it tickles me so much how ham-fisted and poorly acted this is. On purpose. So on purpose.
Casey?
Who's there? Look, you got the wrong guy. I'm not Alex Casey. I only play him in the movies. He's just a fictional character.
What's going on here?
You don't have to kill me. You don't have to go get that knife and stab me. You can just give up and go back. Forget about the ritual sacrifice to open the way forward.
The ritual sacrifice to open the way?
No, don't do it. You don't have to become a monster. Just leave the knife where it is, in the bag, and go.
Everything about this was absurd. Our dialogue forced and ridiculous. In desperate need of another pass.
Desperate.
Let's forget about the knife. Don't go looking for the knife. There is no knife.
Every time he says it and looks over at it, I hope you don't go get that knife and stab me with it. Please don't. You know what this reminds me of? This might be a little too personal. This reminds me of a type of kink scene when the sub has an idea of what they want, but also doesn't want to say it, and is like, oh no, especially don't do that. No, not with the strap on. No. This is why I think it's a good idea to discuss a scene beforehand, and that way you don't have to be like really ham-fisted. Yeah, that just goes back the way we came. I'm pretty sure this door is locked. Nope, we're gonna have to go get the knife. Well, it's probably a prop knife, right?
Oh no. Oh no, you don't. You'll be sorry.
You'll be sorry!
So, this is almost a classic type of video game puzzle, forcing the player to do something that they might not otherwise want to do. Spec Ops The Line does it in a pretty good way, where they know what they're doing, they want you to be uncomfortable, and they're also, this is not a game about choices. This is a game that talks about choices, but this is not a game where you make choices. I feel like the game is kind of subverting that by making it feel so artificial intentionally. Exactly. It's in the context of, we're in a room full of film reels, so this is probably a prop knife. This guy is an actor that plays Alex Casey. Like, all of this is so fake. I think this could be done well, and it could be done poorly, and I think this game does it pretty well, because this ratchets up the tension enough that this payoff is alright.
What the fuck?
No, you don't have to, and you don't get to stab that actor. They already made you feel uncomfortable enough.
Welcome, Alex Casey. You've done well. You've played your role perfectly.
Everything out of your mouth is a damn lie. The only place any of this makes any sense is in your psychotic brain.
As a fictional character in a story, you've fulfilled your purpose. You brought the writer of the story here. You can go now, Casey.
No, I'm not going anywhere before I get some answers. How was I in that movie? Why does all this feel so familiar? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I? No!
And welcome to you, Alan Wake.
What the hell?
This is the ritual to lead you on. We're just one step away from your final
destination, Mr. Wake. But first, here's an unanswered mystery for you. If Casey was fictional, and you assumed his role as a detective, are you now fictional too? Whose story are you living, Mr. Wake?
The visions were getting under my skin, coming too close for comfort. Not a separate layer, but mingling with my own reality in the dark place.
God, I love this game. I believe that character is Zane. I believe that's Zane's voice.
Wait, dead end. This can't be right. Did I miss something?
In the previous scene, I think it's important to talk about the fact that the Grand Master of the cult says that Alex Casey, the character, is playing a role where he is a noir detective in this narrative. One level above that is the fact that Alan is taking the role of detective following Casey. These Casey segments are fragments of inspiration, but Alan himself is inhabiting those footsteps, playing that role.
The mask was the key.
There's Mulligan and Thornton.
This is how I could help her. Saga Anderson, listen. I've been tricked. Scratch wrote returned. I tried to fix the story, but he stopped me before I reached the end. He has it now. It's the key to escape.
What do you mean, escape? But you're a Scratch.
I need to stop him. I need to stop him before he gets out. He's after Alice. I'm still trapped, but I'm making progress. I wrote you in to be the story's hero. Scratch made a horror story. I need to match the genre. It has to be dark, but the hero can break through, save her family, save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes. Whatever you're doing, it's working. You just need to keep going.
We have them in the horror story.
I was closer now. Closer than ever before. But there was no time to lose. Everything was hanging in the balance. I could still lose it all. Parliament Tower. I had to make it work this time. I could stop Scratch, get the manuscript, fix its ending.
I'm sure you've probably noticed, but this pose for Mulligan and Thornton mirrors the one on the float of the Huatari brothers that the Coscolos were making for Deerfest. Art imitating life. Pale balloon in the sky. Float and sink deeper. Night springs when bright falls for this sleeper. The surface disturbed, the reflection now a traitor. In the cavity of the skull, turned to a crater. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. Obviously that's one of Zane's poems. We find one after each of these little murder scenes here, which kind of implies Zane having something to do with some of these murders. I also really like the idea of the surface disturbed, the reflection now a traitor, which the surface of the water ripples, creating a funhouse mirror effect, where the reflection no longer conforms to reality. The obvious parallel is Alan and Scratch, but also Alan and Zane, and Alan and Casey. All of these things, the art, the author, the character, these are all artifice. They're all, intertwined in a way that's inseparable. And now we're gonna watch a film, alright? I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Let's go get a good seat. Okay, we can see the whole screen from here. You see, again, in Alan's dream, the Cult of the Tree is a fictional entity. Even though in Saga's story, the Cult of the Tree is the real one, the Cult of the Word is the fictional one from Alex Casey's novels.
Onko täällä ketään? Ahti!
Sanovat, se joka varjoon tyytyy, valon ihmeestä paitsi jää.
It's out. That's a quote from a Thomas Zane poem.
Minulla oli sinua ikävä.
Olit Veikon kanssa. Siksi lähdin.
Hän on poissa. Ollut jo kauan.
Kun nyt lähden, lähde kanssani.
Mutta vasta tämän yön jälkeen.
Sillä oli paskat housussa. Kontta sojan pohjalla. Huus ja soperteli ja... Armo, rattasveli, anna armo, makkua. Ai saatana. Kato, tuhlaajapojan paluu. Ja häntä koipien välissä. Tuliko hakemaan anteeksi antaa?
Uutiset mistään paluusta ovat ennenaikaisia. Tulin vain käymään. Kun muistan millaista tämä touhu täällä on, en viivy kauaa. Veljesi luuraa.
Pisti hengiltä. Käymään aivoon se aina länkytys. Uhrilla ja mestarille. Mutta ei se paskaveli kelvannut edes siihen. Sä olit mestarin valittu. Vaikka mä koskaan ymmärtänyt, että miksi. Päiviltä pitäisi sinutkin pistää. Mitä on? Nyt tuli tupen rapinat, poika. Leikataan pojalta partaa!
Miksi palasit, kun kerran lähdit?
En aikonut, mutta nyt löydän itseni täältä. On kai kirottu. Kirjoitettu sadistisen kirjailijan tarina. Kierrän kehää.
Maa on syklinen laulu. Miten siellä valtion kontrollivirastossa menee?
Väärä virasto. En ole siellä töissä. Sitä paitsi sain potkut. Ei olisi tarvetta talonmiehen apulaiselle.
Ei ole. Tämän tilan isäntä katosi yön selkää vuosia sitten. Sen jälkeen kun sinä lähdit. Merkit on ilmassa, että multakin loppuu hommat pian. Siksi kyselen virastosta. Ehkä saan sieltä töitä.
And he does indeed wind up getting a job at the Federal Bureau of Control.
Malja.
Mille juomme?
Yöttömälle yölle. Tämä riitti vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Sanotaan, että Aleen kurkotti liian pitkälle yön syövereihin, eikä löytänyt sieltä enää pois. Kannattaa varoa sitä Aleenin mustaa leskeä. Taisit olla vähän heikkona häneen.
Pelkäsin häntä.
Pojat oltiin aina vähän toivottomia naisten kanssa.
Yeah. Mushroom. So nice. Death of the author is a critical technique in which...
Tämä riitti vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Hän palaa ja sinut lukitaan huoneeseen.
Vihdoinkin.
Kiitos, rakkaani.
En kierrä kehää. Tämä on spiraali.
Absolute cinema. Here's what I take from this, though. Thomas Zane is a huge asshole. What a dick! He's like, oh, let's have a big collaboration. You write Return, I'll make this movie, and we'll both get out. Here's what I'm thinking, though. Thomas Zane plays the role of Alan Wake, the writer. Alex Casey plays the role of the detective. But we know from the previous parts of this game that Alan Wake, the writer, is taking the role of the detective, following in Alex Casey's footsteps, which means that in the movie, if it were to become reality, Alan Wake would not be taking the role of Alan Wake. Thomas Zane would be playing the role of Alan Wake. Alan Wake would be taking the role of Alex Casey. And in the plot of the movie, Alex Casey is sacrificed so that he will return, and you in turn are locked in the room forever. He was gonna stab Alan in the fucking back. He's making this movie so that Tom and Barbara ascend from the lake, Alan is sacrificed, and remains there forever. Am I reading this right? I think that's what I'm supposed to be reading from this. What a dick. On top of that, we also have the complications of the writing that Alan is doing inside the lake seems to be affecting the world outside. This film must also be doing the same thing, which means that Zane's art and Alan's art are now in competition to affect reality. There are parts of this film that are true, and is that because they're in this film? Probably? Anyway. I love this game.
There wasn't enough alcohol in this city to drown the memories of this nightmare, but I'd damn well try. This case would never be closed. I had more questions now than at the start. The irony of being trapped in a postmodern detective story. I felt watched. The eyes of some unseen audience on me. I wanted to turn to the hidden camera and tell them to fuck off, but I didn't know where to look to break the fourth wall. There would always be another case for Casey. A million stories in this dark city. The night opened up to welcome me. I walked into her arms. Roll credits.
It's closed. No. The building was condemned. Something was wrong. Something was missing. Hello?
Hello.
It wasn't Zane. It wasn't Scratch either. Huh? You're me? Me? I don't understand. There's a lot I don't understand.
A dark place operates in loops. Time is a story. I'm calling you from a different point in that story.
From the future? I'm never getting out of here, am I?
Yes, you will. And no, you won't. And that is by your own choice.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry for what you'll have to go through. You need to go back to the talk show studio basement. Get Alice's photos from a shoebox there. Before you can go to Parliament Tower, you must put the photos into the shoebox at her statue at the plaza. To help you, to help Alice, to help Saga Anderson.
I'm my own Deus Ex Machina? Really? How many writers does it take to finish a story? One for each draft. It's the same writer, but in a different point in time. I'd follow the steps he laid out for me. Alice's photo from the talk show building basement. I had to go back to get them.
So, in the Dark Place, we've got Zane's film, Alan's manuscript, Scratch's manuscript, and now we've got Alice's photos. There is a lot of art down here.
Alice's photos. I recognize the style. One showed the clicker sinking into darkness. The other showed a light in the shape of a bullet. I need to get them to the plaza.
I'm lost. Wake.
And we know the brothers are having some sort of effect on things? Very possibly, yeah. I think one of the most pointed comments that
Nobody lived here anymore. Was I too late? Scratch was in there, writing his horror story. There was still time to stop him.
It won't end. Like a nightmare I can't wake up from. I thought I could contain Ellen in my photos, but I can't. The monster just keeps coming back. Every night. Like waves hitting the shore. I'm so tired. He's here all the time now. There's so much rage inside of him, I can't stand it anymore. God, I tried so hard. I can't. I have made a decision. Most of you won't understand. People call me an artist, but I don't care about any of that. I just wanted to show the world what I see. I can't keep going like I have been. It's time for a perspective shift. To go from photographer to subject. From artist to art.
Alice was dead. Scratch tortured her until she couldn't stand it anymore. Until she broke. And all that time, she thought it was me. Scratch was still here. He hadn't escaped the dark place yet. He was scratching my edits out of return. I had seen this before. This was not Scratch. This was me, caught in a loop. I had stopped myself trying to fix the manuscript. I was the one haunting Alice. It was always me. I killed her.
You played yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you're gone.
And that's how Alan got out of the dark place?
We did bring Wake back from the dark place, with a song and the clicker. But he didn't end up here now. He landed on the shore after I faced Nightingale in the overlap. That night I found Wake here. He appeared because of this. The summoning. That was Wake.
You know what I love? Is when causality is violated. I love when a cause happens after the effect. I think it's great.
Scratch wasn't pretending to be Wake. They're the same person.
He's here! Scratch! Kevin Anderson!
Estevez, Scratch is Wake with the dark presence inside him. He wants the clicker. Change of plan. I'll lure him to the cell. When we're inside, lock it. And blast it with all you got.
Anderson, pin him down with gunfire for me to get the light on him.
Show him, kiddo!
You know, it's a little bit of a shame that Scratch isn't as silly as he was in American Nightmare. Like in American Nightmare, he's a big silly.
I got her trapped. Go, go, go!
The evilest goober, exactly.
Estevez, Casey, now!
I'm sorry.
Wake? Is it you?
I'm so sorry.
Did it work? Casey?
Casey, no!
Casey!
No!
Don't let him!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, folks, but it's official. Tear Fest is canceled. Today, Bright Falls feels a little less bright.
Hey, you know what? We watched like a 20-minute art film directed by Thomas Zane. It's playing at a theater inside Alan Wake's dream version of New York and in the fiction of the Alex Casey novel that Alan is writing. And Alan is watching it happen on the screen. And in the fiction of the novel that Alan wrote, the film is lost media. And I think that that kind of like media inside media with like layers and layers and layers of interpretation and description and art being put on top of itself is really, really where this game takes its most inspiration from House of Leaves. House of Leaves is a manuscript describing a documentary made out of found footage that is then passed through a series of editors applying edits and footnotes and corrections, and is a book about a movie being described by an unreliable narrator and may or may not actually exist. You know what I saw recently was really funny was a TikTok. The conceit was it was somebody trying to read House of Leaves for the audiobook version, and they're just like turning the book upside down and going, okay, okay, fuck that. I think that House of Leaves is a really, really good thing to bring up when you're talking about this game, because I think that this game is also doing something similar to what House of Leaves is doing. It's creating a situation that is maze-like, confusing, that doesn't have any solid answers, that any information you get is coming unreliably, that reality itself is a concept that is hard to discern, that all of this information is being twisted in some way to create a reality that's difficult to describe and talk about, but they're also making references to other things. In Alan Wake, they're making references to other movies, to the actors that are playing the characters, to meta concepts, to other things like Twin Peaks, things like the works of Stephen King, you know, like it's wearing its references on its sleeve. It's wearing its inspirations on its sleeve. But the connections inside the work are important. They're a part of a cohesive whole. These aren't things that are not important. They're just things that don't lead to a conclusion. Similar to House of Leaves, There is no amount of information you could have in order to fully understand this game. There are references in this game that I have not pointed out because I do not understand them. I understand from other people that Saga is a combination of different characters from Finnish detective television shows back in like the 80s and 90s. I don't know them. I can't speak on it. This text is incredibly dense. There is a lot of stuff in here that I don't think I could ever understand completely. And I think that's okay. I think even if you knew all of the references this was making, this is still doing its own thing. It's still talking about something else. It still wants to be a little bit confusing.
Finnish television. No thanks. I couldn't have another bite.
It's one of the things I like about this game because it's not asking you to agree with its conclusion. It's not asking you to figure out the mystery. What it's asking you to do is simply to think. And boy, is it good at that.
Tom, we need to get to our next gig. We're doing this for you and our lovely Saga. You take care of things on this side.
Don't screw it up, Tom!
I'd seen it all play out. Like a horror movie I'd been forced to watch. The Dark Presence held all the cards now.
Bye, Tor. Bye, Odin. I'm gonna miss them. I'm pretty sure they go into the lake here and travel back to the first chapter we played as Alan.
Welcome back, Wake. You are Wake now, right? With the shadow out of you? Some good news, at least. Bad news is, I haven't seen a situation this fucked since the AWE in Eagle River. The shadow's now in Alex, and Anderson is gone. We need to figure out how to salvage this.
I'll do anything it takes to fix this, Agent Estevez. I'm the reason this is all happening.
It's never that simple. But I should have put you in a box and shipped you off to a containment facility the second I laid eyes on you. The only question now is, are you able to fix this?
I can try.
Not the most encouraging answer, but we'll make it work.
Scratch. The Dark Presence inside Casey. It threw Saga into the lake. If she ends up in the dark place, she could be there forever. It took me 13 years to get out. Zane never did.
Tor and Odin went in after her, right? Maybe they'll get her out. With the power of rock and roll.
I saw them when I was trapped there. They performed in my musical.
I'm immediately less optimistic about this.
What's the situation?
I've never seen an entity break a bureau containment unit like that. And now the Dark Presence is occupying Agent Casey? When it attacked him in the woods, it must have been preparing for this.
And now he has the clicker. Scratch will go to Bright Falls and use the clicker to bring about the horrific ending he wrote for Return. But I can still fix this.
How?
Scratch must have the manuscript. If I can read the ending, I can rewrite it. I need to go after him.
Well, you won't get very far without these. This plan is a real Hail Mary, Wake. I wish I could help, but this is all on you. I got you every kind of weapon we have available. Don't fuck it up.
I was awake again, clear-headed for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. I was back exactly where I left. A dark forest outside Bright Falls, a gun in one hand, a flashlight in the other, haunted by my own writing. Alice taken from me.
So another interesting aspect of House of Leaves is that the media that it's printed on exists inside the narrative. So for instance, the book House of Leaves features in the documentary that may or may not exist that's being described in the book. And so does the manuscript.
Okay.
In the dark place, the Dark Presence went into me. When I was pulled back here, crossing over weakened it, made it dormant. I couldn't remember what had happened, but I could feel it, getting stronger, waking up. Thought it was hunting me, closing in. It was inside me the whole time, and then it took over, turned me into Scratch.
So one of the tenets of postmodernism, like the understanding of art through media and the existence of like meta-narrative, one of the most important takeaways from that is that all art is made with knowledge of an audience to some extent, right? Anybody who's making art is doing so knowing that somebody else is going to see it, and therefore all art can take that into consideration. This is like any painting is made with the idea that somebody will be viewing it.
I had to get to Bright Falls. See this through to the end.
I brought Saga Anderson into this story to help me escape. She succeeded. It cost her everything. I'd used Alex Casey in my writing for years. The real Casey had been drawn here because of that. Now he was a victim too. Saga, Casey, Alice, all this horror originates from me. It's my fault. Scratch had to be stopped. I've driven down this road before. Been driving on it forever. If Scratch had brought the dark place here, this would take me back inside. In 2010, I dived in, a leap of faith for Alice, with no idea that the cost would be a nightmare worse than death. It had taken me 13 years to get out. Now Alice was dead because of me, and I was gonna make that leap again, this time knowing the cost all too well.
I saw the thing I recognized and I clapped.
Another way to look at it, I had brought the dark place here with me. I never had gotten out. Maybe after this I finally could. It was a fool's hope. I had no choice. I had to do it. That didn't make me any less terrified. Fuck it. This is not what I expected.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk around here, but the reason that I brought up the fact that this game takes into consideration a critical audience is this section. I think this section really nails it home and makes it unambiguous that this game not only has a consideration for a critical audience, but is teasing them. Me, specifically.
The stage fight scene in Departure is one-upped by the absolutely mind-frying Dark Ocean summoning.
Setting the trilogy's exciting conclusion at Deerfest makes Return a genre-bending mixture of fact and fiction.
Like, they're just doing this to make fun of me, right?
This motherfucker is a home run!
Thrilling, moody, and captivating!
Koskela Brothers. Hello, I'm Ilmo Koskela, and welcome to the Koskela Brothers Book Club. This week we will review the highly anticipated new novel by Alan Wake, Return.
Really quick, this might be one of the first times I have seen an objective review. There's no politics, that it's totally objective. This is a perfect review.
Return is printed on a firm, high-quality white offset, uncoated paper stock, making every page a true delight to turn in your fingertips. Alan Wake's brilliance is on full display with his choice of a hardcover book jacket made of a premium enamel stock with gloss lamination that is both tasteful and pleasant to the touch. Wake set a high standard with his previous novels, but I can say without hesitation that Return contains the best and most compelling book description on a back cover that I have ever read. This book blurb is truly riveting and will keep you on the edge of your seat from start to finish. It is accompanied by a tasteful photograph of Alan Wake's home here in Bright Falls. The book weighs 1 pound and 3 ounces. Return is a true masterpiece. I'll give it a perfect score of 5 Alma beers out of 5. How about you?
There you have it. Alan Wake has done it again. This was the Koskela Brothers Book Club. Cheers.
This is one of my favorite videos in this whole fucking game. Oh my god. Like I said, it's a perfectly objective review. I think it shows that the Dark Presence cannot create art. It also cannot review its own art either. Well, I think that's because reviews are a form of art? Are reviews a form of expression? I think so? Yeah!
Terrifying the supernatural dimensions to the quirky fun of Deerfest, Return's tone is flawlessly executed!
Is our dear author planning something for the future?
Why no love for Barry?
The tragedy of Saga losing her family is a blatant commentary on a woman's struggle to balance her personal and professional lives.
Oh my god. Well, they're just screaming these things at him. Yeah. Did you get it? Did you get the game yet? This is so funny to me. I have spent this entire time yelling at this video game, and now it's yelling back at me.
I could see the round windows of the writer's room in the photo. That's where I had to go.
Sick, sick story. And I love it. Welcome to die part.
Get out to the back. I had the book now. I could write my ending to Return. I had to get to the writer's room to stop this horror story. This was an obsessive, egocentric nightmare, all revolving around a vain monster of a writer and his final divine work of art, the novel Return come true. It wouldn't stop here. It would keep spreading. Was Scratch's insecure need for fame, for praise, drawn from my psyche? I would bring his sick fantasy crashing down around him.
Just a slight point that I want to make here. I don't think a desire for praise is a bad thing. Obviously, there's unhealthy ways to handle that. You know, narcissism is a thing. But don't feel guilty for getting praise and enjoying it. That's not a sign of narcissism. That's just human nature. I think everybody enjoys doing a good job and being told they did a good job.
Yes, and you're such a good and insightful bun for communicating that.
Fuck, now what? God damn it. Didn't expect this to be turned around on me.
I had to find another way inside. Alice? What was that? Alice was dead. Was this a trap? Or was Scratch torturing me?
Alan. Alan.
Scratch!
Oh, jeez. Scratch. Fuck! Scranch.
Get your butt in here, Alan. It's safe here.
Rose?
We're safe in the light, Alan. For now. But he's very pushy.
Rose, right? From the diner. How are you here?
I'm here to save you, silly. I got your instructions. I found every hidden message you left for me. In the radio, in the wind, in the forums, on my Alan Wake fan site.
No, Rose, I haven't been leaving you any messages.
Oh, I get it. Yes, Alan. Only a crazy person would think you've been leaving them secret messages. But now you need to get your butt upstairs, Alan. This shit won't write itself, no matter what William Shakespeare said.
Right. Thank you, Rose. I'll do what I can.
William Shakespeare, best known for saying, man, this shit just writes itself.
We'll loop around and come together, Tom. I have put everything ready for the visitors. I'll come to wash the floor of your room next. All you need is water and fill it up. Water is the oldest bulb. Water finds its way. What water brings, it takes away. It can be clean or dirty. It can give life or drown it.
Ahti, I didn't expect to see you here, but it makes sense. Can you help me find my way? One last time.
Now there's a devil in the fish trap. Don't be spooked by it so that shit won't start beating your underpants. Okay. I'll get the door open for you, Tom. There you go. The matter is a stake. Now comes the end of the rhyme.
Thank you, Ahti.
The matter is a state? Oh, it's well done. Okay.
I was here. I needed to write the ending. I only had one chance to get this right. I needed an ending that took everything already in Return and extended it into a conclusion that would save us. Only the perfect ending would work. Return's ending was an eternal Deerfest that would keep spreading. Given time, Scratch would plunge the world into his nightmare. I had to stop that from happening. I had to write one more chapter for Return. Any second now, Scratch would burst through that door to stop me. Every plot thread dangled in my brain. It suddenly felt impossible. Something stirred in the room, coming to me. An idea. The ending has to fit the genre if it's going to work. In a horror story, there's only victims and monsters. If there is Arrow, they will ultimately pay a heavy price.
I won't let the horror story take Logan and Casey. They were dragged into this. They need to survive. Non-negotiable.
Not just them. We need to try to save everyone.
The ending will have to be dark no matter what. The more people we save, the greater the cost, and the hero must pay the price.
The scales always need to balance. Something felt different. I'd never seen myself in a vision before, but it fit. Saga and I were both at the center of this story. She was now my co-author. This was the beginning of the end. We were characters in a horror story, charging blindly towards the finale. We still didn't have everything we needed. This would not work without the clicker.
What's going on? Am I in the field office? No, it's the mine place. Where is everything? I can't sense anyone. My work, it's all gone. What the hell is happening? I can't leave. Why can't I leave? The Dark Presence took over Casey, stole the clicker from me. The last thing I remember is him throwing me into Cauldron Lake. I'm in the dark place. I'm lost. I don't know how to get out. I don't know what to do. That wasn't me, was it? What? Failed who? What's happening to the caseboard?
I love this use of the caseboard and the mine place. So something fascinating is going on here in that Saga jumps into the dark place and is immediately locked inside her own head, but with none of her usual tools.
The board says I failed them. Who's them?
I let everyone down. Logan, Casey, myself. This is my fault. My daughter is dead. My partner was taken over by a monster. I'm trapped in the dark place. Powerless.
I'm not powerless. What is happening here? This isn't me.
You can see the amount that entering the dark place, the dark presence preys on your own insecurities. A bit of imposter syndrome, but definitely depression. Because she has the tool of her mind place, because her own head is organized in this way, she can actually understand that this is coming from something else, that this is not necessarily her own voice. But imagine Alan, who's been down here for like a decade, being gaslit by these internal voices like this. That's rough.
Casey depended on me, and I let him down. I wasn't watching his back. I got wrapped up chasing the wrong lead. He needed me. Now he's turned into a monster.
He needed me. Logan.
I neglected my family for my job. I was too thrilled by the cases, the mysteries. I liked how dangerous the work was, and now that danger has destroyed my family. It killed my daughter. No.
Scratch. He's using Casey now, like he used Wake. Something's very fucking wrong here.
Scratch took Casey, and it's my fucking fault. I'm a failure. This is what I deserve. I'm a terrible mother. I let my daughter die.
One thing that I find interesting here is that the Dark Presence is able to manipulate this caseboard, which makes me think, is this art? Is she doing an art over here? I think the Dark Presence is able to manipulate this because what she's doing is collecting threads and weaving a story. She's making a narrative. She's doing art. What is Other Saga? It's the Dark Presence representing her own self-doubts, the dark thoughts that exist inside her own head.
I never should have trusted these. Casey was being corrupted and I did nothing. Scratch was Wake. How could I miss that?
The water is so cold.
Night Springs. Logan and David love that show. Their weekly ritual. Casey was hurt. I should have been watching his back. The story.
My life, my family is just part of a book.
Another white asshole deciding what I get to do, how I get to do it. He took my daughter from me.
I'll never be free of this story from him.
He used her.
I'm glad that this aspect doesn't necessarily go unsaid. When we're talking about a game where we have a bunch of artists and the art they create, and there's a focus on the production and proliferation of that art, I think it shouldn't go unsaid that making and publishing art is way harder for marginalized peoples. Saga being a black woman is a barrier to not necessarily the production, but definitely the publishing of art. And I'm glad it doesn't go completely unsaid. Now, I don't have the education or the background to speak on that authoritatively, and it's upsetting because it makes it really difficult to consume art of people with different voices and different backgrounds.
It feels like I'm trapped in a nightmare. Stuck in an echo chamber with all my fears, my doubts, my insecurities.
There's a lot of pieces of evidence you can put on this board, and they get more and more depressing.
She's not dead! God damn it!
And this one just keeps getting added to your inventory. It says some really awful, horrible stuff as it gets darker and darker.
No! I'm done with this! It just keeps coming back!
It's rough stuff.
You let me die!
Nope, nope, nope!
This game does such a terrific job of being so temporally confusing and like spatially confusing in places in order to kind of create this idea of a mental state where you can't tell like fact from fiction. But this part of the game is I would say, powerful simulation of what depression feels like a lot of times. Because here's the thing. Usually, the board here is made up of evidence, facts, things that we've picked up from the case, and we put those together like puzzle pieces in order to create a conclusion. What we have here is a conclusion that is not drawn from the facts. We have it the opposite way around. Here's the conclusions, and then we find evidence in order to support these? That's not the way it should be done. That's motivated reasoning. That's what depression do to your brain. You start out with, you were a terrible detective. It's your fault. You were a terrible partner. And then you find evidence to confirm that, no matter how spurious, you know?
My badge. Never should have taken this case. The cult was just the beginning of the spiral.
I've had it with you cultist maniacs!
I never should have left Casey at the hotel by himself. I hate this, but it's all true. I had tried to silence these thoughts, focus on the case, but I can't escape them anymore. I'm drowning. I need a way out before I'm dragged under. No, there has to be a way out. I need a way out. Oh God, none of this is real. I've lost it. I'm not even here. The mind place isn't real. A case about supernatural darkness. I'm having a full-on psychotic break. I dragged Logan away to a tin can in Watery. She's dead because of me. There has to be a way out.
Stop it, Saga.
I need a way out. It's over. There's no point trying. Everything is lost. There's no way out. No way to fix this. There's no way out. I'm stuck here forever. Just me and my past. My guilt. My mistakes. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm stuck. But this is my mind place. My mind. Everything I need is here. It has to be. Oh! The lights! I'm not giving up. Focus, Saga. Hey. Just calling to say thanks for your note. Oh, sometimes I just get in my head too much. So, thanks for pulling me out. You're really the best, Mom. Really. Okay, talk soon.
Anderson, look, after Miranda left, I was in a bad place. You dragging me to those dinners at your house with your family, it really meant a lot. Thank you.
I love this so much!
Stop blaming yourself, Anderson. A knife in the arm is just part of the job. If you're gonna keep fussing, you can get the hell out. But leave the whiskey.
The lights come back on for that part of the room? You have to dispel the darkness to dredge up memories of positive things.
Honored by this award. Thank you. While our agency must continue to improve, the work we do here, protecting communities, pursuing the truth, it's the most important work there is.
They're all memories directly counteracting the negative conclusions on the board? Yeah!
Hey, Mom, I made you a charm bracelet for good luck. I made a matching one for me, so bring me back something cool from Washington. I saw this online and it made me think of you. Make a big deal out of it, Mom. No hugs, no hugs.
Not the worst mom.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I'm doing my best.
We're not the worst mom.
Mom was just being nice when she gave me that mug. I never deserved her. It's not too late. I can still save them.
No matter what I do, someone will get hurt. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid.
I'm my own worst enemy. The fears in my head are stopping me from trying, from leaving.
It's very much a thing. That little thing like that can absolutely save you when you're in your rock bottom depression. Yeah, I think so. I've certainly experienced this myself.
I can't let this place make me question myself. I know what I'm doing.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
No, this is all real. I know it is. But the FBI will kick me out. I'll have nothing. Our job is dangerous. Casey himself told me that. It's no one's fault.
It is my fault. It is.
It's okay to be afraid, but I can't let this end here.
I can't. I just want it to stop.
Giving up won't make this stop. Logan needs me. Casey needs me.
I really love that every time Logan is pulled up by the story, she's just a melodramatic death, and what brings Saga back is remembering that it's a real relationship with a real person. 100% I agree with that. I think that Alan, or Scratch's writing, is trying to fridge Logan to make the death the important thing for Saga's backstory, and what counteracts that is the fact that she's not that. She's a person.
I'm so close. The dark place wants me to hate myself, but I just need to get inside my own head. I've made mistakes. I'll make more. But I can do better, and I can start by leaving this room.
I'm afraid it will hurt, but nothing will hurt more than not trying to save them.
It will hurt, but I will fight. The dark place tried to trap me here. The only way to leave is facing it head on. Wake called it a nightmare. I need to dive into that nightmare and find a way back home.
All my stuff is back! Beating depression by realizing depression is cringe. The dark place is a bitch!
Wake up. The payphone was ringing. Somehow I knew the call was for me. Hello?
It's me again. You need to go to the statue at Parliament Tower Plaza. To make your ending come true, you will need what's inside the shoebox there.
The ending? Shoebox? Who is this?
Sheriff Brake.
Agent Anderson. Is that really you? Sorry, this place likes to play tricks.
Sheriff Breaker? What happened to you? How did you end up in the dark place?
I was brought here, snatched away from the morgue by a man named Orland Dorr. Been trying to piece it together. Well, it feels like a long time now.
I need to get to Parliament Tower Plaza. Do you have any idea where it is?
This place, it's like trying to find your way around in a dream. I've been trying to map it, but it keeps looping, shifting. Like, there are many versions stacked on top of each other. There is a page. Describes Dorr finding his way through this place. I tried to follow the steps, but no luck.
Who is this Dorr person?
He's here, somewhere. I've been seeing his face in my dreams for years. This whole thing is insane, but he is much more than he seems. He's connected to all of this.
Can I see that page, Tim?
Of course. In fact, it's the page I tried to give you back in the morgue in Bright Falls. Now that I think about it, maybe Dor brought me here to keep you from reading it. Here. I'm gonna keep looking for Dor. The closer I get, the closer I feel to waking up. I need to find the man behind the curtain.
Warland Dor walked across the rain-slicked tiles of Caldera Street Plaza. He stopped at the door to the construction yard. A poster for his talk show hung there. He stepped through, willing it to take him to Parliament Tower Plaza.
I know what I need to do. The door to Parliament Tower Plaza was at the construction yard.
So, the ocean that was the dark place took the shape of New York City, drawn from the mind of Alan Wake, in part for the writer to navigate his prison, in part to torment him as he struggled to find his way out. Dor was not bound by the rules as Wake was. He came and went as he pleased. For now, Dor entertained the writer's fantasy, for a purpose only known to him. I am so fascinated by this, about Wake writing a person into the story who's more powerful than he is. And Dor has clearly just allowed this page to be written. Like, he could have stopped Wake from writing it. That's awesome. That's fascinating. One thing I do kind of want to point out is that, like, the New York that Saga is in right now is both free of Taken. It doesn't have a lot of wavy, sort of underwater aspects to it, and all of the lights are off. It's just completely dark. Like, none of the neon is on, none of the windows are lit. Is this because Alan is gone, or because, for a person like Saga, this place is closed off? It's inaccessible. So now that we've seen what the dark place does to the inside of Saga's head, you can kind of understand why it's made out of stuff like this. Alan had a rough time.
I made it. I need to get up to the street and find that statue.
I wish you weren't my mom. I hate you. You let me drown. You pushed me.
Enough already.
Shut up, dark place. Fuck off. So, hey, now we've got a statue of Alice? I think this was a statue of Alan.
The clicker and some kind of bullet shining with light. How did the clicker get here from Washington?
He's a monster.
I think I know why the lights are off here, and it's because now that Alan's gone, this isn't Alan's version of New York anymore. I think this one is Alice's. Given her fear of the dark, this is probably the version of New York that would torment her the most.
Yes?
Hello, you don't know me, but you need to listen.
Hold on. How did you know the clicker would be there?
This is important. Alan's lost. He doesn't have the ending. He needs your help to finish the story.
How am I supposed to help him from here? Okay, I'm in the dark place. Wake is in Washington. I could talk to him in overlaps before. My mind place is more powerful than I ever knew. I can try to contact him. Alan, we need to talk about the ending.
Saga, what is this?
My mind place.
You see visions too. I used to think they were ideas, inspiration, but they're real, just like this now. I try to use them to make the story come true.
So this is coming from both of us. Maybe that's how we could communicate in the overlaps. We could use this to stop Scratch.
First, I need the ending.
So there's a problem with the ending?
I don't have the ending. It has to be perfect, but I don't have time to figure it out. I don't know what to do. Fuck. I'm so sorry. This whole thing is a fucking mess.
I agree, but we can still figure this out. And what exactly does perfect mean?
The elements of the ending need to come from the story's pre-existing parts. To make matters worse, this is a horror story.
So the ending has to be earned, set up by the story. You can't build a case without supporting evidence.
That's the only way to make it stick.
You don't need to tell me this is a horror story.
Right. The ending has to fit the genre if it's going to work. In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters.
There must be a way to bring a hero into the story.
If there is a hero, they will ultimately pay a heavy price.
I can't
can't let the horror story take Logan and Casey. They were dragged into this. They need to survive. Non-negotiable.
Not just them. We need to try to save everyone. I have an idea how to help Casey. He's a real person who I twisted into a character. He isn't my creation, so he isn't a suitable host for the Dark Presence. I can write that into the ending to drive that fucking thing out of him.
The Dark Presence has kind of been marinating in Wake for the last, decade, so I feel like it's pretty cozy there.
Well, if the ending has to fit the story, this is how I see it. Return is a story about a story that comes true, and I'm a character in this story.
Not just a character, the hero.
Okay, a hero. In any case, I've been through hell to be here, and this is my life. It feels earned to me that I rise above the story and be there to create the ending.
Yes. That's what we're doing. Here, now. We're figuring out the ending I need to write.
This isn't Scratch's ending, but this isn't your ending either. This is our ending. You aren't the only one deciding these things anymore.
You're right. I can't do this alone. Every time I write, things only get worse.
You beat this thing back in 2010, Alan. And here you are doing the same again. You're a hero too. We're in this together.
Then let's bring it home.
The ending will have to be dark, no matter what. The more people we save, the greater the cost, and the hero must pay the price.
One of the heroes. The scales always need to balance. Fuck it. Let's go with this.
Are you sure?
There's no time for anything better. Scratch could be here any second.
Then that's our ending. I have the clicker. I'll find a way to get it to you.
And I'll get the pages down. See you on the other side.
See you in another life, brother. You know what I find kind of fun about this? I know that in the context of this story, this is like the part where Wake and Saga decided on what the ending's going to be, but it is slightly contradicted by the fact that there has been a lot of foreshadowing up until now as to what it is. Like, there's been a lot of build-up to it.
I need to retrace my steps back to Caldera Street Plaza. I arrived in the dark place through the fountain. Maybe I can leave that way too.
Some clues about the aftermath? Yeah. But like the fact that Alan starts every chapter waking up with a fright and touching his forehead, the fact that Zane wound up shot in the head by Alan, which turned out to be false, setting up the bullet through Alice's photographs. I hope I'm not spoiling this, but there's a lot of setup and foreshadowing to an ending that they're supposed to have just come up with right now. I don't know about that. Eat it.
Alan?
Saga. I finished it. The ending we talked about.
I have the clicker. And the bullet of light. Let's do this. I have to be the one to do it.
I feel like I've always been on this journey.
Okay.
It must end here. This darkness. What lies under the surface now shifts. A play of shadows catching my eye, thrusting my face into the water.
He's here.
It's shockingly cold. Past the mirror of the surface. And I will see.
Casey?
The end. Scratch! Bell!
A white, searing light of truth that for a flash pierces the shadows and reveals the hidden horror. And in that moment of silence, the whispered message finally heard.
Come on, you motherfucker! Come on!
What if there's nothing waiting to be revealed? The play of shadows fool us all, subterfuge to get our price of admission. Darkness not as a monster, but as emptiness. We're none the wiser. No answers, no truths. The hero turns to look inside, is destroyed by what he sees, and is redeemed. Saga said we're both heroes. I'll pay that price. So will she. We are here to kill the monster. I pray nothing comes after this. Nothing but sleep. This is how we win. Is it too easy? What if this is still the dark place? Another dream to wake up from, always coming back to the beginning. The memory of what came before burned away by this terrible realization. Maybe it's a mercy, forgetting. To know nothing when we loop around, back to the...
Is it over? Anderson?
Oh boy. I really like that when Alan is delivering that ending monologue, it cuts him the fuck off. I think that's great. I'm tired of Alan's shit, to be honest. It's understandable. The idea of loops are important to this because it's being trapped in a cycle of behaviors. And sometimes it takes somebody else to pull you out of that.
This part is just for you. After the haunting started, I got in touch with an organization that was still looking into what happened in Bright Falls. I went to their offices and something happened there. After I got home, I could suddenly remember everything. I remembered being trapped inside that lake, a dark ocean with echoes of myself, my fears, my photos, inside a dark tide of madness, the same events and images looping again and again. And then I saw a light, your light. You dove in just as I swam out. You never drowned, and you're still there reaching out. That is what the haunting is. I can see you because I've been there too. I chose to come back to the dark place. That is why I put on this exhibition. I had to mislead you so that I could get you to where you needed to be. The only way out of your loop is destruction or ascension, light or dark. And we've covered the destruction part many times over. And we're getting to the ascension bit by bit. Time means nothing here. You'll still need to go through the loop. But I will keep showing you the images you need to see, the light you need to see, until you're ready. Alan, I think we're getting close.
It's not a loop. It's a spiral.
Dun dun dun. That's it, we done it. That's Alan Wake 2, baby! A spiral can go up or down. Yep, destruction or ascension. Catabasis or anabasis. A descent into the underworld or an ascent out of it. Obviously, yes, it's a parallel to It's Not a Lake, It's an Ocean from the first game. It's funny because they mention that in this one. I think this game is a masterpiece. I love it. I could continue to play it for ages and I will still have new thoughts about it. I find it confusing. I find it overwhelming. I feel so many things when I play it.
It's not a Sam Lake, it's a Sam Ocean.
Kinda, yeah. I think Alan Wake 2 is far superior to the first one in every conceivable way. It is so much weirder, so much less hinged. I love the gameplay, I love the characters, just every bit of it is a huge step up, and I love that. And I love how much weirder and more confusing it is. Gosh. What a game. Final draft time? No, I'm leaving that as homework. Do it on your own time.
Some say that it lives forever, this road that I lose you on every time. Some say that